Bill McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massengill, all present?
Do I work now?
Supposedly.
All right, great.
Do you?
My microphone. Does my microphone work now? We check. Any more question?
All right, with that, we will move on to the budget workshop for an update and discussion on the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, agenda item number 2. And we're going to start off the budget. So here's the agenda for this. We're going to talk a little bit about the budget calendar, and we'll tell you more about that. We've already approved this calendar, but we're going to tell you why we're bringing it back here shortly. Then we're going to just do a quick recap of all of the budget action request worksheets. We've got those all updated for you. These are all the expenditures by fund and department. Then we're going to get to the fun thing, which is revenues, and talk to you, walk through the revenue sheet that's in the packet. We'll explain how that's laid out and hear from Abel on that as well, if there are any questions. And then we're going to revisit, once we have a good sense of the revenues and what we have to offer in terms of spending. Then we're going to go back to expenses and make some straw poll decisions related to exceptional items. And then we'll show you what started out about 6 years ago as a simple handwritten worksheet, and it has turned into a thing of beauty that Ms. Wayman has been very excited to put into Excel spreadsheet for us. So we'll show you how that works. So with that, I'm going to go back to and that'll be it for the budget workshop. There aren't any, other than the straw poll kind of decisions, there aren't any major final type decisions tonight to make. We'll take everything that you do in terms of guidance and turn that into the final budget, and then we'll have a better sense of what your ideas are on a needed tax rate also after we're done with this evening. Okay, so back to budget and tax rate calendar for fiscal year 2022-2023. That's this document that you've all seen. Here's why it's back. There's nothing for you to do on it because we've already approved it, but we, for the last 2 years, have realized about halfway through the budget that everything's not on it, and we fix it in real time. This is the second year we've fixed it in real time, and so we're bringing it back as much for anything so that it goes in the agenda and we have it forever and ever going forward. So, and that's the extent of my knowledge because I always forget what it is that we have messed up to date. So, Ms. Wayman, if you'll explain to us what it is that's changed.
Sure. So some of the things have just changed based on the way the calendar dates fell and the rules on how many days in advance you have to have certain public hearings and things like that. A notable change is in the past we had pushed our August council meeting a week because generally it falls on the first day of school, which I think is today as well. And so that's always given us an extra week where we're able to get those notices in and do our public hearings at the August meeting as opposed to the September meeting. This year we didn't have time to get our notices completed before the 17th, and so that's why they've moved to our September meeting, and then also that's why we've moved to have that separate special meeting at the end of September to adopt the tax rate. And so this just reflects the updated schedule for filing the budget with the city secretary, noticing our 2 public hearings, and then having our hearings and then adopting our budget and tax rate.
And again, it's really just so 11 months or 10, I guess 10 months from now when Ashley and I sit back down to say, okay, what is it that we need to do on budget? And I always say, print out the calendar thing. It's so that it's correct this next go around. So any questions on any of that? Alec?
Yeah, what gets presented when it says file the proposed budget? It seems like you'd have to know what you're going to do on the tax rate to know what the budget is, because it may be the exceptional items that you're going to want to put in there. So I guess that's my question is like, how much of this is like locked today versus like a month from now? Because I see all this stuff in the September meeting where it's going to be, adopt the budget, vote to amend the budget, or tax rate.
Yeah, the state actually thinks of that in the opposite. Mm-hmm. They believe, and I actually agree, and was there when we changed, that you should actually establish your budget first and then have your decisions on your tax rate, so that you know, so that you're focused on what you're spending, how much you need, what your basic, what those basic needs are, and then you can move forward with your tax rate. And I think actually that will hopefully come into some clarity later this evening when we do the final budget worksheet, and you'll kind of see how that
Okay.
comes together. Did I
Perfect.
misstate it?
No, you didn't.
Okay. Always like to ask. Okay, with that, we'll go on to the budget action request by department. These are all the worksheets that you have worked through to this point. If you recall, in those first budget workshop, we did all of the Fund 100, Fund 100 being your general fund. We did all the departments there, and then we did the restricted funds in the next budget workshop. These have all now been updated. If you'll recall, when we went over those originally, we were missing things like work comp numbers that we were waiting on from TML, also some other insurance numbers that we were waiting on from our insurance carriers. We were waiting on some 4B sales tax dollars and a few other TMRS issues related to payroll and some of those sorts of things. Those have all now been updated, and none of them were. There's nothing of note really on any of those. And we didn't put zeros in those. If you'll recall, when we budgeted, we just used the year before. So they may have been up a little bit or down a little bit, but there was nothing really of any substance.
Right.
All right, with that, unless there are questions, are there questions on any of the updated budget worksheets? Okay. With that, we will move on to the revenues. And I'm going to talk to you. Can you put this up on
Yeah, of
the
course.
screen? Yeah, you can't see it, but at least I can at least
But they can.
reference it, and then I'm gonna speak from my notes, my hard copy notes, but at least I can, we can at least have a joint reference point. Abel, could I get you to step to the back mic?
It's in the packet.
Be ready to pounce into position, pounce into action when I ask you any questions. Okay, so here's what we have. If you will look at the gray column to the far left, you'll see, again, the funds and the departments that I just referenced. And it's what we've talked about all along in relation to the expenditure side of the equation. You have the general fund, and then you have its component departments in administration, development services, sanitation, utility billing, streets, police, courts, parks, public works. And then at the end of that, you'll have the general fund total, and then you have all the restricted funds. And we'll talk more about the restricted piece in a minute. But that's water, street maintenance, court security, court technology, court efficiency, debt, and police forfeiture fund, and drainage fund and wastewater fund. Okay? So that's what you have in those, and your fund number is identified there just to the right. The next, in the grade column, in the column that is highlighted in gray, those are your current year actual revenue projections. So this column represents all of the budget worksheets that we've gone through, the totals that are at the bottom of all of those expenditure sheets that we've worked through for the last several work groups. The only difference between these worksheets and what is reflected here is that this is actually the final projected revenue at the end of the year. So it's all of the same funds, it's all of the same departments, it's essentially all of the same line items. It's just what we believe will be the ending, the final amount that comes through the door at the end of the year in terms of revenues. All right.
End of this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
In this fiscal year.
Okay.
In this fiscal year. And so we've projected it out where appropriate. And like we didn't project out on property taxes because those are already in the door, right? But we're still projecting out a few months for sales tax. Okay, and then the next column, you have the draft no new revenue. NNR means no new revenue, no new rate. No new revenue? Yeah, no new revenue rate. And that is the 0.1796 is that no new revenue rate. This is the lower rate than you have today. What is our rate today, Abel? 20?
It's 21 point something.
Yeah, basically,
It's about 4 cents more.
Yeah, about 4 cents more. So this is what you would, this is where it would drop to have, as I like to think of it in simple terms, when I write my tax bill at the end of the year, this is the rate you would adopt for me to write the exact same check that I wrote the year before. The next column is the draft voter approval rate. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Hudson from last month that it's technically not the right term, but it is the state. It is what we call it, and it is what it's referred to by the state. But this is the rate that if you go above this rate, you would trigger a petition election. So people could go start a petition and come in and force a rollback election to adopt a lower rate. Just so everybody remembers. And this is at the 3.5%, and that constitutes 0.1818. A lot of times the 3.5% or this voter approval rate is referred to as a cap. It's not a cap. There's nothing that caps you from doing it to going higher. But you just have to know if you choose to go higher, that is the point at which voters have the right to come back in and say, not today. So that's what the voter approval rate is. In the next column, then you have the draft expenditures, and this constitutes what you actually have worked on in all of these. So these are reflective of the actual dollar amounts that are at the bottom of all of the expenditure sheets that we've worked through prior to today. So the gray, so the reason we gave you the gray column, which is the end of the year projection, and because we needed you to have some sort of reference point. Because if I say, well, let me pick a good one. Development services, you might say, well, so we're spending $217. What do we think is going to come in revenues at the end of this year? Or property taxes is a good one. If you look at the current year actual revenue projection in the grade box, that's $2,674,391. The draft or the expenditures is 688, and then the draft voter approval rate would be 2,530,000. So you might ask yourself, well, that's odd. Why are we expecting 2.5 million under the voter approval rate, but at the end of the year in the gray column, I see that we're actually expecting to bring in 2.674. It's because we try to approach this budgeting in a very conservative manner, because I would rather you be pleasantly surprised at the end of the fiscal year and say, oh, gee, golly, we've brought more in than what we budgeted for, than you come back and say, we're short by $500,000. So that's why those numbers are a little bit different, and it's why it's important to kind of view those so that you can compare them. So anyway, that's the draft expenditures column. What am I missing here? So one thing that you might look on the draft expenditures too, you have to remember the general fund gives you a total general fund expenditures of $2,668,669. So that's all of your unrestricted spending. But then once you get to the bottom half, you've got some pretty large sums there, but a lot of that is restricted. You've got your water and your wastewater. Those are all those are your enterprise funds. All of those funds are restricted in what you can spend those dollars on. Obviously, you've got all your debt service, which is restricted. Your court fees and revenues, those are all restricted on what you can spend those on. Your street maintenance is, comes from sales tax, and it's restricted that you have to spend it on streets. We'll talk more about that in a minute. So that's why you kind of have those two two different types of notations there. Okay, so then you start really honing in on where you're going to end up once you get to the last two columns. And that's where we actually take the total revenues and we are subtracting then the total expenditures in those funds and those departments, and you start honing in on exactly what you're looking like in terms of your expenditures and your expenses over your revenues. You'll see in the general fund, you'll see some negative numbers. You know, obviously, there's a huge negative on the police. There's a huge negative in sanitation, development services, all of those kind of general fund items. And that's because that administration, that's because your revenues are all typically going to the Fund 100 Department 10. So that's where all of your sales tax goes, that's where all your ad valorem taxes go, and so that department is what carries those other general fund departments. Yes?
Last two columns, are those budgeted numbers or those expected end of year numbers?
Which number? Which?
The expenditures over NNR revenue and expenditures under VA revenue? Are those, I thought you said those were actual. Are
No,
those
it's
actual
budgeted.
or
No.
it's anticipated end of year?
It's anticipated end of year, but it's revenues less expenditures.
Yes,
That makes sense? Abel, jump in if I'm not explaining that correctly.
that's the general fund total line is
Right.
revenues less expenditures.
Right. The, as an example, the 1.809 at the very top,
Yes,
that's the difference between the 2.498 draft and then our revenue and the draft expenditures.
okay, I see,
Yeah, so you would take that.
And so all the way down the line.
okay.
Yeah, that's a good way to explain it. So you would take column 2.
And these are estimated end of year,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. And so then if you can see in that, I don't know what color that is. What is that, salmon? So see in the salmon color, you'll see that for general fund, your expenditures, once you take all of those expenditures out, so you have all of your revenue in Department 10 at $1,809,877, and then you've got all of the expenditures under that are negative numbers. You would be $54,879 to the good in your general fund, even under a no new revenue rate. If you were to adopt and decide to adopt the voter approval rate, you would be because that, and so you see the slightly higher income, revenue income, reflected from the 1.1809 to the 1.841. That's because you would be adopting that higher rate, the voter approval rate of 3.5%, and so then in the general fund you would be $86,828 to the good in your general fund if you were to adopt that. Now that is for your base budget. Again, we have not talked about the exceptional items, which we'll talk about in a minute. But this gives you how you would look with a no new revenue rate or a voter approval rate with just your base budget, which is what is reflected here in the expenditures. So I think there's been a misperception in times past of, oh, we don't have enough money to run the city. No, you do. And in fact, you could not raise a dime of new taxes and be $54,000 to the good, or you could raise 30 or 40,000 new taxes and be $86,000 to the good. You absolutely have enough to meet your basic needs for the city, but at 54,000, you certainly don't have enough to go fix up the facilities or fix too many water line breaks or things like that. So. Okay, then below that salmon, that salmon colored row, you're laughing at me. I don't know what else to call it. It looks salmon to me, right? Orange or whatever. Then you've got your other funds, your water funds, at 200. So your revenues less expenditures, you're about 129,000 to the good. Street maintenance, you've got around 200,000 coming in. That's again calculated off of estimated, projected, conservatively projected, but projected sales tax for 2023. Less your expenditures, your 59,000 to the good. Then you got your court funds that aren't hardly even worth talking about. Same with your debt service fund. This is your interest in sinking. Obviously, you can see you're slightly to the good on those in sinking funds. That's because it is sinking. That's pretty straightforward. You're always going to, be doing a little bit better as you pay off that equity or pay off that principal. And then the drainage fund. Once you get into the drainage fund, you're a little bit underwater, but that's usually kind of an anomaly on the drainage fund, and not really to be worried too much about. And then the wastewater, you're slightly underwater there, no pun intended, at 5,479. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the unexpended balances in these funds here shortly. Okay, so we have talked about then the two different options that you have at your disposal in terms of how much revenue you could raise, and then with the no new, if you leave it the same at the no new revenue rate or the voter approval rate. And so we've carried down from that top where we talked about that in the unrestricted general fund. This is where we start getting into really the nuts and bolts of the decision making that you're going to have to make here in a second. So look down where it says general fund budget balance. Again, this is in unrestricted funds what you have to work with for general fund budget balance, and that's 54,879 to the good under the no new revenue rate, or 86,828 to the good under the voter approval rate. Now, here's the part that most, or many, not most, but a lot of governments forget. You rarely get through a year and spend all of the dollars that you budgeted for the year before, and so you tend to build up an unexpended balance from year to year. Maybe one year you get through the year and there were $200,000 of things that you didn't spend money on. In many governments and in many small cities, those dollars used to be or tend to get forgotten about. It's very easy just to come in, adopt your tax rates, tax everyone, plan your budget, and then wash your hands of it and not ever remember at the end of the year what your ending balance or beginning balance was for the next year. Well, that's fine, but then you end up with a big unexpended balance that you're really not, that you should be spending and you're not. I think the appropriate approach to governance is to tax as closely to appropriate as you can, collect those funds, put a certain amount aside for a rainy day, and then spend the rest. And that's how you know where you should be from year to year. With that said, we project that at the end of this year, we would have an unexpended balance of about $1.2 million. Okay, so then you would add the 50. So under the no new revenue scenario, you would add your 54,879 to the good, plus your unexpended balance at the end of the year of 1.2 million. But then you can't forget about the rainy day. And about 4 years ago, we really started trying to focus on this. We have slowly and surely built up from about a 60-day reserve that we had 4 or 5 years ago, and we've been very diligent about it over the last many years, and we're now up to a 4-month reserve, which is the kind of the minimum, the floor that this council and previous councils have said. We need to at least have always a 4-month
Question.
reserve. Yes.
To put a fine point on it, 4-month reserve of O and M or O and M and debt service?
Everything.
Okay. Every O and M and debt service.
Correct?
Yeah, in other words, if we have, well, usually in the fall, you have no revenue coming in except for sales taxes. So if something was to happen, you have enough money in the bank to pay the bills until December, January, when property taxes start coming in. And that's the reason why the auditors recommend a 4 or 5 month reserve to cover those bills that you have in the fall. That way
Okay.
you don't have to borrow money to pay the bills.
But would it count, it would count your debt service as well, right?
Sir.
It would count the debt service as well.
Yeah, the debt service is not included because debt service normally, the first payment is in January.
You've got it for the,
And
you've
so
got the
that-
cash up
yes,
front for
yes,
the year.
ma'am, right.
Okay,
So the 4 and 5
It's-
months reserve is strictly for your operations.
okay,
Okay.
operations.
Good question, I didn't
Okay.
realize that. Okay,
Mayor,
and so we have typically, we've always, or for the last several years, we've maintained a 4-month reserve. This would bump that slightly to a 5-month reserve of 1.1. So by the time you look at where you are after revenues less expenses, plus UB is your unexpended balance, plus your 5-month reserve, you then are left with what you actually are going to have to make decisions with here momentarily, and that is your discretionary spending for decision of, under a no new revenue amount, no new revenue scenario, it would be $142,934 to make decisions off of, or under the voter approval rate, you would have a total of $174,883 to spend on exceptional items. Now, the only thing I'll say on this, and then we'll move on to the exceptional items themselves. I would caution you not to go, in the decisions you're about to make for exceptional items, I'd caution you not to go above either the 54 or the 86, so really the 86. I would caution you not to go above if your intention is to do the voter approval rate, I caution you not to go above 86,000 in ongoing expenses. Or if you think your intention is to adopt the no new revenue rate, I would encourage you not to go above 54,000 for ongoing expenses. But you're going to see in the decision documents that we have coming up that there are a number of, outside of your COLAs, really everything else is pretty much one-time spending. If you're buying a backhoe, I mean, not that you won't ever buy a backhoe again, but if you're buying a backhoe, that's a one-time thing. If you're given a COLA, that's an ongoing expense. So I think it's prudent for you to try to not go above those discretionary numbers, that 54 or the 86, depending on what you're comfortable with adopting, for your ongoing expenses. And then there's a slight caveat to that when it comes to some of the street stuff that we'll talk about, and the wastewater that we'll talk about, because you do have some additional UB or unexpended balance in those restricted funds as well. So that's slightly different because that's not coming out of your Fund 100, that's coming out of your restricted funds. So you kind of get a free shot at some of those expenditures. But even then, it probably needs to still be in that one-time spending category. All right.
Hey, Gavin, before we go on.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like the 5-month reserve is based just on the general fund expenses,
Correct.
right? So not including the debt service, but also not including the water, wastewater,
Yeah.
all of those other things, so
Great point.
just the general fund.
Any shortfall in those other
Yeah.
revenue sourced
Right.
accounts.
And can we clarify something
Yes, ma'am.
that you said earlier about the no new revenue being, that you write the same check as you wrote last year? The no new revenue doesn't guarantee that an individual homeowner pays the same, right? It is that
Because of
the
valuation.
overall value that we bring in on the properties that were taxed last year is the same?
True.
Yeah.
So your
depending
taxable
on-
value.
Depending on how your property evaluate,
Sure.
your appraisal, whatever, adjusted compared to everybody else's.
That's a fair statement.
It could be different even if we are getting the same amount of money
Right.
overall.
It's just
But-
not our fault. Yeah. Alex.
Clarification on the unexpended balance.
Mhm.
Is that doesn't mean, at first I was thinking, oh, we did all this analysis, we have our projections of revenue, we have projection of what we're gonna spend, and we ended up like just looking at the no new revenue column, we ended up with like 55,000, okay, extra. Then I was like looking at it, oh, you just add back 1.2 million for some reason, I don't know, I still don't quite understand where that comes from, but, and then you're saying that you need to have like 5 months, so we calculate what 5 months of our spending is, I guess, and that comes out to about 1.1 million, and subtract it out, and that's how you're saying we have like that 143 in that column for discretionary spending.
Right.
So, but where does the 1.2 come from again? The million?
So let me explain it like this. I'm gonna explain it like a household budget.
Mhm.
So if
It's money we already have.
It's
you're
money
right,
we
it's
already
money we
have,
already
okay.
have. So
Okay.
if I make $100,000 this year and I've budgeted for my family on how to spend every dollar of that 100,000, but I get to the end of the year and we didn't take that trip to Disneyland, and we didn't fix the back fence, and we didn't get a new car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh look, we only spent $80,000. Okay, cool. We've got $20,000 left. That's UB.
I see. Okay. And just over the history of this city, it's built up to that 1.2. Okay.
Correct.
And not casting stones, but on occasion in the past, it's just sort of like that 20K never existed,
Mhm.
and like we just switched our focus to an 8% tax increase and budgeted for the next year, and then everybody just sort of like pretended like we spent all the money before, but
Mhm.
we didn't. It was just building up in the bank, which is
good.
honestly it's not a terrible thing, because it's how the city before had like an unofficial reserve.
Mhm.
So they didn't say, well, we're shooting for a 4-month reserve. They just said, hey, we still got a lot of money in the bank. That's good. So this is a more defined, like, no, we know that a 5-month reserve is what the auditors look for. It's what the credit rating agencies look for. They'd actually like it to be 6 or maybe 7 or 8, but like that's fine. We'll slowly build it up over time. We're not going to do that all at once. But
Mhm.
so
I see.
we're being just more methodical about it and saying, no, let's shoot for a 5 this year, and then let's go ahead and do some other good things, like buy a backhoe and buy a camera to look in, the water lines and stuff like that. Instead of like the meeting that Ashley and I had earlier this week, which is like, we only have 54,000. It's not going to cover all the exceptional items. Well, no, let's dip in. Let's actually spend some of these dollars that we've collected to actually do some of the things that we need to do. So,
Okay.
helpful?
Hopefully.
All right.
One
Anything?
question though.
Yes, ma'am.
That last point. So, let's say we've got 1.2 billion unexpended balance. Do we use some of that this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Or do
no.
we use it
No.
next fiscal year?
That's what I'm projecting at the end of this fiscal year.
That is projected
Oh,
at the
for the
end.
end of this,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
And so
projected.
That's the beginning for the new year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Similar to
We have a
maybe the
little wiggle
comptroller's
room.
budget revenue estimate.
we have a little wiggle room to get that computer so people can come look at
Oh, you
permits.
got it.
Okay.
Which is a
Just
good
thought.
segue.
Just a thought.
Yes, which is a good segue to the next worksheet. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was kind of doing it for Tom, but Tom left. He's coming back. He got so bored. Okay. Okay, we're gonna kind of. Okay, sorry. You ready? I'm gonna.
Is this on the,
Hey, actually,
Are
will
we
you?
sharing the screen?
What's that?
I said, are we sharing the screen?
We are not. Unfortunately, we're not able to. This is in the packet, but unfortunately, our people watching from Zoom and on YouTube cannot see.
So
it.
if you're watching from
So,
if
I
you're
was just gonna say then, so nobody can read that.
yeah, if you're watching
Right.
online, you can go to the budget packet that is
Mhm.
posted on tonight's agenda, and we are on the on the document called Proposed Exceptional Items FY 2022-2023. And then I'm gonna sort of lay it out, and if you'll explain to council, Ashley, how this works, so, or if you'll point as I'm talking about it. So, the exceptional item numbers on the far left are the exceptional items that we've gone through previously. All of them you have seen, except I do apologize, I did not realize until today when I was going over everything and studying for tonight that we had talked about the tree trimming in that exceptional item 100-30-1, and we did also talk about the repairs per the paving assessment in exceptional item 100-30-2. But I had, for some reason, we just had forgotten to do the actual budget exceptional item forms. So we'll talk about that later. Those will come out of UB, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So the items at the top that are highlighted in yellow, that gives you the total cost to a 1% cost of living adjustment, a 2%, a 3%, a 4%, and a 5%. You have seen the 1, 2, and the 3, but I told you at the last work session that I would also bring you a 4 and a 5. The next column, and the reason they're highlighted is because these hit all funds, and so you'll see the total cost there in the total cost column, but then you actually see how much it hits in each particular fund. Yes, ma'am.
Do the dollar amounts for the COLA include the benefit impacts of the COLA?
All of the benefit impacts, yes.
Okay, all right.
Correct, Abel?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So that is a turnkey number. And so you get the total cost, and then the general, and then if for these funds, because it's split across funds except for street, it tells you how much would come out of each fund. And then you have the gator, the backhoe, the oak wilt, the legal planning for the commercial zoning updates, and the MOPAC legal expenses. Those are not going to be for decision, but we left them on the sheet tonight so that you could see that they were taken care of in the RCDC budget, so they won't hit your budget. You don't have to worry about it. They're already budgeted for in RCDC. Then you have the computer that was just mentioned by Councilwoman Brown. The
It's in there
why don't we have that
I
twice?
was just gonna ask her.
It was such a good idea, Brooke, that we decided if you
We
wanted
could
to
have
do
two.
2 of them. All right, so we'll just decide on that once. And then you got the push camera that would come out of just the wastewater fund. That was a request by Public Works. And then the 2 new ones would be the tree trimming and the repairs for the paving assessment. And those come out of the street fund. Now in the box to the in the bottom, in the yellow box to the bottom, when you make a decision, we'll kind of do a little straw poll, and the status then will change to approved or disapproved. And then, because Ashley is so awesome at Excel spreadsheets, it will populate all of the different cells, and then you'll see a running total of what you have left to spend down in the yellow box, and you'll have a running total of how much more you have to spend under a no new revenue rate scenario, and you'll have a running total of how much you have to spend in the voter approval rate scenario. And then you'll also see where you are in terms of the available water fund, the available street fund, and the available wastewater fund. And just for your knowledge, if you will likely start going negative in the water, the street, and the wastewater funds, but once you start going negative, you don't need to worry about that too much, and because we've given you the unexpended balance for water, street, and wastewater down below. And if you'll recall, those are all restricted. So the things that you will have an option to spend, like the tree trimming and the street paving, those are appropriate expenses to come out of your street, which has a UB of 469. And honestly, we need to spend some of those dollars on actual things that are related to street maintenance. So it's a very wordy, long explanation, but does everybody understand? Okay, with that, and Ashley, now Ashley, are you able to do you want to do can you update things from there? You want to do it?
Think-
I'll take care of it on the screen. I'll do my best. So y'all, as you decide, we'll update numbers.
Okay,
Can,
you do you, however that's going to
But
be.
it's
Mayor.
gonna update on there, but not on our screens.
Correct. That's
You have
That's correct.
Mayor.
We may have to blow it up a little bit.
I can't
Bef-
read it
Mayor.
anyway.
Yes.
Before we jump into this, can you just repeat what you said about the tree trimming example? Like there's the streets. You mentioned something like we have a 469 balance. Where?
Yeah, so the tree so when like for instance, if you were to adopt the tree trimming and the repairs per the paving assessment, so
Mhm.
the actual paving assessment is already budgeted for in the base budget, right?
Okay.
This 75,000 though is saying, hey, once we do the paving assessment, wouldn't it be great to actually start doing, maybe it's 70, I don't know, maybe it's 50,000, maybe it's 75, maybe it's 100, but
Mhm.
let's start on a rolling 10-year cycle of starting to do some street repairs each year.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you were to adopt those two things, that would be $95,000. Now, if you'll look under your street department amount available, you only have 59. So if you adopt those, they both come out of streets, but you only have 59,000 that's available this year.
I see.
But you have a built-up unexpended balance of 469,000, and that 469 can only be spent on things appropriate for street maintenance and streets. Anything that you can realistically say is streets. So tree
Mhm.
trimming, this particular type of tree trimming, came to light when we did the last round of street sweeping.
Mhm.
And you'd go along, there was a good example on my street, you could see where the street sweep was going along, and then there was some branches that were overhanging the street, and you could see where the street sweep just kind of veered off and then veered back on and got back on the street, sweeping the street. Well, we need to trim so
Yeah,
that
that is.
the
Okay.
street sweeper can go straight.
I see.
And so that's why it's justifiable to have tree trimming in a street expenditure.
So sorry, one more thing. So if we look at the street department amount available, the 59,000, that would come from the previous sheet that we just looked at. That 59 would show up where the expenses minus
Correct.
revenues is equal to that.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
In fact, if you look over on that sheet, you see that same 59,006
Mhm.
reflected in that,
Okay, I see.
in those columns.
All right, thank you.
And that's just simply, we expect a 200,100 dollars in revenue, and we expect $141,094 in expenditure, which leaves you 59,006. That's that same 59,006.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'll open it to council. We can talk about it as much as you want in terms of COLAs. I'll just tell you, historically, the last many years, or at least as long as I've been doing this, we've always given a 2% COLA. I've always advocated, when I was in your position, for a 2% cost of living adjustment, because historically, the world operates on about a 2% inflationary rate. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but historically that's roughly where it is, and I have always felt like that was appropriate to keep the power of the dollar up with what we're paying our people. Obviously, we're in different inflationary times. I don't think it's appropriate to come to you and advocate for a 10% cost of living adjustment or an 8% cost of living adjustment. I will say, some staff would like over a 5%. So just so you know, that is, a discussion point among our staff. I can't in good conscience recommend that to you, and I'm happy to make your argument back to staff of why why that's not appropriate. I can, however, justify in this particular time a 4% cost of living adjustment. You know, it's twice what we usually do. It's twice the historical inflationary rate. You know, inflation's not going to stay at 8% forever, and you know, over time, I think it drops back. Probably is, you know, 16 months from now, but I think 4 is fair, and I think it gets them through a rough patch, gets our staff through a rough patch in terms of the power of their dollar, but it doesn't break the bank, and it doesn't get too out of whack in the out years. So my suggestion, my recommendation to you is 4% COLA, but we've given you 1 through 5 to choose from. And obviously, if you want to go higher, it's up to you. Just add the numbers together and tell us what you want to do. Again, this is a work session, and these are not final decisions on the budget. So I'm not going to ask you to necessarily make a motion and vote on it, but I would ask you to make something that sounds very similar to a motion, and then talk about it and give me like a thumbs up or a thumbs down or whatever, because we'll take that back, and then we're going to fill out and finalize a final budget for you and bring it back to you in final form for you to adopt the budget, and then you'll know at that time exactly what you'll know tonight what you need to do in terms of a tax rate as well. So I'll help you through this. I'll start with, are there any takers on the 4% COLA?
I have a,
Yes.
I was gonna say, if I were gonna make a motion, I would move for the 4%.
Yeah, I have a,
will say that the Statesman today had an article about the city of Austin and their proposed salary increases.
Mm-hmm.
And they are proposing a 4% increase for their staff. They're also proposing a 40% increase for their city council members.
Well,
Can we get
We
that?
can prove that here too, since 40% is 0.
40%
Yeah.
of nothing, it's still nothing.
You could do all of
Let's go for
that.
100.
Well, in spite of Austin being also for 4%, I'm still for it.
Well, just thinking that if we are considering the general, right, for staff retention and what is available in the area, it would
I think
be
it's the
smart
right.
to at least do the same thing that the city
Yeah,
does.
I think it's the right. I think it's the right compromise. It's double of what we've been doing historically for the last several years. And I'll also commend this council, or in previous councils, or well, I was on the previous council, so I guess I can commend all of us. But you know, we did a 2% in the COVID year too, when a lot of cities were not doing. I mean, they were all buckling down and leaving everybody kind of to fend for themselves. So you know, I'm proud that we, even in tough times and very uncertain times in the last 2 budget cycles, have still put our people first and did a modest 2%. So anyway, I think 4% is fine. Councilwoman McKee.
I've got one question. So I'm trying to follow. We've got 54,400 basically to, lack of a better term, play with, and if we do the 4, that takes 52,388.
It does.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It does, and that's a good point to point out. And so you can be either comfortable with, going a little bit above for a continuing expenditure if you want to stay in the no new revenue rate, or you could justify, moving into that voter approval rate of 3.5%. Again, when we talk about the voter approval rate, just in hard numbers, and we're talking about what, 35,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, gosh, it's not much even to say that you adopted the voter approval rate. We have over $1 billion in taxable, in rooftops, and we'll raise an extra $35,000 with a 3.5% increase. So it's pretty reasonable to go to that voter approval rate. Anyway,
Okay.
but you're correct. it would eat up, if you're wanting to stay in that no new revenue, it would eat up and go slightly above it for the general revenue piece.
Okay, just wanted to, no, I'm following, right?
Yep. All right, Roxanne, so you would be a yes on the 4%. Sarah, it sounded like you would be a yes. Phil, would you be a yes on the 4%?
I'm a yes.
Yeah, you know me, I'm always like, we can't afford it.
I know. I'm very proud of you. I was the old budget hawk, so I'm glad there's still one.
But yeah, I mean, I could probably get on board with that.
Yeah,
All right. And Brooke, would you?
I could do that too. I have another question though.
Sure.
Okay, each of the cost for each line item of COLA, 1 through 5, is included here, but what's included, not including COLA, so the 234,000 doesn't include
That's right.
COLA.
Because we
Okay.
we couldn't tally that because we didn't know
Sure.
what decision you would make, so we
Sure.
couldn't. Yeah.
So the rest of these items, what sources of funds could they be funded from? They would either have to be the voter approval rate or from an unexpended balance.
Yes.
Okay.
And let us fill this first one in, and then I think you're going to see the beauty of this Excel spreadsheet. So, all right. So we're going to then, Ashley, if you would do disapproved for 1, 2, 3, and then approved on 4.
I'll fill those in a
You
minute.
can fill those
so-
in a minute.
Okay.
Oh,
And
So
then-
yeah,
that
I was like
takes
looking at my
our
screen,
total,
expecting that it was going to update. I was like,
general fund amount down.
Can she do it on her own?
Yes.
Try
So
it.
that then takes so with that approval, you now have 90. You have $90,000 in the under the no new revenue scenario, and you have 100 and you have what is it?
122,495.
122,495 under the voter approval scenario. And then we'll go to the, I think we'll go to the Gator next. So I've got to make myself some notes here, hold on. Actually, just for Councilwoman Brown, I'm gonna go down to the computer.
Yay.
I'm going to pull up exceptional item 100-15-1. This is computer for reviewing building permit applications. This would be a total cost of $2,000, and that $2,000 would come out of the general fund. We'll do this. This is a good, easy, low-hanging fruit one, and then you can see, if you'll scroll up a little bit so they can see it in real time when it comes off the bottom line.
Okay, I'm not sure I can do both. Well, maybe I can do
Yeah,
both on this one.
There you go. Right.
Okay, so we want to see this one and
Yep. Okay, so, well, let me ask them if you're all, so I know Councilwoman Brown wants to do this. I see a shaking head from Sarah. There's 2. I see Roxanne. I see Phil. Alec, my budget hawk. Where are you on the 2,000 for the computer?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay.
I might have a computer though.
You're out.
So I can just donate.
You're
Thanks.
outgunned anyway, so it just got approved. So, okay, so that got approved, so the 2,000 goes in there, and now you're down, to, I can't read it.
88,
88,
546.
546, and 124.95. See how that works?
Yep.
Man, that's great. That's great.
Thanks. I wish we could fit it all on one page. I will also mention it's further zoomed out, but this is through Zoom now. So if you're at home on Zoom, you're able to see this. The recording will not pick it up because our recording does not pick up Zoom, but those at home are able to see this spreadsheet now.
Okay, great.
Probably reduce it to 90%, still be big enough. Yeah, see it up at the sort of the top there, it says 100%. Go over left, see.
Might be low hanging fruit.
Yeah, you can still see that.
I mean,
You could
table.
scroll up and you get probably almost all of it.
All right.
Very few people do. No, wait a minute, everybody does.
Now I'm gonna go up and take up the Public Works Gator, all funds -2. Now this isn't all funds as well. You'll have 5,400 that would come out of the general fund. You'd have 72 coming out of the water fund and 5,400 coming out of the wastewater fund. And you can see what that would do to your discretionary balances at the bottom. I will say, as I said when we laid out this originally, have been in this gator. If you haven't been in this gator lately, it is beginning to cost more than it's worth. So, is everybody?
I think that gets a lot of use,
It does get a lot of use,
Mhm.
and it will especially.
and it's way cheaper than another pickup truck.
It is cheaper than a pickup truck. Yes.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
So our police meter, as you're familiar with, it's a four-seater.
Yep.
It's a little more expensive, but I was able to get that for $11,000.
Oh, really?
Brand new. So if you're gonna go with another two-seater, four-seater, I can get it cheaper than $18,000.
Well, look at that. We're already saving money. We're going to save money even if
Thank
you.
you.
approve it. Well,
I'll work on that.
well timed. Great. Thank you. All right. So with that, that would be a maximum number to 18. So Sarah's saying yes. All the middle crew saying yes. Brooke's saying yes. Alec.
Sure.
All right.
As long as I get.
His spirit.
Giving up already?
Well, I'm just, I mean, part of me is just, I just want to like play around with different scenarios of what it is and that, and, hey, but we'll keep going this route.
All right. So we did that. Now what? I'm fully blind. What is
I
that?
can't see. I can barely see.
Uh,
Yeah.
the gate,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
tractor is
What's
next.
the-
Oh, did
what's
you
that one?
want
'Cause it
to,
can
so
update.
the,
Final 83,
Oh.
146.
Because it's showing what the
Oh,
balance
that didn't
is.
drop enough.
Okay.
And 115 on that.
yeah, I think it did.
Is it?
Yeah, it was at 88, and since only 5400.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
My bad. Oh yeah, that's a good. That was a good example too because it was crossing those other funds, so you actually had some decrease in the water.
No.
and wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
I missed that. Okay. All right. Let's go down. I'm trying to kind of say. I'm trying to get some of this lower stuff that I think definitely needs to happen. Let's go down to 800-60-1 for the push camera. And Sandy, is it Sandy? The push camera, that would be 12,000. This would come out of the wastewater, solely out of the wastewater fund. This is the camera that Izzy logged on and told us about. This is what we would use to get into some of the drainage features and under some of the streets. I highly suspect that we have some real problems, and we may make some drainage a whole lot better if we actually can see what we're doing. So I think this one's well worth it. I'm seeing lots of yeses.
I mean, the only question I had about that is I thought that he said that was only good for just from the street to the house or something. That wouldn't.
Well, it's really mainly for like the culverts. I know Sarah and I looked at.
And wastewater too, right?
Yeah, you can
The
do it in
lines,
wastewater
yeah.
too. I think they're really. I've instructed them to do a lot of clean outs of existing stormwater drainage, and I think that they figured out like what we looked at down here at the bottom of Nixon. Like it's fully like you can't. In some instances, you can't even see where the
Like
where the
opening is.
concrete pipe is, and so it's trying to use this for some of that. So.
And so to be clear, this would come out of the balance that an unexpended balance that we have in the wastewater fund, 800 of almost 200,000.
Actually, on this one, you still are not quite out. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes, since we're already in negative territory, yes, it would come out of the UB for wastewater, which you have 196,000 that have to go to this sort of thing.
Okay.
And then reading through the argument for the scope, basically, is he was saying it was gonna save us a lot of money, that we would have to basically hire a third party to do some of these things.
Yeah.
So that's part of his, that's part of his argument
Mhm.
for us to get this, is so that we can do it in-house instead of getting a contractor.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is everybody good with the push camera? All right.
Yeah, at this rate, we should just say yes to everything and then look at where we stand.
Well, you don't need to feel bad about it because we've gone down in a nice path to get here. So, It's just proof that we only put in things that we need.
No.
All right, and with that, let's go to the Wilt Prevention. This is exceptional item 100-10-100, and this is for $30,000, and this would all come out of the general fund. So obviously this is the issue that we've talked about. This would be a placeholder we still have not worked out, as Phil and I have talked with you all about previously. We haven't totally figured out exactly how we're going to approach this, but it would be a placeholder and a reminder that we do need to remember to go back to that and address it. So I don't think we have a lot of option on this one, but if somebody wants to.
My one comment here, I was a little skeptical early on about having, you know, how we're going to use these funds, but one thing I've noticed is that there, one example, my backyard backs up to a little strip of park property that I suspect Flo ensured that when the McMahon tract was sold, in order to be able to buy the park, that this little strip come and protect a true heritage oak that's probably 18 feet in diameter. It's huge. And it's now a block away from Oak Wilt. So even if we take some of that money and protect trees on city property,
It's not a
I
bad
think
idea.
I think we need to consider that. That's convinced me that we need an Oak Wilt fund.
Mhm.
If it's a possibility to use it in part to protect trees on city property and the park, including the park. So, I'm a
Okay,
yes
that's
on that.
that's good to know. Okay, great.
And the costs have gone down on treatment quite a bit since the last time I priced it.
I have a feeling some of those
And it's
things.
more effective, I think, too.
Do you have any idea, for example, what the treatment of that heritage oak might cost?
The company I've talked to, it is a set amount based on the diameter of the tree, but if you have several trees or a larger project, then that cost per foot of diameter or inch of diameter comes down. But, you know, for about a 12-inch diameter tree, it's about $150 a tree. So, not bad compared to where it was a decade ago.
Okay. So, everybody, I see yeses here, Oak Wilt,
Sure, I'm.
going along,
there's
getting
more than-
along.
There's,
He's saying.
there's more
saying
than
yes.
3 people that already said
Yes.
yes. So, yes.
Okay, I'm seeing yeses on the Oak Wilt for 30,000, so let's approve
We'll find
that.
Okay.
You already done it?
Yes.
All right, what does that put the totals at?
That put our general fund at the NNR at 53,146 and at the voter approval rate 85,095.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do these two at the bottom. Well, actually, we're gonna have, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll do these two at the bottom that are the 100-30-1, that's the tree trimming for $20,000. This would be street related. This would be, as we talked about earlier, tree trimming to ensure that we've got visibility around corners. This would also be tree trimming prior to repaving projects and tree trimming prior to street sweeping for $20,000. And this would, you are in negative territory. This does have to come out of the streets. Well, are we in negative territory yet? No.
We are not yet.
No. So you still have 59,000 here to work with before you go into negative territory. But then once you go into negative territory for streets, you've got $469,000 in unexpended balance to do some things related to streets. So with that, tree trimming.
I am going to say that I am in favor of this. I am also in favor, and I don't think that we have done a notice to the residents to remind them of what the requirement is for trees to be the 14 feet above the street, and to encourage, because some people are doing their own trees, right? And I think that a lot of people would like to have control over what happens on the trees in their yard. So if we encourage people to do that, then it would reduce how much we have to spend of city money to get that
Yeah.
same thing done.
No, I agree with that. And I think that we would definitely try to do that, because I don't want to get into hot water when we just start. And some of it, we say it's tree trimming, and that's what's in our minds. But like on my example with the street sweeping, a lot of it's underbrush. Like in some of the areas, it's just underbrush. I mean, it's
Well, people's landscaping.
the one that's in my mind is it's not in a yard, so it's not anything.
Then that may be the city's property?
It is, well, it's one of those weird spots, but anyway. I'll show you sometime. Are we all good with the tree trimming? Yeah, Alex.
Yeah, I'm good with that. The 20,000, is that like our experience, what we think it'll be? Or kind of
Yeah,
back
it
to
was
Sarah's one?
honestly a conversation with Izzy.
Okay.
He's got a guy.
Okay. Okay.
And it was just kind of a discussion of what we thought was reasonable. We actually don't, it probably won't cover it all, but it'll make a dent.
Yeah.
And to Sarah's point, if we try to coordinate and do some things with neighbors, maybe it's a little bit less.
Mhm.
All right, so yes, we're good here. We're good. All right, approve it. Tell us what we've got.
Just have impacted our street department down to 39,000.
So it only impacts streets, and you're down to 39,000 on streets. Okay. Now we're gonna go into negative territory here. This is the 100. I'm gonna pull up 100-30-20. This is repairs per paving assessment. Again, the paving assessment is already budgeted for in the base budget. And then once we do that, this 75,000 would be to start getting us on a cycle. Yeah, on a maintenance cycle. To be honest with you, will we have time in a year to go out for bid for the pavement assessment and do that and get it back and prioritize everything and get this out for bid? I don't know. That's probably a little aggressive, but it's good to have it and to know that we're going to try to. And it may be one of those things we don't get to until the last quarter of the year, but I think it would be good to. We got to start sometime, and I think now's a good time. So, you will, if you do approve this, you will go into negative territory on streets because you've only got 39,000 in available funds this year. But again, you have an unexpended balance that's built up over the years, and these are restricted funds, and that unexpended balance is 469. So, everybody good with getting us going on a repaving program for 75?
With the idea that we have to make sure we coordinate it with any water projects, so we are not
Absolutely, yeah.
paving things that we then tear up.
Ab-
And,
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep.
and remember that, Shanti was our big street paving guru when we did it the last time, and there is cost savings in quantity, right? So,
Yeah, quantity and single mobilization, so,
Right.
yeah.
so
Absolutely.
we need to factor that in too, instead of doing it
Well,
every year. It's
I
not
honestly think
necessarily
too that there's, if we have this available to us, we have the street assessment done, if we were to have a bond that's ready to go on for water, and then we say, oh, look, we've got streets that need some work over here, we got water that needs some more. I mean, I don't know if there'll be overlap, but if this is the path we have to take to figure that sort of thing out, so.
Same with drainage.
All right, so I'm seeing yeses on the 75, going once, going twice. Anybody object? All right, we're approving the 75,000. That does take us into negative territory of how much?
That goes to 35. Did I get that right?
Okay.
Negative 35.9.
And then, Abel, just remind me too, so occasionally when we go into negative territory like that, and this is what we were doing, when we saw those fund transfers, this is what was happening.
Correct.
So we'll probably go ahead and do a fund transfer in
Yes, sir.
from UB
Right.
to make, so on your worksheet tonight, it says negative 35, but we'll do a fund transfer in from unexpended balance to balance all this out in the final budget. And I think I'd like to do that in the adopted budget,
Correct.
because especially for the auditors, I think that's gonna be better for them to
Yeah,
see.
they want to see it balanced.
Yeah. Okay. So when this comes back, you won't see a negative number on your finalized budget. You'll see a transfer in from UB, and then that'll make it all balance out. Okay, so that's approved. All right, last but not least, so where are we?
We have our backhoe left. Backhoe or tractor.
And then how much do we have left, if you'll announce to them, so we've got.
Sure. In the general fund for the NNR, we have 53,146, and at the voter approval rate, it's $85,095. Because the backhoe is left and it would impact water and wastewater both as well. Our water fund, we're at 113,000, and then our wastewater fund, we are in the negative 31,600.
And you do have unexpended balance in the wastewater of 196. Okay. What are your thoughts on the backhoe tractor? Again, this is what Izzy visited with us about.
Tell us what this backhoe would do.
It's just a larger version of what we have now. The one that we have, you've talked to Izzy more about it than I have. The one we have now, it's not rated to pick up very heavy objects.
It's pretty small.
Yeah, it's pretty small. I
Yeah.
don't even know if it would pick up. We're about to start placing the generators on all the lift stations. So I don't even know if it would lift those generators.
I don't know. It has issues with pallets of
It has issues with
things,
pallets
so.
of water. it's,
Yeah.
it's
It's a little bitty.
It's small. So it would be a larger version of that. I have given them some projects to do related to the drainage infrastructure. And so they need some bigger equipment for that. So it would be
Water leaks.
water leaks, all those sorts of things.
They also had mechanical problems with that tractor that they have not been able to fix.
Oh, really?
They've taken it to the Kubota, I think, several times, and it shorts out. It dies all of a sudden.
Okay, I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
It's looking like the man
Sounds
paying
like
the
a
bills on it.
Safety hazard too, if you were lifting something and it, what's up, probably not a good thing.
Yeah. We would likely, we would likely sell it. Of course, I didn't know this until a minute ago, but sounds like we'll get a great price for backhoe that's shorting
It's in
out.
great condition.
What
Yeah.
kind of warranty do you get on this tractor?
We've had
That's
that
a
tractor
good
about
question.
6-7 years, I think. The small one.
But I mean,
That's a
what,
good question.
I'm saying if we bought a new one, what's the
Oh.
warranty on it? I mean, Kubota is, if we had a
I don't
problem
know.
with the
I don't know.
Kubota tractor before, we're proposing getting another one.
Yeah, I do not know.
Yeah, I will look into
Mhm.
that for sure. So this is the last one?
Mhm.
Okay, so you have, if you chose to do the voter approval rate, you would still be to the good, what, 10,000?
If we did it and yes, we would be to the good 10,000. We're at about 85,000 on the voter approval. So, and we would the general fund amount of this would be 15,000 only. So it's primarily water and wastewater.
And if you were to choose to do this, I would be willing to cut you a deal and go slightly under the 5-month reserve and just put like 1.1 or something like that in the reserve. So we're still roughly at 5 months, but you could, it'll at least balance it out for you here.
Well, in my view too on this is if we can buy this this asset that lasts several years, avoid some consulting or third-party contractor fees because we can do it with the tractor. I'm
Yeah,
happy
I
with that.
agree. I'm really happy with our public works guys right now. They're doing a great job, working really hard. So,
And I think, the other concern I have is going into the drought, it looks like it's gonna be an extended one, and if we have something we can get brush out of our own, city-owned properties to avoid potential fire, that's a good thing too.
that's a great point. Oh, actually, you know what? We wouldn't have to. It wouldn't hit. So you got plenty in the general fund, and the wastewater and water, we're gonna make UB fund balance transfers anyway. So actually, you're speaking of.
If we did the 75,000, if we entered in here, you can see that our amount remaining with our no new revenue rate is still 38,000, and then 70,000 at the voter approval. That makes our water fund at 83, and then our water fund in the red 61,698. But then with our 196,000, we'd be able to cover it with unexpended balance.
And still have significant unexpended
Mhm.
balance in both.
It looks like about 130 in wastewater, and water we wouldn't have to dip into it.
And what would you, and you still have in streets?
Streets we're at about 470, and if we lose about 35, we'd still be at about 435 in unexpended balance.
Yeah. So you're in good shape. You're actually in good shape to stay in the no new revenue rate if you'd like to.
Question,
Yes, sir?
actually, how did you didn't put the approved, I'm just watching how you mechanically use this spreadsheet, but it doesn't say approved. How did you know what the,
I put the number in.
oh, you
I
just typed it,
hadn't-
okay.
Yeah, I haven't gotten those figured out yet where they work at the same
I see.
time, but
Okay, okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
still-
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
just a test.
Mhm.
So knowing what your end numbers would be, are you all okay with the backhoe? I'm seeing Sarah at a yes. I'm seeing Phil, Roxanne, Brooke, Budget Hawk coming in.
I guess.
Hey man, I'm showing you how you can stay at a no new revenue rate and still do
Oh.
all these great things, man.
I know, it's. Yeah.
I mean, I can't write you a check back.
But don't.
I mean, I guess we could.
Just don't change the
Have to look
5-month
into that.
reserve. We don't
Right.
don't
I'm with
play
you
with
on
that.
that. I'm with you on
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing approval for the new backhoe. We're gonna put that in approved. Okay, with that said, we'll look here. So with all of those approved, so that's approval for a 4% cost of living adjustment, a gator, a backhoe, an oak wilt funding, a computer, push camera for public works, tree trimming for streets, and a significant paving assessment, or repaving program at 75,000, and that gives you, under a no new revenue scenario, that would put you 38,000 to the good. Under a voter approval rate, it would put you at 70,000 to the good. You're still in the black for your restricted water fund for current year. You would be slightly in the negative on your street department, but you've got plenty in unexpended balance to make up that difference, and in fact would be encouraged to do that. And then we have 61,000 negative in the wastewater fund, but we have an unexpended balance of 196, and so it's good that we would be chipping away at those unexpended balances in both of those accounts. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way to post this revised
Yes.
spreadsheet on our,
In the packet?
either on the budget page or on our packet page?
Of
Yep.
course.
Or both?
And we could mark it as, draft approved as of this meeting,
Mhm.
and then,
Yes.
of course.
Okay, Yes, sir.
So then what happens after this? Like,
So we were going to now go back based on all of these decisions and update the budget.
Mhm.
So we'll bring you back a finalized budget. You already know from this worksheet, what you need, what you can do, what your options are in terms of a rate.
Mhm.
And so when we come back, you will adopt a budget and then we'll adopt the rate.
We'll adopt our budget, and then we'll hold our public hearings, we'll adopt our budget, and then we will adopt our tax rate at the special meeting in September. So that can't be done on the same day as you hold a budget public hearing, so that's why that has to be done a few days later.
So this gets posted, this updated budget gets posted on the website, and then in the next couple of days, I guess.
Right, that would be the
Mm.
one that's filed with the city secretary and then posted to the website for the purposes of, people reviewing this proposed budget, before the public hearing.
Okay.
Yep, so that's what we'll do. I would, just as I did last year, I think we've got a tight budget here before you. I think we've shown a path to do a no new revenue tax rate, which is again what we did last year. I think that's good stewardship of the tax dollars, and I think it leads to a good conversation and a responsible conversation about a bond package. So I think if you can in 2 years in a row do a no new revenue rate, I think that you're proving that this council is proving before and today that you're being very responsible with tax dollar funds, and that it's responsible to have a discussion about the bigger ticket items. I mean, you can tell your friends and neighbors that we went through this process and you literally had the budget down to $54,000 or $86,000 in discretionary spending. I mean, we did some moving around of things with unexpended balance, but this budget that you're approving, you're at 54,000 basically excess or 86,000 excess. I mean, that's some tight budgeting. And I would say too, I mean, you see other cities. Do other cities go through this process quite like this?
Not in, not as detailed.
That's what I've seen. I didn't even know the answer to that question, but anyway. Any other questions?
Just hope
Yes,
that the sales tax revenues come in really strong next year.
I hope so too. And they're very conservative here. I mean, we
Mhm.
actually, we backed it off. We're projecting them to come in at 7. Well, that's why I gave you these numbers here. Well, they're not here.
We did bump
The
it up
last
a
two
little bit.
collections we've made this month and last month, they're in the high 80s. So the sales tax collections have been trending up.
Yeah, it was up in the 700s, and we budgeted here in the mid 6s, right?
Yes. So
Yeah, so we knocked about 100,000 off of what we think it's going to come in this year. So again, we're being very conservative with your revenues.
Okay.
Are we getting online sales tax now? Are we getting the online sales tax now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that has to help.
You are. Are any other questions? All right, it's a good workshop, and we'll bring back a final budget for you to make final decisions next time.
Thank you for all your hard work, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome, and big thanks to staff
And
too. I just
Ms.
pointed.
Lehman
Yes, I just pointed things. She's the
And
one that
Mr.
actually knows how to
Campos.
do the Excel
and
spreadsheet.
Mr. Campos too. Thank you.
It did take us 4 hours one day to find a mistake.
Yeah, I mean,
But we
true.
found it. All right. Yeah, is it okay? Can we take a short break? Is that okay?
Yes.
That would be
All right. we will-
Sandwiches are in the kitchen.
We will recess for 5 minutes. Council, come back to order at 7:38. We have completed roll call, we've completed the budget workshop, and we will now go to public comments on items not on the agenda. Do we have anyone who signed up for public comment? I don't see anyone.
It's too late.
Mr. Farrell, yes, sir.
Tom Farrell, 3223 Park Hills Drive. I have some comments on the bonds, but this that's on the agenda, so this is not on the agenda. The other day I was going up Edge Grove from BK's Road, and there was a delivery truck parked near Rollingwood Drive. And that is a very narrow road, and I would ask the council to consider making that no parking, and you've done, Mr. Mayor, you've done such a great job with the yellow paint. I'm sure we have some extra yellow
At
paint.
this point.
And we can just paint those curbs. It's too narrow, and if you have to go around a truck there, you can't tell if a car is coming down Rollingwood Drive making the turn in. It's this is one of our narrowest streets we have in Rollingwood. Now, we have some extra right-of-way the city has right-of-way there, but the street itself right now is very narrow. And I would ask the city to consider putting no parking. There is, part of it has no parking, part of it does not. And I think the whole street needs to have no parking. Thank y'all very much. And I appreciate everything y'all did for the budget, and I thought that was great. Good job, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And staff and everybody on that. Appreciate all y'all's service. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm becoming a standard operator. Okay, Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. Again, thank you for your service. Can't overstate that. I want to comment on a few items that are not on tonight's agenda. One, the burn ban. Thank you all for passing the burn ban on 7/20th. And I saw the public notice in the Picayune on 8/3. Thank you also. So now I have something to add to my file folder. This is a matter of utmost relevance and urgency right now. You may have seen the flashing signs on the message boards on Mopac as you drive. Caution, high fire, high danger fire, or whatever that wording is. I'm wondering if the city could send out a swift reach message alerting our community to the burn ban and share the link to a publication. And I have a copy here for you, Ashley, and whoever else, that you can. It's called Ready, Set, Go. Okay? And it's 10 page. I didn't make extra copies but it's an extremely informative booklet. And if you can send a link to people, and also a copy from Westlake Fire Department with all these guidelines. Okay, I'll give you both. And then I noticed that the ordinance says that a burn ban is in effect immediately upon declaration of a county burn ban. And Travis County effected a burn ban on the 7th of June. So it'll possibly stay effective until further notice is what I think. So it'll be good if we can inform our community to follow some of these guidelines and be aware of the high fire danger. The next thing I wanted to say, and this is really very important all the time, and that is communications with citizens. Again, this is not a criticism of y'all not doing enough, but I want to give you all a different take on this. So I want to draw your attention to a really dire need for the community to receive accurate and factual information about city matters. For several years, we used to receive, get, city newsletter. And I have a copy here. Let's see. I have a copy here. It just said, Rollingwood, city limits, and then it had City Hall news, life is good in the wood kind of thing. And it's got all these different notations of what's going on, breaking news, there's a bond election coming up, and it's coming from City Hall, not from a single entity. Okay? So, going on with that, for several years we got this, and then it stopped. Now, coming from City Hall, it had the stamp of approval that it was factual and that it was trustworthy, trusted. I know that a large swath of our community gets their information via social media and emails from neighbors and activists in the community. But everything that we read online is not 100% accurate. And misinformation can tend to confuse and sway the public opinion in negative directions. Since I pay attention, I can distinguish between what's real and what's not. I've come to learn that. But to ensure that information is available to the decision makers is also available to the public, and to give citizens full, clear, accurate information and ensure citizen participation in decisions that affect them, I would highly recommend that you start a newsletter. This is especially called for with an upcoming budget approval, a citywide election to choose a mayor and 2 council members, and the proposal for 3 bond issues, to name just a few issues. Please ensure that the newsletter is strictly fact-based so we can trust the information 100%. Perhaps the message board, I don't know anything about it, but that maybe can be used, but also need to be published in some way that people who don't have access to the internet can read it. Lastly, is there any way for citizens to comment on the consent agenda items that you all pass in one fell swoop? And there may be certain items there that some of us might want to comment on, and we don't have a way of doing that. I looked at some of the old information from old meetings. There were some P&Z meeting approvals. If you didn't go to the P&Z meeting, you don't know anything about it. And that was on the consent agenda and got passed. So how do we get around that is another question. That's all I wanted to say, and I'll leave all this with you. And thank you again for everything. I'll leave this with you, Ashley. Oh, sorry. There you go. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I may have more to say, but then
We'll be here.
okay.
Okay, any other comments on items not on the agenda? All right, hearing none, we will move on to presentations and call off agenda item number 3, a demonstration of the My Government online permitting software. Very exciting night for us here. We've been working very, very, very hard on this for many months, and Nikki has helped us finally get it across the finish line. And I think everyone here has met Nikki, and if not, please take some time. She's doing an awesome job, and we welcome her to the city. And with that, I will turn it over to you to walk us through what we have in My Permitting now, My Permits now.
Thank you, Mayor. For those of you I haven't met, I'm Nikki Dykes. I'm the Development Services Manager. I'm very happy to be here. I'm really excited that we actually do have this My Government Online that is available for everybody to use. It's still getting in the works, but I know that it has been a top priority for y'all to be able to look at projects that we have in. I know that a public-facing report has been posted to y'all's website every week so that you can see the new projects and the progress of certain ones, what's issued and what's coming. So we do have that available now online, and I will show you kind of how this works. So in order to find your report, you're going to want to go to our website, and you'll be able to go to support and your permit application. Maybe.
I think it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe. All right. Okay, so we have our permitting page, which I will be updating soon as well. Down here is for your My Government Online. That is your permitting program. So we'll click on that and it'll bring you to this page. Once you're at this page, I have attached items to the packet. There's different how-tos. The most important for you, if you're going to be looking for a certain project, you're going to want to create an account. And then number 6 is going to be accessing that public account. So to create your account, I've got step-by-steps, and we're going to go ahead and do that over on My Government. So over here, you'll follow those instructions and you will create an account. And from here, it's going to ask all of your information, your email, confirm your email, a password, however you want it, your name, your last name, and a phone number. This phone number is the most important thing that I've always learned. What's going to happen is that once you click that create that account, My Government Online will call you. So try to do a phone number that it is. That's kind of making sure that somebody else is not creating an account for you so that when you're submitting or looking for things, we know it's you. So once that call comes in, it usually takes anywhere between 30 seconds to about 2 to 5 minutes. It's usually pretty quick. You'll answer the phone, select one, that it's you, and you're verified. So once you do that, you'll be able to then log in. I've put my information already in here so that we can easily go. So we will log in. And it will tell you that you are signed in as your person, and you will want to go to accessing your public projects. And so I've got an entire thing here. Again, that's in your packet. It's posted online. If you don't have it or you want it, just email me, let me know. Come by, I'll print it out for you. So it's very descriptive. It will take you step by step. If you have any problems with it, again, let me know. But I'm pretty sure this will tell you how to do it all. So we'll go back over to the permitting program, and we'll go to permits and licensing and search for permits. From here, we will select our information. Once we click this development services, we have this new tab that comes available. You will click on that, and it's going to give you your custom project report. It's the only project report we have available, so you will click view. From here, it's going to let you choose specific addresses. If you have a specific one in mind, seeing if it's in the system. Again, the projects that we have right now, we have only about 70, maybe 82 projects in my permit now at this point. I will be working on getting projects that have already been applied for, but have been just kind of in limbo and aren't necessarily in the system yet. I'll be importing those in, putting them in, so that way we have everything that's active going forward in this project. So from here, you can search from that. You can select out certain projects as well. Right now, we're just going to create everything. You will click View Report, and it will generate your report. At this time, again, we're still kind of playing with everything, making sure it's everything that we want. We've got everything that we typically had in the older report. However, I know that this responsible party and the responsible party's phone number is very important to y'all, so that you know who to contact if you're having any issues or questions or comments. So we will be importing that information coming forward. Again, we only have, right now it's showing 41, but I'll show you in a second how to pull all of them. It will get you all that information, so I kind of have to retroactively go back in and fill out that information. So we do have that available. Now, if you want to see the report in full, you want to print it every week, or you want to save it every week, you can do that. So right here, I show you how you're going to be able to print and download the project itself. So we'll go back over here. And we will click on that, and we're gonna go ahead and wanna do it to a PDF. I hope this works for PDFs. Yes. So we'll generate the report for you. So with that, you've got everything. Again, it will give you all the projects unless you have filtered anything. So I hope that these how-tos help you work through anything. If there is something that maybe you're wanting to see and it's not out there, let us know. This is a very, very custom reporting and custom program. There's a lot of stuff that it's gonna stay, but with reports or being able to put different projects in and being able to filter them is really important. Again, I know Mayor and everybody who was here before I got here put this thing together so quickly. I've never seen it done like that, but for the way it's working now, y'all should be very impressed with them. Do y'all have any questions or anything on this?
When will we get the responsible person info?
That's, working through that. It's gonna be me manually entering that information. Yes. So, I think.
They
just added that.
Yeah, they just added that this morning.
Oh, the columns? Okay.
Going forward, that's gonna be a required thing for every permit that they must fill out. Beyond the responsible party form, so they can pull it to put into that table.
Okay. And then the other question is, if you know, this will only give you you can't actually access an application
Right.
or a permit plan from this, but if you come down, you'll at least know that it's been filed, you'll know if a permit's been issued, and then you can take the permit number and come down here, and sometime soon we'll have a separate standalone computer where you can access the files and see the permit.
Yes.
Is the plan, as I understand it.
That's
From
correct.
the budget, that's what it shows.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
And then
sir.
also just a note there too, I believe I recall from when you went through this with me. So if you see on the far right hand column, if it says issued, then you know that it's been issued. Can you go to that page? Yeah. And then if it's not, you know that it's pending.
It's still pending.
Yeah, it's still
Correct.
pending. So if you see nothing in that end category, then you just know
I
it's
do have one other-
it's pending.
This uses a different numbering system than the
Correct.
the old one.
So these, going forward, so with the current project list that we have, that we've been posting in the Excel spreadsheet, you will see the current numbering system. We've added a column, so anything that is in My Permit Now and kind of going through that system, you'll have two numbers.
Okay.
So that way you're still seeing that, but then you can still relate them to this. These project numbers will be what we will be using going forward. 22, obviously the year. So going forward, the year, once we hit January 1, I'll change to 2023, and then it'll start at 10.
And then we're looking at the, we're taking the full universe of all of the permits, and we're trying to clean those up too. But the priority has been this part too. But we're now going to start systematically cleaning all of the old permits up and cycling them out. I mean, there's stuff on there like, you know, a generator installation or like just random things that have just have sat there, yeah. And so we'll try to get that all updated.
Yes, sir.
So question, is this the same system that an applicant would use to file
It
an
is.
application? So why can't we see the application? Is it just a security thing or what?
So what we can do is I will get back to this. So if you were an applicant per se, I've got the different things, or the different how-tos. So you can how do I apply for a permit, respond, add, all these different things. So these would be things that if you yourself were going to be applying for a fence permit, you would go in and you would be doing this side.
Okay.
So again, it has everything for you. It's a how-to, step-by-step, doing that.
And the applicant can, Alec, to be clear, the applicant can see, they see every step.
Yeah, so they see, we'll just go for example here, my account. This is what the applicant will see. So I have had my information in here. Gonna scroll past that for you. So this will give you all the different things. So if a contractor is calling in inspections, it'll show all their different pending inspections. The great thing about it is it will show the different jurisdictions. So if they're working in other jurisdictions, it'll show the different cities and that. So that'll show for them, and they'll be able to do that. So if you look a little bit further, these will show your permits. So these are permits that you've applied for. They've been brought from the application process into it as a project. So then you see these project numbers. So these are a few of the things that I did at a previous city, and just being able to do some examples and such. So this is what a contractor would see on their side once they apply. You would be able to go in, and they are able to view their permits. They can go in. It will give them an overview of what their fees that they had paid, their inspections, how the inspections work. So once we start getting these projects in here, contractors will be going in and they will be applying and inspecting, or requesting their inspections through here. And so currently they have to go to a third party for our inspection company and look up all their stuff through there, download a form and everything. With this, it's right here. They're able to go in and pull up their inspection. So.
So another question I had, so for a resident, what's the, there's gonna be another computer, like how did, like, I think resident probably wants to like look at the plan, is the setbacks right, or like those kinds of things?
Yes, so what we would do is we would go in on the jurisdiction side, which is different than this facing account.
Okay.
So we have a back end, and it's called My Permit now.
Yeah, which was what, yeah, the other thing is that's a question, because this is My Government Online. I noticed you created the account through that, but then when you're on that other page, that was like My Permit Now.
Right.
And it seems like there's two systems
There
working
are.
together.
There are. So back when they began this program, it was called My Permit Now. In order for them to get it going and processed and not working with any other copyrights, trademarks, anything of that nature, they had to change it to My Government Online.
Okay.
So they are a government entity that is based in Houma, Louisiana, and it's actually South Central Planning and Development Services, and so they are kind of like Capcom here. So they've got that, but then they also brought this into life, and they've created this. So MGO, My Government Online, is the public-facing portion that everybody would see.
I see.
The My Permit Now portion is what we as the jurisdiction and the permit processors see. So we see a total different side. I know K-Freeze sees what we see, and they're able to go in and look at all the.
So it's gonna be, we're gonna have like just one account here that is the city's account.
You'll probably log into mine.
Okay.
So we'll log in, and then we'll be able to go in and see the plans, what's approved, what they've submitted, all those different things.
If you could go back to the Rollingwood website page that is the link to this. This language, I knew, cause I looked at other websites, how to go to get to My Government Now. But this says to apply for a permit, go to. And so we also need some language if I'm a resident and I want to see a list of permits.
Right, and we have, like I said before, I have not updated the webpage. I have been
Okay.
working, trying to
Just a
get
note.
things in here. Yes, ma'am, yes,
Just a
ma'am.
note.
So that will be the portion from where we actually have the forward-facing, report currently.
Okay.
There'll be a link there. There will also be a link, in building and development. There'll probably be something off as well on the main page. I'd
Okay.
like to have like a button to be able to go, and I'll take you
Where-
directly
And they
there.
can create their account
Mhm.
and also go there.
Yep.
Okay, good.
One thing maybe to add to when you're creating your account, because I went through creating the account, and as you pointed out, this is coming from Louisiana, so when they call you back, it's gonna be a
It's a weird
Louisiana
number,
telephone
yes.
number. You could actually put that in the directions. It says
And yes,
you will.
I've got that in there.
Oh, do you?
Um,
I don't remember seeing
maybe create an account. There you go.
Yes.
Yes. And I don't know the phone number it comes from, but you
Call
miss a
you.
call. Upon that, you'll get a verification call.
Right, but what I'm saying is to actually let people know that the verification call is going to be coming from Louisiana.
Okay.
Because I, for one, typically
You
don't
would think
answer
it would
my
be
phone
if it was a local
if I don't
number.
know the number. But since when I applied for this and it said you're going to be getting a call, I was like, oh, well, this might be them. And I answered it, and
Okay.
it was. But if you actually put that
Okay.
in the direction. Yeah.
Or at least give them the area code number.
Yeah.
You'll receive that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mine
but it
came
could-
up
I don't know
Louisiana.
if it-
da, da, da. Yeah.
I don't know if it comes from their 866 number. I don't care. I don't like. I don't
Well,
know
it came
if
up
it's
on
gonna
my
come
phone that it
from-
was Louisiana. I mean, it said
Okay.
on my phone anyway. It said Louisiana. I'm
I'll have to
like,
go
oh.
verify a few more numbers
Yeah.
and see what
Okay.
it comes up as.
All right.
Of
Yeah.
course.
I don't answer my
Yeah.
So excuse me, in order to look at any of this, you have to create an account.
Yes, ma'am.
So even
But
if
once
you're
you have an account created, then you won't have to do that again.
right,
Then you have to come
but
here.
which is very different than somebody just going up on our our webpage and looking at something.
Right.
So just so people understand that it's
A two-part
you're
process.
not creating an account only to apply for a permit. You have
Right.
to create an account to look at any of this.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Again, thank you, Nikki, for all of your work. Desiree, also, I know that you're quietly sitting in the back. Y'all have done a great job of working together and passing the torch to Nikki, and I really appreciate y'all, all of your work. And thank you for it. Any other questions for Nikki?
Oh, but let them, if they're done.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Just want to say that your government is actually working very fast. I got an email from, I've never met her, but it said, reminder, temporary construction fencing, Rollingwood, Texas. And it was sent to all the contractors. I'm not one, but I got one. Anyway.
I'm
to
impressed
remind
that
contractors
you're tuned
about-
in to the network.
I mean, this is good. It said temporary construction fences, make sure you do whatever, all these number 1 through 6. Please remedy any of your sites that may be in violation of the ordinance. Good. At your soonest convenience. Good. So that's good. Well, now I have another question.
She's good.
I have maintained lots of file folders.
Well, thank you.
Because I just do those things. I just care about the history of this
I
community,
appreciate it.
so I do that.
And any changes or anything that
No,
you'd
no,
like
it's-
to see, let me
it's-
know.
The way it used to be was the application form, whatever you filled out, was on the website. We didn't have a website when I was
Right.
Anyway.
Came and got
it
the
was-
papers.
Yeah, I could, that's why I have papers. And so it said all what they're gonna do, whether it's addition, a remodel, a new construction, whatever. That information was there with the projected cost and who the builder is and everything. It was all transparent. anybody could get that information. How do we access similar details unless somebody in the 250 feet from me is
Mhm.
building or doing
Notices you.
something, then I have a opportunity to come gather that information.
Yes.
If not, what happens? That's my question.
Okay. I mean, that is definitely something that we can talk about. I can pull this report and put it on the website weekly. If you would like
I mean,
a paper copy.
I think the answer to your question is you create an account and you just look at every week.
Yeah.
And
But if you're more tangible, you're more than
Yeah.
welcome to come in and I can print you the report and we can go through the report.
I mean,
The
it's,
goal is to have you focused on.
Doing other doing other things.
Not get it all automated.
But I am here for the community.
yeah.
Yes.
Not to take away from your time,
No, ma'am.
okay? But how I know you approved a standalone computer that I suppose we were supposed to have gotten in 2009 when I was on the council. We didn't have money for it. So anyway, I'm glad we do now. So people can come in here and look at it on that computer. So that we
Yes.
don't take away your time.
Yes, you can definitely do that if you if you did not have a
I mean-
computer or
Yeah, but
yours
if you're
wasn't
just
functioning
interested in
properly.
what's going on around you, you can.
You
be
pull
able
that
to in
report.
real time.
Okay.
You can pull the list,
Right.
but you can't see the documents unless
Yeah,
you
that's what
come
I
down
asked.
here.
Oh, I thought you meant just the list.
No, the list, I see that. That's
Right.
That's just a list. I mean,
Yeah.
but I don't know what's going on under that,
Right. Yeah, and
which
so,
we used to know before.
right, and the report I do believe has it does. It has the work type.
Mhm.
Probably I thought we were supposed to have the project description. Usually in that description you see a demolition or you see a swimming pool or let's do an addition. What are they adding on? Are they adding on a deck? Are they adding on a new house? Are they adding a floor? Yeah, I'll definitely do that because we need the permit or the project description. 'Cause
Yeah,
in a lot of these I do have the description of work and it's pretty laid out.
Great.
I think that would be great.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
That'd be a good
Yeah, that
addition.
would make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
We can definitely do that. Again, we're working with them and we're lucky we have this right now.
Yes, please.
All right, great.
Yes,
Thank you so much, Nikki.
Thank all of y'all
Anything else?
getting it done.
Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 4. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on the on the City of Rolling Wood's annual MS4 report. Lauren? To us about MS4. And I think at the end of this, probably an appropriate action would be for someone to move to receive the report. But we can get to that in a minute. Lauren?
All right. Good evening. My name is Lauren Winnick with Cave Freeze, and tonight I'm going to give a brief explanation of what a municipal separate storm sewer system is, also commonly referred to as an MS4 because that's a mouthful. And also go over compliance for the city and reporting. There we go. All right, so the purpose of an MS4 is to prevent pollutants from entering stormwater or surface waters in the state, to help prevent degradation of streams, also to help prevent or protect wildlife and human health. Some examples of some pollutants that might enter the surface waters include sediment from construction, as well as oil from vehicles, spills from roadway accidents, things like that. A broad overview of the TCEQ general permit. They have specific requirements laid out in there based on the EPA Clean Water Act, as well as the Texas Water Code. And as part of that compliance with the permit, Rolling Wood is required to submit a stormwater management plan. as well as annual reports. The stormwater management plan is in your packet. I think it starts on page 57. And this is generated every 5 years in compliance with the guidelines that are laid out in the general report. I believe on page 80 in your packet is where it starts kind of laying out the minimum control measures as well as the best management practices. And we'll get to kind of the broad overview of what those are. So there's 5 categories that the stormwater management plan has to include. Those are the public education and outreach. So some items that are laid out in the stormwater management plan include general outreach, like this council presentation, flyers. There's some located outside of the doorway here, and then updating information on the website. Then there's the illicit discharge and detection elimination. This includes items like making sure city staff is trained to be able to identify those. I believe Izzy is trained up on that. And then as well as enforcing and the penalties for the illicit discharge. The other category is the construction site stormwater runoff. So this includes reviewing plans, making sure they have the proper erosion control shown, and then as well as constructing or inspecting the sites during construction. The other item is post-construction stormwater management, so ensuring permanent vegetation is maintained and established. I don't know, making sure people aren't rinsing out paint cans into the street, that kind of thing. And then as well as the penalty-based enforcements for that. And then the last item is the pollution prevention and good housekeeping. So this includes items like making sure city vehicles are maintained and aren't leaking oil, street sweeping, and then cleaning out and maintaining the storm sewers. So KFA works with the city staff to make sure that we are meeting all the items that are laid out in the stormwater management plan. And we're required to do annual reporting every year. So all the items have to be completed within the calendar year, and then the reporting happens March of the following years when the report is due to TCEQ. And that's the high-level overview of your MS4.
Quick question. I've never thought to ask this. Are there any TCEQ funds available for any of those types of projects for the MS4? Like, is there any sort of grant funding or anything like that?
I don't know that I know that offhand, but it's something we can look into.
Let's look into that. We got a new cool camera coming. There's some things. We got a new
Pricey item.
backhoe coming.
Clean that out.
Might be more likelihood to have educational materials than
Yeah, I don't really care.
funding, but
I want,
that would be something.
I want cold hard cash. Anyway, there may not be.
Yeah,
Well,
we can
and
look into that or some
Check
kind
on
of
some educational
grants or
materials
something.
too. But mainly,
I have a question.
yes, ma'am.
If we're supposed to be detecting illicit discharges, who's doing that?
So that I think Izzy is trained in that. So,
Okay.
and I think any public works staff that drive around and see silt fence not in compliance, or if they notice people draining things they shouldn't be into the street, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's
I know
kinda-
there is some continuing education that happens throughout the year on some of that too. So, and I do think Izzy
Yeah.
is trained on that.
Izzy's got his certification, and then as city sees fit to make sure new people get trained up in that as well, and can detect those kind of discharges.
So we have council members, some of us who have dogs that walk our dogs, and we're out and about walking around the neighborhood on a regular basis. It would be helpful to have more education for just the community. I mean, not just council members, but the neighbors and the residents to know what is and is not okay. Because I think that's part of the problem, is that people don't know what's allowed or not allowed, and we don't, you know, I think there've been a few flyers that have come out, but I don't know how much.
Yeah,
they
there
get.
have been. We've sent some flyers. In fact, the last one I saw was a few months ago, and I was actually very impressed with the design and layout of it. It actually looked really nice. It was branded with rolling wood, so we might could look at doing that a little bit more often. The information I thought was good. Ashley, do you?
I think, are we required to do 2 a year mailers per our, or is it more?
It's definitely one.
Is it one?
Go
Okay.
to every
We can do
household?
more.
Yes.
We generally do them in the bills, but we can start doing, you know, separate kind of mailers and stuff as well if we need to.
Well, like swimming pool, water. That seems to me that would not be legal to run down the street.
Why?
Chlorine getting into the.
Drinking water and fish water
Into the streams.
and aquifers.
All right.
And
Well,
aquifers.
my point exactly. Because people are doing it, and it's,
Okay.
I'm sure not just that, it also draining down the street. Somebody was doing it on Rollingwood Drive.
Well, so
going
where are
across
you
the
supposed
street,
to-
going up.
So, tell me a few bars on what you're supposed to do with your pool water. If it's, do I just let it all evaporate? Like, how do you? If I need to drain my pool, what do I do? I'm generally interested now.
I will look into that. Where
No,
do
I'm
you
not
think
being
that-
horsey
No,
about it.
no,
I want like.
I understand, and I think that's
Question.
because I've seen that in a number of places where people don't they assume it's okay, and so the water's just running down the street.
I did see a pumper truck out on the road that was accepting the water.
Oh, like a vacuum truck pulling
Yeah,
it out?
it was like a vacuum truck. I did see that somewhere in the neighborhood, and I believe they were emptying a pool.
Okay.
That's a big truck.
That is a big truck.
It was a big truck. But
Okay.
Well, and washing out concrete trucks.
Yeah.
on the
Clearly that.
street, you know.
I'm with you on the concrete truck thing. I just didn't know.
Sarah, with some solar, chlorine evaporates from here. I mean, people wouldn't, I don't know much about pools, so just take this pool where it's coming from. Why would you change your water if the chlorine's still there? Wouldn't they let that evaporate before that? Because if you just leave it, it evaporates. I think.
I don't-
Engineering.
Is anybody checking that before they drain their pool? I'm betting not.
It's a good point, but,
Yeah.
I'm just worried that, although some of them are saltwater pools,
Right.
the salt doesn't evaporate.
Well, our
But it
count,
would kill
yeah.
all the vegetation.
Our counselor
that
was,
it-
our counselor is
went.
clearly bored over here. He,
No.
it seems as one of the answers may be to dechlorinate the pool prior to, so there's a way to dechlorinate
Ah.
it. So there we go.
Well, but then people would need to know that
Do
they
some
need to do
public-
that before
Yeah, yeah.
they
Public
can.
No,
education.
we're back to the
Yeah.
original
Right.
point. I just didn't know
How about
that dechlorination was an option.
Maybe everybody is chlorinating their pool before they let it drain.
Oh,
If they do,
please.
then it's legal.
There we go. Look at this.
Why don't we assume everyone's following along? No.
All right, point taken. Great.
Sound like it.
Great presentation. Any other questions? Let's keep this moving. And we can add that, if you would add, let's check our operational timeline. We have a whole section in our operational timeline for MS4. If you would make sure that we maybe update and add the dechlorination thing, that seems like a good to-do item. All right, any other questions for Lauren? I think it's good practice for us to accept these reports. If somebody would make a motion in a second, that'd be great.
I
Move to
move that-
accept,
Go ahead.
I move that we accept these reports.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Councilwoman Brown. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, thank you, Lauren. We will move on to agenda item number 5, presentation in regard to building code questions applied to properties at 601 Riley and 3225 Park Hills as follows. Address residential setbacks, see quote yard limits as defined by ordinance 107-3, 1-7-75 and 107-76, and residential height limitations as found in ordinance 107-2 and 107-71 as applied to properties at 601 Riley and 3225 Park Hills. I'll recognize Councilwoman Brown as it's her agenda item and ask Kay Freeze to assist with her on this agenda item. Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you. This is a report that the council has requested to check the status of these two properties with respect to setbacks and building heights, and to understand how our code works, taking these two properties as an example. So thank you. I'm not sure who's going to do the presentation, but
I will turn it over to Ms. Wayman and Lauren. I think they have been working on this for several weeks and did
Yes.
some final things today. So Ashley, if you'd take it from here.
Sure, and I'll also say that Dondi Atwell with ATS is joining us via Zoom. So in a second I'll go switch over to our Zoom screen.
Brandon is also on there, so.
Oh, and Brandon is great. Well, we have the whole crew. So I will turn it over to them. Kay Freeze has provided us memos regarding the height inspections that we ordered on these properties, as well as the setback surveys, the form surveys that we have on file for these properties. The setback memo did go out today. I apologize for the late addition there. But Lauren, I'll go ahead. I can pull it up if that would be helpful, or if you want to just run through it, the memo.
Either way, but we did review the form surveys that we received that were sealed by licensed surveyors. We also went out to the site to confirm that they were in compliance with the code, so both 3225 Park Hills and 601 Riley were in compliance with the yard and setback requirements per code. And then as far as the height survey goes, at the time of the survey, 601 Riley was found to be in compliance with the maximum building height of 35 feet. They were just shy of 33 or 34 feet high. 3225 Park Hills, at the time of the survey, was about a foot over the maximum allowable building height. And that is just taking into consideration that these are active construction sites, so final grading has not been done. And per the code, the reference datum is measured off of either existing or finished grade. So
I thought it was supposed to be off of natural starting grade.
if you look at the definition for grade in the code, it does say natural or finished grade.
But for datum says natural grade.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because,
You can't have a
No.
moving target here.
right,
Otherwise, they just always backfill
yeah,
up.
you just pile some
Yeah.
dirt on top and then
Dig it
it's
out
all
and
good. That's
move it
just,
back.
that defeats the point of the height limit.
And I do not have that section of the code printed. Brandon, I don't know if you have it pulled up, but I believe the highest point is measured off of existing grade, but then the lowest point can be measured off of either existing natural grade or the finished grade.
There are two different definitions for building height, one
Mhm.
for commercial and one for residential. The residential is, you have two options. Either the natural native ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance of the exterior wall of the building, or if that's, you compare that to the lowest point, if it's greater than 10 feet, you use the low point. If it's not greater than 10 feet, you can use the high point. But for the residential yard definition, residential height definition, it only uses original native ground surface. So it can't be changed after the construction's completed.
And I guess the approved plans were based on the native ground surface and they were in compliance.
You tell us that.
Yeah. So that's what
That's what
plans
we
were approved because.
had asked for, is to apply our code to these properties and tell us how our code operates with respect to these properties.
So, we reviewed the plans in accordance with the code based on the natural grade for highest elevation, and then,
So that is where they're not in compliance. If you use the original natural grade, native ground surface is the term that's used. They're not, the 3225 is that the point you measured from to determine whether they were in compliance?
so on the plans we used in natural grade, the plans we reviewed, they were in compliance. Now that they've done work and disturbed the site, that highest point has been lowered. So that's what is putting them over the 35 feet.
Explain that. I'm not following. So I'm just not following. I don't know which, I know I've seen your chart, but, I can find that. If we, let's just walk through the 3225 if we could. So is the low point, what did you use for determining the low point? I can see where it's marked on the surveyor's survey, but I don't know if that's natural. I don't know the difference between natural grade and original native ground surface.
What is out there now has all been disturbed because it's an active construction site, so.
Can you say that again? I'm not hearing you very well.
What's out there now has all been disturbed because it's an active construction site.
When you mean what's all out there, I'm talking about the reference.
The reference
There is
datums.
a point that got measured.
Right.
It's out there.
Mm-hmm.
What does your elevation mean that's in the surveyor's elevation for the low point 621.791? Is that natural grade or original grade or something else?
That's the current existing
Low point.
low point
Okay.
in the state that it's in right now.
I'm
as an-
sorry, I
in-
can't
In
hear
the
that.
state that it's in right now is an active construction site. And the high point is the same. That's the high point as it stands right now is an active construction site.
How can a builder change the low point on which the foundation is laid to determine the high point of the building after the fact? I mean, how do you do that? Or why would you do that? How can you?
When they submit plans, they show the proposed grading on there, but like I said, this is just an active site, so it's not final grade. Final grade has not been established at this point.
Well, but there should be a grade taken before anything is done. And that's how you determine what the allowable height is.
Yeah, and that's.
then, and then, once you've determined what the allowable height is, it doesn't matter if it's active or not, because you can determine if that height is been exceeded or not, because you no longer have to measure what the elevation is at the base anymore. You just know what the top height is allowed to be.
Well, wouldn't that be, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the reference datum on the approved plan, that was prior to any active construction site, right?
Yeah, so that.
Shouldn't the measurement be
Right
based
there.
on
Yeah.
the reference datum on the approved plan?
Right. So you take 631 feet plus 35 feet, which it's allowed to be, which makes it 666 feet. And then, according to that, the roof is over by 3 inches. Right?
Yeah, that'd be right. And again, would have to pull the code to make sure that that's the correct definition and we're applying it correctly.
But
Let me
I think
see.
that the issue would be if you once you establish your datum point, so the datum point's established.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said I think once the datum point would be established, so you establish your datum point, and then if you come in and grade and you might drop it down a foot so that you can get your forms laid, and you might have to take out, you might drop that. You're not dropping the datum point, but you would be dropping the elevation of the grade, and then you'd get everything poured, you'd get everything built, and then you would, in my mind, you would regrade, and then you reestablish that original datum point, and then see if you're.
You don't have to reestablish the original datum.
It's already
point.
there.
You've already established what the elevation is of the original datum.
Right.
And then, once you've established that, then you have a maximum height.
Right, but if you go survey in the middle of the build, and you're going you're going off
You
of.
don't have to survey at the bottom. Once you've established what your datum is, you never have to look at that bottom again. You only have to look at the top.
The datum was determined by the natural grade of
Right.
the land prior to any construction, any scraping, any of the stuff. So you establish the datum, then you establish what is the elevation at the highest point of the building. You subtract those two, and then that is the height of the building. Whether they backfill low, high, medium, whatever, it doesn't matter, because you're not judging from whatever the ground is, because otherwise people will just build a huge foundation,
Right.
backfill way up, and go, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I think actually I'm agreeing with everybody. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I'm agreeing with everyone.
Yes. Well, and what does the city of Rollingwood do to verify that original datum point? If we don't do that, it's an open book.
True. Yeah, we would need to, prior to any grading of forms, verify the validity of the reference data.
And Lauren, is that established on the form survey, the original reference datum? Or is there a beginning
It's not on
survey?
it's not on
Maybe
those
not
datum-
these, right?
The datum references aren't on what you're calling the form survey.
Sure. Is there
They're
I
on
guess a
building height survey.
of an
This is
early,
something.
like when they submit their plans, do they submit a
Yeah,
survey that
and they
shows that reference point?
They have a survey on there, and I'm trying to pull up the code definition I was looking for.
I've got it here.
this is the point when it says lowest grade.
These are two options.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them those are just the two options.
Yeah, and this is the definition. So when you look at lowest grade, the lowest grade can either be finished grade or existing grade.
34.5, so they're still
Yeah.
squeaking over.
It's just defined which option.
Right.
Right.
Because if you go off the original reference data, see they backfilled up higher than that was, but they're still within that.
Okay. And I think Brandon joined us now. Brandon, I was trying to find the definition for the grade.
Okay, hold on, because I'm looking at this from Cape Freeze. So under the discussion we just had, the reference datum should always be the same, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so on this report that I'm looking at, the reference datum is different,
Right.
And it shouldn't change.
and it shouldn't have changed.
That's what I need an explanation for.
Yeah, it shouldn't change.
And if it wouldn't have changed, it looks like, well, I don't know, I haven't done the math, but it looks like it would have been in compliance.
No, it's 0.24 above.
Hey everybody, sorry I didn't unmute. So I think to try to give a simple explanation of that is, when we review, it's Brandon here, good evening. When we review as third-party reviewers, when we review a set of plans, the review is dependent on the data that we're given. And so we're given a set of plans that establish a datum and then at a certain elevation, and then we also have a set of plans that provide the grades. And so as the definition is that Lauren just pointed out, grade is basically the lowest point within the buildable area. So you look at what the lowest grade is within the setback area, which is in the buildable area, and we check to make sure that datum, the elevation for that datum that they provided, is not more than 10 feet above the lowest grade that's within the buildable area. And so when we look at that, if the plans reflect that and reflect the compliance, then it gets permitted. And so I think, what I just tuned in, and I haven't tuned into the entire conversation. So I think sort of the question that the mayor was posing is, how is it different? Well, it's potentially different once you do an actually as-built survey and you go out and you look at what that lowest grade is, and that could potentially be different than what was submitted. And so when that happens, then you have to ask the question, well, how do we fix this? And I think in the case of the one property, and I'm drawing a blank on what the address was for it, I think that lowest elevation was about 11 feet, or the datum was about 11 feet higher than the lowest elevation, rather than the minimum of 10. So then you ask the question, well, how do you fix that problem now? Well, as the code is written, when it mentions grade, it says grade is the lowest point, the lowest natural elevation or the finished elevation within the building setbacks. And so in the case of the one structure that I think is about 11, the datum is about 11 feet above, well then, fortunately that's a pretty small issue.
No.
Not if you have to take the top off.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to work.
Brandon, this is Brooke. I'll read you the
Hello, ma'am.
definition because it's a little different than the way you're describing it. The definition is the elevation, to establish the datum reference. You have two options. The first option, both of them trigger off the original native ground surface. So before anything's done, if the original native ground surface is not more than 10 feet above the lowest grade, then you take option one. if the original native ground surface is more than 10 feet above the lowest grade, you take option 2. But you gotta take that at the outset. And that establishes, as I read it, that establishes your,
Right.
whether you add the 10 feet or you add something less than the 10 feet.
Right. No, I
Okay,
totally,
and
you know, and
then-
that's,
Then,
and that's,
then,
oh, I'm sorry.
may I
Go ahead.
finish? Then you
I'm sorry.
say, it's the elevation of the highest adjoining native ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance of the exterior wall of the building. So that's your second point. That's the point. That's the point. The highest adjoining original native ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance of the exterior wall of the building. So you find that point, you find whether or not it's less than or more than 10 feet from the lowest grade. You determine which option to apply, and that is your reference datum. Right?
Yes, ma'am. And so again, I would emphasize my approach to this as a zoning reviewer is I would compare that to the approach that your third-party building inspectors take. And so, you know, there's two processes. There's the process that happens when you review and permit a set of plans, and then there's processes that happen after the fact once a building is being constructed and inspected. And so when we review a set of plans, we are reviewing to code. And yes, you're absolutely right. When it comes to establishing height, establishing that datum, the code has a process. It has two processes. And so in my understanding and my interpretation of the permit and the house that we're talking about, they opted for process 1. And in the plans, those plans complied with process 1, where their datum was not more than 10 feet above the lowest grade. But as we know now from the survey, that's not what happened. It looks like the datum is actually in reality 11 feet taller than the lowest grade. And so the process they chose, they didn't actually end up pulling off out in the field. And so the question is now, how do you fix that? And so I would say, as your reviewer, I would say the next step is not necessarily making them build it as the plans are. The next step is making sure that what gets built is actually built to code. And I would further compare that to your building permitting process. When your building inspector goes out to look at a house, they're not necessarily looking at everything, making sure that it was built exactly to the plans. They're inspecting to make sure that it's built to code. And that is the purpose in any building process of as-built plans. So the city can confirm, okay, maybe there were some things, because sometimes things are going to change. And so at the end of the day, you have a set of as-built plans to make sure that even though there were some things that possibly weren't built exactly to the plans that were approved, we still need to at least make sure that what was built is built to the code. So that's why I'm going back to saying, okay, they opted for the first option, which is the datum, which is 10 feet above the lowest point. And so that's obviously not what happened. So we do have an issue. How do we fix that? So what is there is still built to code. In my opinion, it's okay if they chose one method to comply with the datum versus another, and
I think you're
as
talking
long as they
about-
still meet one of those codes, then
Oh.
that's fine.
Six-
As long
you're
as they're
talking
still
about
meeting the code at the
601,
end of the day,
not
that's fine.
3225. I think you need to focus on the 3225 Park Hills project.
I think the bigger issue is that we need to figure out how we ensure that the homes that are built are complying with our height restrictions.
And
Right.
I'll just,
And making sure that we're establishing the datum ahead of time based on natural grade.
Yeah.
And then establishing what the allowable height is based on that datum, and then that's what you measure the height to. And it doesn't matter what you do down at the bottom, but you have a number that has been established, and the height can't be higher than that based on the original grade.
You're absolutely right. And I think I think what I was talking about is how do we fix this particular problem? How do we fix the one that's already been built? Well, I think that solution is the code, the definition for grade states as such. It says grade means the elevation of the original or finished surface of the ground, paving or sidewalk within the area
that
between.
doesn't work for
setback
this
points.
definition because grade is not used.
Well, grade is used in the.
It's used
in
in
the
reference to the original native ground surface. That's all it's used for. It's not, you don't measure from that point. You just measure that, the difference between the lowest grade and the original ground surface to determine whether you get 9 feet or 10 feet.
Give me just a minute. You're keeping me on my feet here, ma'am. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna go to. I've got all these codes up. Good thing I got this big wide screen here.
I think the difference is that the definition that Brooke is looking at is the definition of building height residential.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about compliance with, is the building
Right.
height.
And that's
the
where I'm
building
getting-
height
so-
definition uses the natural grade only.
So let me read this to you. So building height residential, it says, means the vertical distance above a reference datum measured to the highest point of a building. The reference datum shall be selected by either of the following, which yields a greater height of the building. And it says the elevation of the highest adjoining original native ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance of the exterior wall of the building, when such original native ground surface is not more than 10 feet above the lowest grade.
Correct.
And so it's kind of like tracing your genealogy here. So now you need to go to the definition of grade. And grade means the elevation of original or finished surface of the ground, paving or sidewalk within the area between the setback lines of the lot. So the way your code is written right now, and the way I interpret it is, that 10-foot datum that somebody establishes, or that datum that someone establishes 5 feet away from the building, is whenever that building is built. It's one thing whatever's in the plans, but right now we're dealing with built structures, and we've had surveyors go out. So whatever that lowest grade is on the site, whether it's original or if it's finished, is what that 10 feet is based off of. And so in this case, what I'm saying is, in this case, if they go out there, they have the ability to raise the lowest grade within the setback lines of the lot, to make sure that the datum is not more than 10 feet above that lowest grade. I would say,
change the grade of the lowest point, you are not changing the grade of the original ground surface within 5 feet of a wall.
no, you're not
You're
changing
using
that.
the lowest point only to determine the difference that gives you either something less than 10 feet or 10 feet at the original native ground surface.
So I agree with you. So you take the building.
So you can't take a datum point, set a datum point, then bulldoze within 5 feet of it to get 10 feet.
You're absolutely right. You cannot do that. I agree with you.
Actually, if that variation when you establish the reference, the datum reference is less than 10 feet.
Right. So I'm totally in agreement. I think we're in agreement until we start to go down below the datum. So the way I interpret this is, you have an exterior wall of the house. You go horizontally along the x-axis 5 feet. And then you drop down to whatever the natural grade is, not finished grade, not what's been modified, but whatever the natural grade is right there.
The term
And you would
used
get
in the
that data.
definition is lowest grade.
I'm sorry, I was talking, I couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
The term used in the definition is lowest grade.
Right. So then you have to look at the definition of grade. So I'll map it out for you real
You
fast.
do
and
at
way-
that point in time, but you don't do it again later. You can't change that.
Yeah, the data, the building height is established, the allowable building height is established at the very beginning of the process, and that doesn't get to change,
Right,
That's based
After
on
the
natural
fact.
grade.
right.
yeah.
I'm just telling you guys the way I interpret this. My recommendation
And
is
we're telling you that we don't agree.
Yes.
that's fine. Hey, that's fine. I'm here to make recommendations, and if I were you guys, my recommendation to where other people don't potentially see it the way I do, I would change your definition of grade. Pretty simple. Change your definition of grade. Right now, it says grade means the elevation of the original or finished surface of the ground, paving or sidewalk within an area between setback lines of the lot. I would change your definition of grade to just say grade means the elevation of the original surface of the ground, paving or sidewalk within an area, or come up with a new definition of it. But right now, the way I read it, it says lowest grade, and your definition of grade says it can be original or finished. So the way I read this, if I'm an architect, and I'm just telling you this from my opinion because this is my background. Architects try to build their masterpieces and use
Brandon.
codes to their advantage.
Brandon,
There, yep.
where is the definition of grade?
It's in section 103, 101-2.
I don't think it is.
It's in 107-3 definitions. It's just
The definitions are in
bit.
101-2.
Well, there's-
Not for the.
there's-
For the zoning code, they're in section 107.
no, it's in
They're not in the
107-3.
zone, they're not in the zoning
Well,
code.
there's definitions in more than one place, that's the
Okay.
problem.
That's the problem.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and we're talking
That's
zoning.
part of the
so we need to
issue
be going
is
by
we're,
the
we're
zoning
talking
definition.
about, sorry, that's part of the issue. We're talking about zoning regulation, and I don't know the answer to the question. I'm just saying, the definition that we were talking about earlier is in the building permit section. The definition that they're going on for purposes of compliance with the zoning ordinance is in your zoning code.
They're both, the same definitions are used in both sections, which also brings up which one controls the building permit. So we've got some code problems, but they're the same definitions.
Let me map you guys just one more time and then I'll shut up. But so I'm going to map you through this process if I'm an architect or an engineer or maybe even a land
I
use
would like
attorney.
you to do it from the standpoint of a building official, determining compliance with a code.
Absolutely. Well,
Please.
that's part of my
Sorry
role
to be
is
so, sorry to interrupt again, but that's where we sit as council members here.
absolutely. Well, this matter of building height, typically in my experience, building height, these are zoning matters. Zoning, I don't, the local government code, and Charlie can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if the local government code talks about, building regulations as a way to regulate height, but it totally talks about chapter 211 as, height regulation is a zoning function. So when I look at something like this, my job is to look at it as a zoning official. You have ATS, and so maybe Dondi can answer as a building official. I can't answer as a building official. I'm reviewing for zoning, and when I review, I'm looking at how do I determine how tall this building is. I'm looking at building height. I'm looking at the elevation of the highest adjoining. Where do they put that datum? The elevation of the highest adjoining native ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance. I'm looking to see, did they give me a datum within 5 feet of the elevation, what the elevation that they're basing that off of? And what is that? And that data needs to be based off native ground. So I'm looking at the survey that they provided and the native topography on there. And I'm looking to make sure those two things match. Did they give me a datum at native natural ground surface 5 feet from the elevation? If they did that, check. Now I'm going to look and confirm that it's not more than 10 feet above the lowest grade within the setback. And so to do that, I need to look at what the grading is. I can look at the original grade, or I can look at the finished grade and see what that is. And then if I were doing this for the first time, or if I were a designer, I'd be like, okay, well, lowest grade, what does grade mean? And then I'd go read your definition of grade in the zoning code. And it says grade means the elevation of the original or finished surface of the ground, paving or sidewalk within an area between the setback lines of the lot. And when I read that, and I'm an architect, I'm saying, oh, this definition gives me the ability to base my datum and base that 10-foot limitation off a finished elevation. Maybe I'm leaving it the same, but it does give you the ability to base it off a finished elevation, and finished means an elevation that's potentially changed or modified, lower or higher. So my recommendation is, and I respect the way y'all are looking at this, but I'm just telling you, as your zoning expert or your advisor, I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but in my interpretation of your code is not securing what you're trying to accomplish. And so I can give you guys recommendations on how to change that, but I'm just saying, I understand the way y'all see it, but I'm playing the devil's advocate, or whatever you want to call it. This is the way I'd interpret it if I were a designer coming into your community. And when I build the house, I see it this way. And if y'all see it a different way, and then, if things come to blows, then I don't know where you guys are going to end up legally on that.
Okay, I have a different question. A surveyor, Mr. William Warwick, went out to this property and came up with the data references that are in your memo, in the K-Freeze memo.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming he went to the same points that were used in the building application.
I would assume as a surveyor, he made his own measurements. He made his own measurements of the ground.
Can someone at K-Freeze tell me if that's correct or not?
Yeah, I believe we directed him to look at the highest point within 5 feet in that general area of where it was shown on the plans, high and low point.
Did he look at the data point, the datum reference that's on the building permit?
Right, yeah.
And so he came up with a different number than what's on the building permit, right?
Correct.
Why is that? I mean, is there that much variation in measurement, or do we have to assume, based on what this surveyor found, that the elevations in the original permit are incorrect?
I can answer for Lauren on that. Lauren and I have looked at this several times, and so we can tell you, we review these plans thoroughly. And so what the situation here is not that anybody missed anything during the review, or that, it was wrong. The situation here is that the surveys and the plans that were submitted to the city aren't matching what's actually built at the site. So this is what I was talking about last time when I was on the call with you guys. This is part of the inspection process. This is part of the as-built process. We have a job to review things before they get built and make sure that we permit the right stuff so nobody can blame us later.
Okay,
and then we have a job to go out there and inspect it and make sure it's done right. So in this case, it wasn't built. What's built and what the grades are out there, it looks like it's about a foot off, if I understand.
Let me go back to my question. If this surveyor went to the same point that the builder used for the datum reference, why do we have two different numbers?
I don't know if it was the same. I think you have different surveyors that maybe had different numbers. One surveyor said the lowest grade was in one place, or that.
We're not talking about the lowest grade. We're talking about the datum reference, which is a defined point.
Right. So I think
it's not
there's a
defined
difference in what the different surveyors are providing. I think it's a difference in what those professionals were saying.
I think.
Do you know that, or is it?
I think the issue is that all the survey needed to do was measure the highest point on the building. They didn't need to measure, again, the low point or the high point or the reference datum. All they needed to do was measure the high point, because the reference datum was established up front.
But it wasn't surveyed, it wasn't reviewed. Confirmed.
They established it in the plan, and that was what was approved.
Well,
So there is,
yeah.
and maybe we need a process to make sure that the datum that's approved is accurate. But if you have established the reference datum at the beginning of the process, it doesn't matter what they do with the bulldozer out there after the fact. You have established the reference datum and you have 35 feet up from that. And so you measure what that number is, and the reference datum does not change. And so the survey low point, high point doesn't matter anymore. And they didn't even really need to check that. All they needed to check was the elevation at the top of the building.
So, and again, I just want to give you my 2 cents on what, I guess this is a policy approach. Do you?
Well, let me ask a question here. We have differing numbers on the highest point of the building between the builder's number and the surveyor's number.
Right.
And that's an elevation, it's not a.
Right.
So how
So
do we end up with that difference?
So I would say again,
Because they
you know,
were measuring from a
One
different,
moment, please,
they were
Brandon.
measuring from a different datum.
No, it's an elevation, it's an absolute number.
The building height?
The high point and the roof elevation, or the roof elevation is an absolute number. We have different
Right.
numbers for that.
So-
Right,
so
between
I
the
would say
roof
the
elevation and the
formula
approved
that the
plan
code-
and the survey elevation?
No, the roof elevation, let's take 601 Riley.
Okay.
The builder's telling us the roof elevation is 614.77, and the surveyor's saying it's 614.354.
The roof, the approved plan is the 614.77. That's what was
the-
approved in the plan.
The plan.
That was the highest allowable roof elevation under the plan, the approved plan.
Okay, and so the actual.
And then when
on
they
the
went out there
survey-
and measured it, it was actually a little shorter than that, so they're okay.
So, if I can interject real fast,
And in the
what-
same thing on.
the way I see your process right now is you basically, you have a 3 variable equation that you're dealing with on this. The first variable is the lowest grade within the buildable area of the property. The second variable that you have is the datum that is established at natural grade 5 feet away from the elevation. And then the third variable that you have is the 35 feet from that datum. Those are your 3 variables that you have right now. And so that's why the surveyor looked at all 3 of those, because again, the goal of any development, and I don't think you really have a choice in this, the goal is to have projects that comply with your code, not necessarily to have projects that are exactly like the plans. It is okay if things do not exactly meet plans. That's actually almost understood. So for the surveyor to just go out there and measure the elevation at the datum and then measure up, okay, that confirms one thing. That confirms that the project maybe was not built according to plans, but it still doesn't answer the question of whether or not the project is built to code. In order to determine if the project is built to code, you have to take the datum that's 5 feet away from the building and subtract 10 from that. And it's provided the lowest grade of the property
That would-
isn't
that
more
would
than
let
that.
That would let a
it still meets
contractor
code.
bulldoze the slope to get 10 feet when the original datum point was established using something less.
Yeah.
That can't be right.
I think the interpretation that you're using, Brandon, does not consider what the intention of this limitation is.
Right.
And the intention of the limitation is to restrict the height of the building in comparison to their neighbors, so that we are staying in a reasonable range, if you will, for the surrounding properties. And so that's why you don't get to go in and change the datum after the fact.
Well,
I
think there's
understand,
one
and I'll tell you
there's
guys,
one
as
other
somebody that
issue
has been
here,
doing this
too.
for 13 years,
There's one other
I
issue here
intend-
too. Brandon, please.
Uh,
The ordinance that defines the 35 feet does not use the term building height. And so the building height issue, the building height definition is tacked on. What it says is the actual ordinance that defines the 35 feet says no portion of any building or structure except a chimney, attic vent, lightning rod, things that would be on the top of the roof. No portion of any building or structure may exceed 35 feet in height. That would be all the way around the building. No portion. And it doesn't use building height in the code. So Charlie, what would you do about that?
I am so lost in this discussion. I literally have no idea. I apologize for that. I'm not trying to be flippant at all. There's some confusion.
Outlined a set of questions and asked for our professionals to respond to those questions, and we don't have an answer yet.
Okay. Well, I was not. I mean, I was not involved in any of this. It's not a legal question. It is a code interpretation.
No, this is a legal question.
No, it's actually not, because under
the question I'm asking is a legal question.
Right, of which I've heard for the very first time just now.
No, I brought it up the last 2 minutes.
Could you ask the question again then?
Okay. If you look at the zoning code.
Yes.
Section 107-71.
Yes.
That determines how tall a building can be in a
Yes.
residential area. It reads, no portion of any building or structure may exceed 35 feet in height, period.
Yes.
And then there's an exception for chimneys. It doesn't use the defined term building height.
That's not a legal question. That's a code interpretation question that your building officials are supposed to deal with. And the reason why I say this is because the state law has set out a very specific process with respect to interpretations of the code. It is the building official's responsibility for interpreting the codes as written. If somebody disagrees with the building official's interpretation, this is right out of Chapter 211, then it goes to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, who then hears the arguments of both sides of everybody as to whether or not that interpretation is correct. And then if somebody disagrees with that decision, they get to appeal it. They get to appeal it to the district court. I am not the zoning court administrator. I am your city attorney. So nobody can appeal my decision to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. So it's a code enforcement question.
I understand that, but in determining how we as a community direct our building officials to read the code that uses legal language and is law in and of itself.
Yeah, I would disagree that it's legal language. I would state that it is.
It is law. It is an ordinance.
It is law and it is an ordinance, but it is very specialized with respect to planning.
Maybe you need an
and
expert opinion.
No, that's not what you. Yes, I do. You know what I need it from? I need it from the code enforcement people.
But
that's who I
technically-
need my. And if I was to go to court and try to defend a position, I'm not going to take the stand and say it's my legal position. I'm going to put Brandon on the stand, or I'm going to put her on the stand.
Let's step back from
Okay,
court.
I'm not here to manage a fight between my counsel and my counselor.
Well, we love fighting, actually.
Let me step back from going to court.
Mm-hmm.
We have an ordinance. It says no portion of any building or structure may exceed 35 feet in height.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't use a defined term that's borrowed from the International Building Code.
I agree.
So we now have a situation where the city council that that established the ordinance is, number one, trying to figure out what's being done in the field. We don't have an answer to that yet. And then, is that consistent with what's in our ordinance? And I don't think the city council has to refer every code question to the Board of Adjustment.
Actually, under the law, they do.
Not once it's a dispute, but for us to decide what that means going forward, we don't have to go to the Board of Adjustment to ask that.
No, there's,
That's part of the issue here.
yeah, there's two options.
We've got two problems. We don't know what our code means going forward, and we don't know how to direct our city officials to apply it. And we've got some permits that are in progress, and we don't know if they're in compliance. So if you take the first question, how do we apply this going forward? Do we have to go to the Board of Adjustment to do that?
If you have two options.
I would say no, we don't have a case.
You-
It's
you-
going forward.
You have two options under the law. The first option under Chapter 211 is if if the governing body or a city official disagrees with the zoning administrator's decision, they have to take that decision to the Board of Adjustment. That's one option, right? Another option is to say, we disagree with you, but we're going to change the regulation to be consistent with what we believe the interpretation should be, and you make a regulatory change, and that solves the problem going forward.
Okay.
And that's what we're supposed to be sending to P and Z to start looking
Right.
at, because
Right.
clearly we have discrepancies in the way this is being measured, intended, and enforced,
Yeah.
that we need to,
Yeah, and I
that we
do
need
think.
to clear up.
Yeah, and I do think there's a problem. We were talking earlier. I mean, I think there's a problem that there's a grade definition in one section
Yeah.
and a reference to a grade in a different
Well,
section.
I think there's a reference datum which tells you how you establish it, and I think the point is that my interpretation is you don't get to change that after the fact.
Yeah.
That's the biggest
That can't be right,
disagreement
yeah.
I'm having with the interpretation that's being applied.
Sure.
Is that
And-
you don't get to change it after it's been
Yes.
established.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with any, I am not an architect, I am not a developer, I don't know or understand these codes and how they operate. I have to rely on my experts in doing these things. And so the issue that we have, and I'm taking any potential lawsuits out of it, what I'm hearing is I have very smart people sitting on this dais, and I have very smart people who are working for the city, and there's a clear difference of opinion with respect to how these things should be enforced, and I don't know what the outcome would be for at the zoning board of adjustment, and I don't know what the outcome would be at the court level. All I know is that I don't get to put y'all on the stand. I have to put them on the stand.
We're not at that point, but
I hope we never get to that point, but
Yeah.
I'm simply trying to say that, I'm simply trying to say we all have to rely on them, and if we disagree with them with respect to how it's being interpreted, we have two options. Change the regulations to be clear with respect to how we want it to be done, or once the decision has been made, right? Once the decision has been made, appeal that decision.
how do we know what the decision is? We at this point, the only thing that the council can look to is the building permit compared to the ordinance.
Yes.
And I thought that was what we were asking to be done. And I don't know that we have that opinion yet for these two properties.
I don't know if you do either. I've been trying to follow a conversation with respect to the technical aspects of these things. But I don't know whether or not
Okay.
your question's been answered either.
and I'm just trying to understand what the situation is. This Mr. Worrell did a survey. Did anyone talk with him about the difference between his data points and the ones that are in the permit? And I think only, who can, is there anybody that can answer that?
I have not.
We did not speak to him about why the points are different.
Okay,
or the
so we need to
elevations are
have
different.
somebody do that, in my opinion.
We can do that.
We need to have someone do that and get an understanding of what he did and where we are today with respect to the differences. Please.
We will do that.
Okay. Here's another question then.
Okay.
On the setbacks issue, let's look at the page, the survey page that was in your memo, Lauren, or that was posted today or yesterday maybe for 3225. When I compare the form survey, which I understand to be the foundation, they're measuring whether the foundation fits the building plan parameters. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
If you compare that to the page Mr. Worrell's survey, Mr. Worrell's survey shows that above the ground level, there are roofs that extend beyond the building line. The definition of a setback is a plane that goes from the original surface to the sky. It's a plane along the wall of the building to the sky. How can you use this foundation survey to determine compliance with setbacks for anything that's cantilevered over the walls as shown on this survey? Can't do it. Doesn't measure it. But it sounds to me, my understanding from talking with Ashley is that that is what is used. Only the bottom of the foundation is used to determine setback compliance. Yet the setback is a plane, I can read that definition, it's a plane that goes from the ground to the sky.
But
So are we not looking at anything above the ground when we do setback compliance?
I'm happy to turn it over to Brandon again, but as I recall the conversation from last month, that actually isn't. He said that he would specifically look at and would not approve anything that's cantilevered or otherwise that would be used for human habitation. And so whether it's cantilevered or not, if it's used for human habitation, it would be measured from that point. The setback would be measured from that point. Is that correct, Brandon?
Yes, sir, that is.
Well, I haven't had the benefit of that conversation, number one.
You
Number
have.
two,
You have.
number-
That's the conversation that we had at this dais last month.
I
number
put that in
two,
my memo last month.
We talked about it, but we asked for a report to be brought to us
Okay, yeah,
with
that's fine.
respect to these properties to determine if in fact there was any violation. What's been brought back is to say, we checked that at the time the forms were poured, the foundation was poured, and we haven't gone back.
Okay. I think
Lauren, are you able to speak to the on-site inspection? I know it wasn't a survey, and so there's not, actual points we can reference, but I know there was an inspection done of the property.
Sure. So yeah, we went out there and looked at what the cantilevering portions of the building were. None of them were inhabitable. They were just roof overhangs. So based on that, they are in compliance with the code.
How far did they extend into the setback on the 3225? Are they per the
Their pro-
extensions that are shown on the building permit?
Yes. They
You did
complied
measure
with
them.
what was shown on the plans, yes.
I'm sorry?
We did measure with what was shown on the plans and they were in compliance.
And how far do they go from outside the building wall into the setback?
It's 4 feet from the building wall, I think is the most, but I'm not sure how far that it was into the setback. Let me find it right.
Can we get that detailed in a paper so we know?
We sure
And,
can.
and I'm
Mhm.
not trying to find a violation if there's not,
No, I
but people
get you.
are asking a lot of questions about these two buildings. And we can either keep it as a source of concern, or we can
No, I'm with
get
you.
the facts and resolve the issue. But this is, we are 60 days out from the original request that these buildings be inspected for compliance with the building permit.
Mhm.
And we're still, we're not there yet.
Yes, we will. I'm with you. I would like to put it to bed once and for all. And so I won't go into great detail, but I was not all that pleased with the timeline that we provided council on this. I've already addressed that with staff. Won't harp on it, but we will, and we have made some progress, but not enough, and we will stay on it until we get it done.
I'll just add real fast, and then I'll be done. The definition of setback says setback means the minimum horizontal distance between a lot line and the closest wall or face of a building or foundation or projection thereof, excluding uncovered steps or unenclosed balconies and porches, or cantilevered roof cornices, eaves, fascias located on the lot. So I just wanted to throw out the possible scenario that when the overhangs, which as you're asking, Councilmember Brown, if say we go out to the site and the overhangs measure 4 feet and the plans only say 3 feet, that just means that what was built doesn't meet the plans, but that doesn't mean that what was built is non-code compliant. That just means that they didn't build what they said they were going to. And so
Brandon, you have the wrong definition.
And in the
Well,
residential,
or
there's
more than
just
one.
yards, correct?
Right.
In the
Right. It's
residential
not
portion,
setback.
right?
And it is defined very differently.
Mm-hmm.
So that part of the memo is not correct either. But also, one other question here.
Yes, ma'am.
When this form survey does not show the cantilevered projections from the planes above,
Correct.
okay?
But
And-
may I?
And
Okay.
on the 601 Riley, the form, if you put these two, if you put the form survey next to the building permit, the building orientation is not the same on the lot. And the form survey doesn't show the swimming pool part of the build. So we can't determine setbacks because, from the form survey, because it doesn't have all of the building on it. It doesn't have the swimming pool. But if you compare, and I actually was looking at this at home, and I could take these two pieces of paper, overlay this one against that one on a bright window, and see that the property lines don't match up when you line up the building in the center. Or vice versa, if you line up the property lines, the building doesn't match. The orientation, this is almost parallel here.
Isn't it supposed to be like that? That's the corner.
Yes, I lined it up correctly. But if you look at the form, if you look at the orientation, and it's this side,
I mean, are those to scale? I don't know.
The orientation is different. See,
Sounds like the,
right.
the building inside the property
This
line
is
is not the same between the two.
This is parallel. The orientation is off. So that's another thing if we're using this to determine setback, if we're using the survey form to determine setback compliance, what do you do with a later added swimming pool? Or it may have been.
Is there another
It's on the
form?
building plan, but it's not on the form survey.
But is there another form survey done before a pool is poured?
I would assume a pool has its own set of requirements. I don't know if a form survey is one, but we can find that out.
Yeah,
Because I mean, there could
that's
be a
the
pool
question.
added later on, on any property, and you couldn't necessarily use the
right.
form survey from the build. But we can
Yeah.
definitely look into those requirements.
But one last point. Rolling Wood is not verifying the datum reference at the outset, from what I understand. And we're only accepting the form survey. And at the end of the project, we're not doing any kind of as-built compliance, is my understanding. We are only accepting that the building has been built within the terms of the permit. Is that right?
I think that's probably correct. I guess my question would be, is that different than other jurisdictions do it? I mean, I think, the point of a form survey is to make sure that the building is laid out and that the foundation is where it's supposed to be, and then everything above that typically falls into place, even if it's a cantilevered. I mean, if the plans have been approved with a cantilevered whatever, that's gonna have to be on the foundation. It will be built off of the foundation, and so as long as
Does any of that matter if it's never checked? As built. I had thought that there was some, before occupancy permit was issued, that there was some kind of review done by Rolling Wood to determine that the as-built building is in compliance with the permit.
Mm-hmm.
Let us do some research on
Okay.
how, maybe some surrounding, and I just don't know the answer. I'm also not being combative on it. I don't know the answer. It's not been I don't think that's been the experience I've had in the city of Austin when I've done building projects there, but I haven't done that in a decade, so, let us look into it and see how other jurisdictions do it in terms of the as-built question. So we'll look into the as-built question.
Well,
I want to make sure that I have a
I'll-
clearer understanding of what it is that you would like us to look into.
I would like a second review of the questions I originally proposed in June, at the June meeting, and they're in the agenda items. It's council voted.
Is it the 8-page document? Because if it is, I would like you to clarify that a little bit. Okay.
It is not. We went through that on June 15th when you asked that question.
Okay. I'm not being
I
combative.
pointed you to the building questions. There's
Not
3
being combative,
subparts.
but I don't have all of your questions committed to memory, so
Okay.
I'm just
It is
asking.
I'll show you exactly what it is. I've gotten my agenda item out of order here. If you go to the agenda item,
Which one? Which agenda item?
agenda item 5,
And which agenda? Tonight's agenda?
Yes.
Okay?
That was the report we're to receive tonight. And if you go to the June 15 City Council minutes, paragraph 6. It says, Councilmember Brooke Brown moved that the council direct Kay Freeze to answer the questions stated in her June 13th memo under the title Building Code Questions with respect to the interpretation and application of the ordinance today, how it is interpreted today, how it is applied today, and to inspect the two properties, 3225 Park Hills and 601 Riley, to determine whether these two properties are in fact within the terms of our ordinances and their building permits. And it was a 5-0 vote by the council.
Okay. And so the step that we're gonna take past the inspections themselves, which have now been done.
These aren't inspections.
Okay.
There was not an inspection done, as I understand.
Mhm.
Somebody went out between yesterday and today and looked at these two buildings. There wasn't what I would call a confirmation that the setbacks,
Mhm.
that the two builds have been, there wasn't verification that the buildings are as shown on the permits with respect to the setbacks.
Okay.
I'll jump in real fast again. Thanks for pointing out when I was referring to the definition of setback, just want to clarify, it took me a second to bring up the definition of yard. And so, Councilor Brown, I'll definitely get that updated in my memo. Used to dealing with setbacks in most cities, you guys have yard, but I do just want to emphasize the definition of yard is reflecting the same outcome as setback. It says yard means an unoccupied space on which one is open and unobstructed from the ground upward to the sky, except for fencing, walls, or permitted projections such as cornices, eaves, porches, or landscaping. So same thing. You know, again, I've always worked on the assumption where the goal is to make sure that we have a finished product, we have plans and finished products that meet code. And so, you know, again, going out, staff, my understanding, staff went out there, looked at the elevation. So the wall is on the proper distance. The yard is maintained, but there's obviously an eave that overhangs. And so if the eave in the plan says 4 feet and then what's out there on the ground is 5 feet, is that different than the plans? Yeah, but does that mean that you have a building that's not in compliance? No. It's still in compliance. It's just not built to plans. And so I just happy to elaborate on that. I just want to make sure everybody kind of knows what to expect on that one.
I think we've had plenty of elaboration, but thank you for weighing in.
I would like to know whether or not the building meets, and that was my question,
Okay.
meets the code, and
Okay.
whether it meets the building permit.
Okay. Are we good on?
Those are two separate questions.
Okay.
And I can go back, I can hand you a copy of the July 20 memo with the questions.
I think we have it, and I'm
Yes.
looking to staff to make sure that we feel like we have what we need to ascertain what we need to do relatively soon. We also have Councilwoman Brown's cell phone, and maybe we could even visit.
I
Offline.
think the council would like to have a written report.
That's
You
fine.
know,
I was
and-
being funny, and I know that never
Okay,
goes over
I'm
well.
sorry.
but
I
was just lightening the
You
mood
can
a
call
little
me
bit.
too.
but-
You can call me too, please.
We would love
Okay.
that.
Yes.
All right, we will. Oh, Shanti, please no. We are on item 5, and it is 9.
Confirm.
Okay.
107-73 says 2-story building. Are we allowing 3 stories now? Or is the code says 2 stories?
It-
I just want to confirm.
Yeah, it speaks to feet, not stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because,
If you want to have
10
little,
10 feet,
yeah, you want to have little 4
Yeah.
4 foot,
Yeah.
But
Because it's in the code here, I'm asking, all right?
gotcha.
Just want to confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay. Good presenting. Good presenting, everybody. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on. We will have some additional follow-up. Yes, ma'am.
Can we have this in advance of the next meeting so we can give it some attention and not be
Yes,
pulling out definitions here on the dais?
we sure can. And we are turning some corners on getting some other things like the budget behind us, so we should have a little bit more time to pay
Yes.
attention to these. So.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good questions, good dialogue. We will now move on to the consent agenda, and I will first, so something that Counselor has reminded me of, will allow for any public comment on the consent agenda before we take it up. Going once, going twice. All right, with that, we will pull up the consent agenda, and I will entertain a motion.
I want to pull 2 items,
Okay, which items?
number 7 and number 10.
Number 7 and number 10 are pulled from the consent agenda. I will now recognize a motion on the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Move to approve items 6, 8, 9, 11, and 12 of the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion from Councilwoman Brown, a second from Ms. McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We will now pull up agenda item number 7 that was taken off of the consent agenda and recognize Councilwoman Brown.
I pulled this item and, which is approval of the June 15 minutes, and I the July 20 minutes, and I circulated a memo, 2 paragraphs yesterday that I would recommend be added to the minutes on page 3 at the end of paragraph 6 before the last sentence of that paragraph.
You have heard the motion. Members, is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, second by Councilwoman McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Agenda item number 7.
Oh, I made a mistake. I should have pulled item 9 instead of item 10. Can we revisit that?
We have a motion to reconsider the vote by which the consent agenda was passed. Do I have that motion?
I move to approve consent agenda item 10 and to reconsider approval of consent agenda item 9.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Chair hears none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And with that, we passed agenda item number 10, and we are back on agenda item number 9 and recognize Councilwoman Brown.
Agenda item number 9 is the ordinance adopted by the City of Rollingwood to call the general election for the election of 2 council members on November 8, 2022. And I raise a concern with respect to Section 3 that says the early voting will be conducted at the Wilhelmina Delco Center. And doesn't have the same reference that is in the Travis County agreement to conduct this election that says that early voting will be at any of the Travis County early voting sites. And I'm told that that's been addressed with council, but I would just want to confirm.
Congratulations,
We
you
got
win the prize for reading the homework.
There, I will say we did draft this based on, with the city attorney's review. There's a requirement that you list the main early voting location in the election ordinance. That is the main voting location that the county provided us, and that is what we listed in the ordinance. That's
Statute requires it to be specifically listed.
Well, can we also say in any other early voting polling place
That's what.
established by Travis County?
Sure.
happy to add that in.
Okay.
If you would make a motion with that change.
I move to amend Section 3 of Ordinance 2022-0817-09 to add that the early voting by personal appearance will be conducted at the Wilhelmina Delco Center or any Travis County early voting site, comma.
You've heard the motion, members. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank
Thank you for that.
And that's all I have on those items.
Okay. With that, we will move on from the consent agenda and move on to the regular agenda. And I'll pull up agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action to accept Police Chief Jason Brady's resignation effective August 13th, 2022. And I'll just say, again, I know we've talked about this previously, and I was out of town, but I would like to thank Councilwoman McKee for attending the going away of Chief Brady, and he did a great job for the city, and we were so appreciative to have him. Unfortunately, tonight is the official time for us to accept his resignation and wish him farewell officially, and happy to accept a motion for that, and then I have one other comment.
Move to approve to the acceptance of the resignation of Police Chief Jason Brady, effective August 13, 2022.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman Hudson. I'll just say that there may be, it seems to be that there was maybe a slight bit of confusion within the community until this vote that will transpire here in a moment. We actually had not accepted his resignation, and there has been no, to date, appointment of an interim police chief. So I think that there was maybe some confusion, possibly my fault if we needed to be more clear about that in public discussions, but tonight is the night where we're making these official moves, and then on the next agenda item we'll have some discussion about what to do next, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record. With that, is there any further discussion?
I would just, not on this point, but I would just like to say thank you to the RCDC for agreeing to fund the 3 projects that we've agreed to accept tonight. A little
Okay.
bit tardy on that one, but
Okay, well, and we actually have some RCDC stuff coming up, so.
I thought, oh, it's coming up, okay.
No, you're
I'm
good.
sorry.
You're fine.
I'm
You're
sorry.
good. Okay, anything
I thought
else
that was
on
on the consent.
agenda item number 13 related to the resignation of Chief Brady? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 14, discussion and possible action on the appointment of an interim police chief and consideration of a future permanent selection and appointment. I would also like to, at this time, pull up agenda item number 24 with this item, and that is a discussion and possible action to approve a cost-saving measure related to the early payout of accrued sick leave and comp time to qualified employees. You may ask yourself what this has to do with item number 14, and I'm going to tell you. I'm going to have a very candid conversation with you and with the community, and I do this with the permission of one of our police officers who has been with us for a long, long time, and that's Dan Arispe, who I think we have all a great relationship with, and appreciate his loyalty and his dedication to this community, along with our other fine folks who have been with us a long time. I'm going to start by saying there is no perfect way to hire a new police chief. It's an important role, and I think there are pros and cons to doing it different ways. I was wholeheartedly in support of the way we did it on the last time we had to do this when I sat on council. We did a very extensive search, and we did that based on factors that were in play at the time. We did that based on personnel that was active at the time. We did that based on the experience level of personnel that was there at the time, and what was needed for the department at that time. I was wholeheartedly in support of the process that we did, and I think it worked out great. And it got us Jason Brady, and we all know how well that's gone. That's not to say that's the only way to do it. There are pros and cons to doing it that way. One of the big cons is that you run the risk of having a situation that we have now, which is you have a very qualified, very capable person that comes in, but they're not here for a long time, and that can be good because you get fresh eyes in, you get a new enthusiasm, you get things done a different way, you get different experience levels of the staff that's there who have maybe gotten stagnant in the way they've been doing other things, so it's a good thing. But the flip side of that is then you're left kind of back at square one, in 2, 3, 4 years down the road, which is where we are now. The other way is to promote from within. There are pros and cons to that. You can promote from within, and you're not getting that fresh set of eyes. You're risking being stagnant. You're doing those things. But the pro is you're showing appreciation for loyalty. You're showing that there is opportunity to move up on the ladder. You're showing that there is a reason to stick around and give us your longevity. So there is no right answer. And I think it's important for us to recognize that. There is also needs to be a recognition of what Ashley and I deal with, and that's on the management side. I mean, it's important that those who are down the food chain in our PD and in other departments know that there is opportunity to rise, and knows that there is a reason to stick around. And you have to be cognizant of what's going on in those mid-level director positions so that you don't lose some really good institutional knowledge further down the food chain. I believe that is where we sit today. Officer Arispe has been with us for a long time, and he's been kind of at a certain level for a long time. We have 3 councilwoman, Officer Munoz and Officer Duarte and Officer Arispe, all who have been with us for a long, long time. And unfortunately, because we're in such a small department, I can't move someone to SWAT. I can't move someone to some other department.
Narcotics.
Yeah, narcotics. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to think of another one. I couldn't think of it, right? So we're limited on what we can do. And so it makes sense from time to time to make some room at the top from within, so that you can show opportunity for everyone else and show that there's an ability to move up. Now, they need to know that that's not guaranteed every time. We don't always promote from within. And if we don't feel like things are going right in a department, in that department or any other department, we always maintain the right to do something totally different in a different way. So I'm not going to belabor the subject anymore. I think you see where I'm going. But I'm going to recommend to this council that you appoint police assistant chief Crystal Munoz to an interim police chief role. I would suggest that we do that for a year, but with the stated intent that if that goes very well for the next year, and you have my word that I'm going to stay on top of that, and work with Crystal and the rest of PD to make sure that it is successful. And there are some things that I'd like to see be done differently, to be honest with you. And I have a sense that we can work together. But I'm going to recommend to you that that's how we proceed. It is how we proceeded with the city administrator position. It worked very well. You know, there was an expectation by Ashley that if she did well in her interim period, that there would be a recognition of us, that we appreciated the job that she did, and that we have continued faith in her ability to continue on. And I think that we can do the same thing with Crystal. So I know this could be a controversial decision within the community. It is what it is. This is the way I see it, and I'm just letting you know that that's where I am, and that's my recommendation. It's your call. This is one of the 3 positions that only you as a council and policymakers can hire. You hire the city administrator, you hire the city secretary, and you hire the police chief. But that is my recommendation to you. And I pulled up the payout piece, and I'm gonna leave it for later. Item 24, we're gonna leave it. I'd ask you not to make a motion on it, but I wanted to bring that up because I wanted people to know that it's a puzzle piece. It's a puzzle, and you have to consider all the pieces in that puzzle. You can't just consider one piece of that silo, and that's a management issue for me. And it's how we're trying to manage the whole ship to guide it in the right direction. And so all of those component pieces are important to us. And so you can't just ignore one piece or the other. That's it. That's my, those are my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But I'll turn it to council for further discussion.
I guess I am not quite sure how the sick leave payout applies to the police chief.
It doesn't, other than here. I wanted to use it as I wanted to have the discussion, and I asked Officer Arispe if I had his permission to have the discussion. So it's a private matter. It's a private personnel matter between him and the city. I wanted to bring that up in the context of the overall issue because for me, it is a management issue. If I don't make part of moving Crystal up is, for me, from a management perspective, it's about making room further down so that we can recognize people like Greg, so that we can recognize people like Officer Arispe. If you choose not to do that, I'm still jammed up at the top.
And then we may have to pay out some sick leave.
And then you may have to pay out a whole lot of sick leave, like tomorrow.
Understood.
Okay,
So,
got it.
Now we're.
I'm sorry if I was, as Holly, Holly's watching me, so now I'm gonna have, she's like, you didn't explain that very well. So, I apologize, sometimes things are in my head, as she can attest to, and it doesn't get fully translated, but that's, they are interwoven. It's a little bit of a stretch, but.
Okay, well, I understand the idea of
she's
moving
texting
up,
me now. I hope that
and I just wasn't sure if there was something else in there that I was missing.
No,
so.
there's really not.
Okay.
But again, it's about an appreciation of your personnel, and again, know the guarantees. If we were to have to go through this next year, you start from scratch, and I want everybody to know that. Like, we evaluate and make decisions with the best information that we have at the time that we're making the decision, and it may be different a year from now.
Right.
And it may be and it may be, again, the stated intent, in my opinion, would be to hire, at the end of the year, assuming that it goes well, and I think that's the assumption that we have to adhere to today, and that is that we would make her the permanent police chief. If for some reason it does not go well, trust me when I say I will come back to you and say this is not going well. But I think we owe it to her, out of a sense of loyalty, to say, if this goes like we think it will go, we plan to make you the full-time police chief at the end of the year. But let's make sure that it goes well. So, I don't see it as a foregone conclusion, but I see it as what the plan is.
Our intention.
Right.
Yes.
And I agree. From a transparency point of view, I think the community needs to know that that's where I am, and it's not just about Crystal. It's about a larger ability to try to manage the whole enchilada.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm off my high horse. That's probably what Holly was telling me. Like, quit talking.
I move appointment of Crystal Munoz to the position of interim police chief.
For the period of 1 year.
Second.
I'm sorry. I was making sure I wasn't in trouble. It's okay.
Good.
Restate your motion if you would.
Said I move appointment of Crystal Munoz to the position of interim police chief. Do I need to say
I'd like to, for a period of 1 year,
for a period of 1 year?
to be,
Effective immediately.
you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Hudson, a second from Councilwoman Brown. And I will just say, for the record, I interpret your motion to mean that it is effective immediately, it will be for 1 year, and that it will be reevaluated in a year, but that, assuming it goes well, we will proceed as we did with our city administrator. So I just want to be clear that that is my interpretation of the motion and how I will enforce it.
Okay.
Is there further discussion?
I wanted to say that I support this position because I think it's very important to show the loyalty back to the police officers that have shown loyalty to us. I think the safety in our neighborhood is one of the most important benefits, if you will, that we have here. Having a police force that is close, that knows us, that knows what looks normal and what doesn't, and looks out for, I mean, this is community policing in the ideal here. And one of the things that was hardest for me to watch a number of years ago was Flo Macklin getting up at the dais and saying that the reason she still lived here for decades after her husband passed away and she was here by herself was the Rollingwood Police Department. And because the officers here knew her and she felt safe. And so I think that it's important for us to maintain the officers that we have, to support their loyalty and their knowledge and the safety that they support in our community. And so that to me, I think is, and our immediately past two police chiefs have recommended that Crystal is able and deserving of the position as well. So I think that's a very high recommendation as well from people that have worked with her very closely and seen her in action. So
Great. Any other comments?
I think she's highly qualified, and I think the city owes it to her to give her this opportunity to serve as the interim police chief for the next year. I think we owe it to her. So,
Indeed. Anything else? Yes, sir. Step to the podium. And I'll save my closing comment to after we hear from you, Officer Duarte.
So, I'm Sergeant Duarte, as many of you know. And I've been here close to going on 10 years now. So I'm familiar with the area, and I love it here. I was promoted a couple of years ago to sergeant, and I'm enjoying my role. Just want to let you know that. And I've worked with Crystal for many years. Even when I worked at Westlake, I've known her for that long, since 2007. And she has been with the police department for 17 years. That shows dedication, very much dedication. She was interim chief twice, and the last time before Chief Brady was hired, she was interim chief for about a year and a half. It's a long time. In that time, she did an outstanding job, and the department ran smoothly, very smoothly. She believes in community policing. She knows the community, and she communicates well with them. They all love her, and they all know her. She has developed a network with the chiefs from the surrounding agencies. She has proven many times that she can lead the police department. I have learned so much from her, and there is no one else I would want to be our leader. And she would make a great, wonderful chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your recommendation.
Thank you, Sergeant. Yes, Shanti. No, you're good.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor. That was an excellent presentation. For something that really matters to all of us here in Rollingwood. Before we moved to Rollingwood, we lived in Louisiana. We had a break-in, and I think it happens only on the movie screen, but it happened to us. And so ever since we moved to Rollingwood, one of the things that I've always paid attention to is the safety. Go to bed at night and you know you're safe, okay? And this police department here, we watched them since we moved here 38 years ago. And we're very proud of all our police people, especially Crystal, because of all the people, and we're all aging now, and she has been particularly good to all our senior citizens, like Sarah pointed out. Through thick and thin, she was always caring about them. She always cares about them. And I think this is great that you are giving her this opportunity to be our chief. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
My closing comment will be this, and I'd like to say it on the record, and we'll visit with Crystal or with Officer Munoz about it, and I want Officer Duarte to hear it as well. My support and endorsement does not come without caveat either. I'm not, and so to those in the community who feel like this may not be the right course of action, I want them to know, come to me, visit with me. If there are concerns, talk to me about that. From a management perspective, I will address those issues. I will talk to PD, and I will work through those issues. I commit to you to be cognizant and on top of that. As I said earlier, there are issues that I'm not that I think could be better within our PD. And I look forward to working with all of the PD on that. I look forward to working with Chief Munoz on that. So she does have my support. She does have my full endorsement. But it is not without. I want everyone to know that does not mean that there won't be continued improvement and continued change and continued effort. So they are not mutually exclusive. All right. Any other comments? Phil?
Well, we need to call for a vote.
Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. You heard the motion. You have a second. All those, if there's no further conversation, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And we will move on. We'll take no action on 24, and we will leave it for consideration later in the evening. With that, we will take up agenda item number 15, And I promise you it gets a lot faster after this too, so we'll be moving pretty quickly after 15. But we have a discussion possible action on an ordinance calling a bond election to be held within the city of Rolling Wood, Texas, making provisions for the conduct and the giving of notice of the election and containing the provisions related thereto. We have talked about this for years. We've had a very productive special city council meeting last week. We have had presentations. We've had a lot. And as we've talked about in at least the last 4 meetings, tonight, the August council meeting is the meeting where you will have to, if you're going to move forward with 1, 2, or 3 proposed bonds, tonight is the night you have to do that or not. So with that, I will open it up to council. Let you have some discussion. Mr. Farrell. Well, let me see if council has anything. If they sit sheepishly, I will let you kick us off. So with that, I'll recognize anyone on council to say a few words, or I'll let Tom kick us off. I see you toying with it, Brooke. It looks like they're going to let you set the tone.
We'd love to hear his wise counsel.
Yes.
Members of council, mayor, thank y'all. Tom Farrell, 3223 Park Hills Drive. The only points I want to make, I think I sent y'all a memo with some comments that I had in regard to the bonds on that, but I did want to give you a little bit of information, and hopefully to some of our citizens, the 3 and Shanti that are watching, that we did follow up a little bit on the insurance aspect of our water improvements and the possibility of City Hall expanding to include a fire station and EMS. Currently, our rating is a 3 in Rollingwood. That's actually been improved already to a 2, which will be announced very soon. So if you'll let your insurance company know, you'll get a little deduction on your fire policy on that. It's possible for us to go, if we did these 2 bonds, it's possible for us to go to a 1. If we go to a 1, that's a major difference from going from a 3 to a 2 in the way your premiums are determined on that. So I would let everybody know this. Y'all can't do this, but I think the public needs to know that yes, they're going to end up with some type of potential tax increase, but at least part of that is going to be offset by a decrease that they pay on their fire premiums for their insurance policies on that, which I think is a great thing to know if you're trying to decide whether or not you're going to tax yourself for doing this. The other thing I found out when I talked to my agent and looked at my policy is, for some reason, Rollingwood is in a incredibly high wildfire district. We get the same rating as Westlake, and I've tried to get my agent to go back to the state and correct that. But if we're able to get these bonds passed, and we are able to get the City Hall with the Emergency Service District number 9, we could expect, you can figure out what your insurance policy is. I'm not going to give you a number on that because you'll hold me to it, and I can't determine whether that's right or not. But you'll get some deduction on that, some relief from that that'll offset this. And if y'all have any questions on that little memos I sent, please feel free to just give me a call, and I'll be glad to talk to you about it. Thank y'all again for doing all this. Great job. Thank you. I'm starving.
Tom,
Thank you, Tom.
One question
Sandwiches.
for you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yes, Alec.
Yeah, you mentioned in that comment 2, but we actually have 3 potentially. You mentioned 2 bonds, I think. You meant the water and the city hall.
Yeah,
for
the
fire.
drainage would not have any impact
Okay.
on your fire insurance.
Okay.
But the ratings in Texas go from 1 is the best to 10. Because we're a football state, so we go, you know, you'd rather be 1 rather than 10 on that.
I'm for
I wa-
6.
that we won't go with that. So, and 50% of that rating is determined by water system quality. Then there's some other issues that you have, building inspection, for fire rating. One of the things we did was had over 4,000 feet, you have sprinkler systems type of things. And then you have the location of the fire station, how close it is, and the quality of the fire department on that. And that's another thing. I would encourage the ESD 9 commissioners to not only look at, everybody's reluctant to raise taxes, but if you're raising taxes but reducing your insurance premiums, that would be a pretty good move for both Rollingwood and Westlake that's in that, and Travis County part that's in there. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to make sure that for whoever's there, that this is something that they should be aware of when they make a decision whether they're going to vote for taxes or not. Thank y'all very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, council, we can do this, the only thing I'll say on this is, as I've said publicly, privately, in the newspaper, I think all of these are worthy of going to ballot. The numbers that we picked are based the numbers that we picked are based on a great deal of work that has gone into various reports over the last several years. And so I do think it's based in reality. All that said, I would encourage you not to. You need to be in the ballpark here, and you need to have a rational basis for putting this on the ballot. I think that we do, and I think there's a very long history of us making that case, and I think we can make that case. Past that, I don't think that council needs to overthink it too much, because you are putting it on the ballot. You're letting the voters decide whether or not to do this. We had a long discussion in the budget work session tonight. Anyone who is paying attention, and if they're not paying attention, you all and anyone who is paying attention has a very good story to tell, that this council, both past and present, are being good stewards of the tax dollars. The fact that we were able to last year adopt a no new revenue rate, that this year you at least have the opportunity to either adopt a no new revenue rate or a very low moderate voter approval rate, and still get some things done and have a good base budget. I mean, you have proven, and past councils have proven, that we're being good stewards of the dollars. And if anyone is interested in looking at how much discretionary spending you have at your disposal to do the big ticket things like fix water lines and drainage and this building and, you know, emergency services, they can look no further than that document that we spent a lot of time on tonight and see that you had a whopping $54,000 at your disposal for all of those things, or a whopping $86,000 at your disposal for all of those things. The story is spelled out for you very clearly and distinctly for the community, for all of us to talk to the community about. So, I think there's very good reasons to do all this. That said, we got lots to keep us busy around here. So, if you choose not to do all of this, or do some of it but not all of it, or do smaller numbers, whatever you want to do, we will play the hand that you deal us, and we will do it to the best of our ability. Again, all of these I think are have some real merit, but we have lots to keep us busy, and if you choose not to do it, the sun's still going to rise and the sun's still going to set, and we're still going to have lots to keep us busy day in, day out, week in, week out. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. I'd like to kind of continue to move us along because I do want to go to bed at some point tonight. So I tell you what, if we could go through, I'm going to offer it to council one more time to make any impassioned speeches. I'll give you a short opportunity for that. If not, I'm going to kind of walk you through a similar process that we did with the budget worksheet earlier, and kind of do a straw poll on Proposition A, Proposition B, Proposition C. We will do it in two parts. We will do it, do you like the overall, and kind of treat it like its own little bond election. Like, do you have a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the overall proposition, on what the proposition is dealing with? We'll first address that for A, B, and C, and then we'll come back, whatever's left. If there's nothing left, we will move on to the next agenda item. If there, if some or all of proposition A, B, and C are left, then we will come back and repeat that straw poll process and try to fine tune the number. If you're happy with the number, great. If you're not, if you want the whole 17 million for the IIP, great. If you want 2 million for the IIP, fine. We'll kind of do it like that. So here's your first offer. Does anyone want to make impassioned speeches from their soapbox? Going once. Going twice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I knew I could count on you, Alec. There you are.
But, I mean, I just want to point out a couple things. I put together a little spreadsheet.
Well,
and
if
I
you
think
put
we-
together a spreadsheet, we got to hear about that.
And I just updated it based on the new TCAD data that came out, and it's basically taken the U.S. Capital Advisors information from last time, but just basically updating with the new average home. Instead of doing this by like, on $1 million basis, I wish they had given us like the median home value in the neighborhood, but they don't. So I just went off an average just to give everybody a sense. I mean, everybody, anyone listening or whatever. If we did everything, the 16.8 million, I think, so props A, B, and C as they're written now in the current, in the packet. It would be like, for the average home value is like up to about 1.75, it says, million. So that's the taxable value. So that adds about $1,300 to the bill. If we do that, I'm assuming, I just use those numbers that we had, and I picked the 30-year bond, the one with the 25 basis point, the one in the middle, basically, assuming like, hey, things might float higher by the time any of this stuff happens. So that was it. That's fine. It seems like small, whatever, but it is something. So I think everybody should know that that's what they're getting into on average. Your house might be above or below. The other thing is, I just keep coming back to the debt per capita. Well, no, that's the outstanding principal. We have like close to 13.5, and if we did all this, we're over $30 million. In terms of the taxable value, presently it's like 0.93%. The ratio of outstanding debt to principal, or to our taxable value, would be 0.93% currently. If this goes through and we issue everything, it'll go up to 2%. But really, the debt per capita is like 20,000 per capita. I mean, it just seems, some of these numbers just seem like really crazy high to me. That's all.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. It is crazy high, but so is over $1 billion in rooftop property value.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
For this size population, right? Yeah. So, yeah, no, but I get it. I mean, yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, I know that I'm just one voice in this council, and
I know
have a
those are.
feeling where
I mean,
things
those
are
are.
gonna go. So, but I just want to put out there, and also that I'm not, even if I disagree with some of these things, I'm not gonna push hard against any of these things. I want, if some of this stuff makes on the ballot, great. People, the voters get to choose. I'm just like, this little thing in my stomach's like, well, actually, one of the oracles about Rolling Wood once told me a little thing that if you don't know, vote no. And so some of these things I just don't know. Things that strike me as like it seems high, and I don't know what this would do to our bond rating. Like, what if?
Now that theory holds true for the state house and most other places too. If you don't know, vote no is not a new concept. So
anyway, but
no, I don't disagree with a lot of that. And it is a high debt threshold. But that said, there are also legitimate issues that need to be addressed. You know, we've got, I think we just talked to Abel, I think we have 5 years before we see we retire some debt, and we would see some significant, a significant difference in our INS rate. So, we can always come back at some other time to do some of these issues. I will say this. At some point, some council of this city will have to do these things. And so is it this group and this mayor? I don't know. Is it some future council and some future mayor? It is. This building won't last forever. This water system clearly will not last forever. If you want to see how not to bury a water line, just drive down and look at that one that was
Rollingwood and Riley.
I mean,
I did
it's
see
8
that.
inches. You can't even. Anyway, I won't go off on that. I'm not sure who was watching when that was installed, but clearly no one. So there are things that have to happen, and I don't know if today is the right day. I'm genuinely interested to know if any or all of this would pass the ballot. I don't know, but again, I think you will have done your part. I think I will have done my part to not put some willy-nilly idea in front of the voters. I think you've got a good story to tell when it comes to your budgeting. I think you've got a good story to tell with what you're asking them to vote on. And then from that point forward, it's their call. And so that's how I see it. Okay. Any other deep thoughts, Roxanne?
I feel strongly about it to begin with the water lines project. And after looking at it further, Brooke had brought up last time that perhaps we don't do the low priority items and just do the high priority items. So I went through and asked, and James Gilly ran the numbers for that for a 4.27 on the CIP on the water lines bond. So I just, given the the very high fire risk that we're in right now and are projected to be in for potentially years to come, I think it's really important for us to have our fire flow improvements put in place. So that one I feel very strongly about. So that's the passionate plea on that one.
A great point, as someone who lives on one of those cul-de-sacs with poor fire flow, who no longer has the right to vote on it. So now I just lobby you and say, yeah, that's a good point.
I agree with the point that at some point all of these things are gonna need to be done. And the reason that we have such a high dollar amount potentially on the bonds is because we just keep kicking this down the road.
Yep.
And not addressing these things, and it's only gonna become worse and more expensive and more urgent. I think that we are going to have to do a really good job of educating. So I think that if we put this forward, we are gonna have to make sure that we have a good informational packet that is available and that we send out in every way possible to the community so that people that are not staying up until whatever time it is listen to us talk, understands what we are proposing and why we are putting this on the ballot. But
No, I agree with that. And if you'll recall, we did keep a healthy level of funding for our our communications line item, and so I would anticipate, obviously with the advice of council, to make sure we have accurate information, that sort of thing. I would anticipate that we do, a moderate but thoughtful educational program on it. So, yes, ma'am.
I've struggled with this over the past several weeks. And I would say this, at this point, given the counsel we've gotten from our bond advisors, that I could vote yes on Prop A, and I could vote yes on Prop C. I have a concern about Prop B. It's not that we don't have drainage problems to be fixed. It's that we haven't really done all our homework on that. If you look at the K-Freeze report, it talks about the design of any particular drainage problem, the design of a fix to it, dependent on identifying the easements that could be used for drainage facilities, determining what our impervious cover requirements are going to be, because you can't design unless you know what you're going to design for, and some other work like that. I can point you to the pages of the report where these criteria are, but it also talks about we need some improvement in our existing drainage criteria manual in order to design what kind of fix we need, because each of those will greatly impact the amount and flow of water through our community. I would hate to be in a position where we lose on a drainage bond because we can't really tell, I can't tell anyone from this report or from what projects we would do with that money, and it's the biggest piece of this package. I would rather hold that off, get our homework done, identify the projects, get our criteria set, and come back in a year and say, this is what we can fix with this amount of money. I'm just not comfortable going out now with a proposal at more than $8 million and not being able to say, this is what we would spend it on. We can do that with water, we can do that with the city hall, but we can't do that with drainage at this point in time. And so I would hate to risk losing, having a negative vote on drainage before we've done our homework and can actually give a pond package that we can back on that. The other thing is, we're in an iffy financial position, not the city, but the world is in an iffy financial crisis right now. If we do the water and the city hall, using Alex's numbers, it's somewhere around $600 a year, so that's about $50 a month per household. I think in these times, that's a doable number, it's a sellable number. You know, I've heard from both younger people in the community that have been hit with enormous changes in their tax valuation on their homes, sometimes, you know, doubling that tax value. Older residents who have fixed incomes and are looking at inflationary problems. I just think $50, a rough estimate of $50 a month sounds sellable to me and doable and acceptable. And so that's where I come out on this. And I would like to, with that, I would like to once we get this done, we'll have a water project to manage. Let's get on that project. People see that we're getting these improvements done. It's being organized correctly. The money's being spent wisely. And then let's do our homework on drainage and go back with that package would be where I am. On the other hand, you know, if we want to, I won't be offended, or I won't try to shoot down anything if we put drainage on this package, because the voters get to choose. But I would caution that I think it would be hard for us to come back within a year if we get a negative vote at this point in time, because we don't have a package we can put on the table with tangible projects that would be done.
Or multiple years
Or
later.
well, yeah. Yeah.
So I agree with much of what you just said. I'm torn on it, I'll be honest with you, because I've sat in your seats or your seat when it's raining.
I know that.
And it's
I know that.
different, and it's different
Yeah.
when it's raining. But that said, we've been really working hard for 2 years with $2 million that we have ready to go on 2 big drainage projects, and we're inching
We're not there
along,
yet.
and we're doing our best. But it's a slog, and it's hard. And if that, is any indication, and I do think we're doing a good job, and I think we're going about it the right way, but if that's any indication of what it would be like to do $9 million, much less
With-
17,
And we still got,
you'll bury me in the ground before we ever finish.
Yeah.
So, so I can go both ways.
and
We did do a lot of work. I will say the IIP, while it's not, it was never meant to be a finished product. It was meant to be a prioritization and an identification, an ID document of like where are the problems. But I'm kind of like you. Do I think it's worthy of doing? Yes. Am I going to lose a lot of sleep if you don't put it on the ballot? No. Because I think from a staff and mayor's office position, if we were to put the water system and the facilities stuff on the ballot and they were to pass, we've got plenty to keep us busy for the foreseeable future, and probably honestly, it might not take this long, but we'll be tired after it's over anyway. And I would think we probably pretty easily stay busy until we get to that point where we retire some other debt in 5 years, and then then maybe it's time to, if we've done well on these 2 big, buckets of money, and we have that kind of behind us and shown that we're capable of doing it, then maybe it's time to fill that gap. Once your INS rate, you get some relief there, and you can go back and say, okay, now let's do some of this drainage. I also will say, I do think we've got a great public works department. We are trying to have a heightened responsibility and proactiveness when it comes to some of the drainage. And I don't think it's the end of the world if we try to do some of that and see if what we can discover in the field and what we can make better in the field with the personnel and the equipment that we have, and then maybe we don't have to do as much. So anyway,
I've got,
Phil.
I just want to circle back as far as us building our case. One thing I want us to show that, we've exhausted grants and matching funds and all that. I know there's been a lot of looking at that, but I do think that's going to be something that's important to get that word out, that we're not asking for the money if there's other possibilities out there, and that type of thing. So
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
that's another, on drainage, I'm sorry to interrupt, but on drainage, that's another, our highest possibility of third-party funding is with drainage, in my opinion.
right.
Yeah. And one point to that is, again, we had the discussion, if we do identify those dollars, these can be used as matching dollars too, which is also a point that we haven't really stressed on the Proposition C piece with the City Hall and the public safety, the emergency services stuff. Like, now is the time to strike. Now is the time that the Emergency Service District has their money ready to go and a plan that, and so, that goes away if you don't do that now, and they will, figure something else out and move somewhere else. And the fact that we can have them here on site, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. But we have to bring something of our own to the table too, to have a real discussion with them of like, okay, how much are you talking here, Alec?
I was just gonna say, I can get behind A and C. That's all.
Okay.
I'd be for
My concern with not putting B on is that when we did the comprehensive plan, the survey, the strike force did the survey, drainage was number one concern of the residents in the community. I have been talking about drainage problems since before I was on the utility commission, so that's been over 15 years. And we have done next to nothing to improve our drainage system, and it's gonna rain again. And problems are gonna be worse than they were, before, because we just keep adding to the problem without taking any steps to mitigate the problem. And I am concerned that something would be put on and then not passed, but this gives us the authority to issue the bonds. It does not require that we issue the bonds, right? And it is not a foregone conclusion, and we don't have to sell the bonds until we have a project to go forward with. But if we don't have the funds available, we can't do anything. And so that's my concern. If we say, oh, we're not gonna do it this time, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for decades on the drainage stuff, and we haven't done anything.
And you could also,
But we do have 2 million.
you could drop that number down.
Which we're about to spend.
Right, I know.
Yeah, you could drop that number down as well, and
Right.
maybe do a, 2 million of it or something like that.
There's kind of 2 ways to go with this. You either have a project scoped out and planned and bid, and you know exactly how much money you want, and then you go ask for the money to do that. Or you say, we have lots of stuff that we need to do, give us X number of dollars, and we will take care of the highest priority projects
And
that we can get done.
Yeah.
And then you come back and reassess again later,
And
instead of.
to be clear, that's really how I envisioned us doing it.
Right.
Is more along that model than what Councilwoman Brown was talking about, and that in that you really have it identified, because in my mind, whatever the dollar amount is, to your point, we would have a pot of money and we have lots to do, and then I do think at that point you have an opportunity to have some public participation, some public input. You kind of have this list and allow the community to come make their best case on, within reason of, we kind of know where the priority levels are, but also have some community input of like, no, this really needs to be fixed. And then, let that be what determines the direction you go. Because if you put something on the ballot that just affects the 4 houses on my street, and everybody knows that's what it's going to be spent on, then why would I go vote for that and increase my taxes to pay for the thing over on Gavin Street?
Well, here's my response. It seems to me if we got a, let's say, we got a pool of money for drainage. We don't have the criteria to design any project for drainage yet. And if we just use it to plug a hole, then we really haven't used that money as wisely as we could. And it seems to me these decisions that have to be made, are we gonna have a residential impervious cover requirement? Are we gonna have a more stringent drainage criteria? Are hard decisions, but that's the only way we know that we can fix any of the drainage. Otherwise, you can't even design a project. And it seems to me the better course is to say, is to go ahead and get those decisions hashed out. Are we or are we not gonna have those criteria? If we don't have those criteria, this 8.6 assumes we have a 50% impervious cover requirement across the city. If we don't, that number goes to who knows what. I'm sorry, it's 16 million. That number is gonna be double. So it, in my mind, we've got to get the criteria. We've got to have that hard conversation about what do we really want to do about drainage before we can just do piece parts here and there as we might have money available and not really fix anything, because 3 blocks away uphill, there, you know, the water's flowing down and we've done nothing to stem the flow. That's my concern.
Yeah.
And I've debated it back and forth with people in the community and with myself, and I end up thinking our best incentive to get those hard decisions done is to say we need to do them first. That's where I ended up with it. Not that it's our most important thing. I think, and we have to make this decision tonight on that. Okay, that's where I came out.
I think we need to be doing all of it,
Yeah.
all of it now.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Again, Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. I think City Hall is top of the list for me. I really believe. And I think if we can stay within that number, I think a lot of people are going to be okay with it. And also with Tom's idea about the insurance, that will kind of, what's in it for me kind of thing.
Right.
We want the staff to be, it's been high time, okay. I can also get behind the water lines. I don't know the number, I don't know how it's justified, but fire safety and other issues of the backyard lines that were not done from before, top priority, water lines. I cannot get behind the drainage. When I look around me, walk around in the neighborhood and see all these great big houses going up, yes, they are mitigating it by digging holes in the ground and putting in, what do you call it, water collection systems. Yes, yeah, they're not putting it down on their neighbor's yard, yes. But if we continue to allow bigger and bigger buildings to take up without any, then what we are doing is subsidizing, in other words, paying for whatever drainage issues we result in. Example, 3225 Park Hills Drive. All that water, if it was let out, would go down that gully, down to where you're going to spend $2 million, or whatever that is, at the corner of Nixon and that is something should be done. Because when I was on council, we tried to, again, lack of money, lack of whatever, we didn't do it. Kevin, I think he's here. He's been waiting for 2 decades probably to get something done. And we've all witnessed what happens when rain comes down. We don't see it now. So anyway, all I'm saying is drainage is very, very important, but we also have to not have such a big number there. I can tell you the heartbeat of the community from what I know. They're going to question it, and then you're not going to make it pass with that number. Yeah. Maybe if you have a more reasonable number. Remember, you already have $2 million of taxpayer money devoted to drainage, which was without the citizens' permission, as it may be. But now when you're asking for them, they're going to ask, what did you do with the $2 million that you took anyway? So do you want $9 million? Come on. You should get some money back from these people for every square foot they go up or whatever. Like, there's a formula. People have talked about it. Without that, this is not a good idea to the drainage. And again, I will own up to, when I was on the council, I was told, if you don't know, vote no. Okay? So that applies to everybody. The community is going to say, no, let's not do that. if you can reduce the amount and justify it with the most important, not where people created it, but where, because of our topography, we have a problem. So that's where I'm coming from, and I think I represent quite a big number of people who may not be paying as close attention, but they ask me. So I'm going to.
No, that's good.
That's my feedback to
Great,
you.
great input. I appreciate it, Shanti.
Okay.
I did see online, Kevin, were you waving at us, or did you?
Just what she said.
He was.
Did you want to
No,
say?
all joking aside, I agree with what Shanti said. I've struggled with what to do on this particular bond issue. I think everybody in the room knows how I feel about drainage and how it's impacted where I live. Actually, I know all of you do. But I will say that if you don't want to put this on a ballot or do something about drainage tonight, I do think there should be a commitment to continue to keep the $2 million we have allocated with the tax note money to fix the projects that we currently have and get those done as soon as we possibly can. Because
you know,
not doing those, that just changes everything for me.
Yeah,
obviously.
you know I'll fight for that, Kevin. I'm committed to that.
I do know that, but
I am too.
I do know that. I do know how everybody in the room feels. I also know I've spoken to 5 mayors and God knows how many council members, and we still don't have it done.
I know.
It's not a slam, but I got to say this for my own, just for the record. So thank you.
Understood and noted. I'm not leaving until we finish it. Okay. No, those are all good comments. I will not start a debate or a fight over big house, little house. I will say that there is as much that has to do in Prop B of a historic lack of planning for drainage, then I mean, there's plenty that can be laid at the feet of that, as well as any future large houses. So that's all I'll say about that. Okay, but I feel like we're making some progress here. We've kind of organically done the thumbs up, thumbs down thing. I think I see where we're headed. But I'm going to do it officially before we talk about an official motion and that sort of thing, so we can keep moving. So I'm sensing some support for keeping Prop A on this. I'm looking. I'm going to skip B for a minute and say I'm sensing some support for keeping Prop C in this dialogue. Yes. I see at least 3 people that are shaking their heads. And then I'm going to call for a little closer look at you all on this Prop B. Let's first just kind of give me a yes or a no on keeping Prop B on at any level, whether it be, $1 million, $2 million, $8 million, whatever. Sarah, I think you said you would want to keep it on at some level. Phil? And I'm just polling. You're going to have an opportunity to actually vote on all of this here in a minute. But I instead of us having to do a ton of different motions, I think having some.
I'm fearful that I think there's going to be plenty to keep us occupied with A and C, and I'm fearful if we take on B, given the fact that we do have the $2 million and that needs to be allocated, and there's a commitment to allocate that. I think it'll be a lot easier to try to get A and C passed if we leave B off until we suss out and nail down the issues that Councilmember Brown has brought up.
Okay, got it. Roxanne?
I am also very much in favor of A and C. I mean, they both, C, the idea of having emergency services right here, local, is huge. And we have employees that have been on top of each other practically for a very long time now, and obviously it was something that I pursued previously to try to do something about it. So I'm in favor of that. I do think that just proceeding with A and C at this point, it certainly gives the city plenty to do, already has a lot on its hands, and including the drainage projects, the $2 million that's already marked for that. I'm thinking the idea of developing the drainage, but because I do agree with Sarah, I mean, it's a critical issue.
Yep.
But I do like the idea of breaking this up and doing the drainage projects a bond proposition next year.
Okay. Alec,
Yeah.
yay or nay on B?
Nay on B.
Brooke?
Yes.
Unless you have more, that's really what I was looking for. Okay. Brooke?
I'm with the comments I've given and Roxanne, the comments Roxanne's given. And one question.
Yes, ma'am.
The $2 million has the city formally committed that to those two
Yes.
projects?
The
Okay.
previous council formally
Then
committed that to those projects.
Then maybe what we do is we pass this, whatever combination on this project, we pass a resolution that says we're gonna spend the $2 million on those two drainage projects,
Yeah, that's fine.
and that we're gonna commit to developing more finely developing the design criteria for drainage in the next year. and come
Just as a,
back.
kind of as a confirmation of what's already,
Kind of as a confirmation, a setup for what we need to do, and a firmer commitment that we have to getting the criteria in line so we can do the designs we need.
okay. All right, we'll come back to that, but I
Okay.
understand what you're going for,
Okay.
but nay on B. Okay, so, here's where we are, council. We're gonna now talk about dollar amount, so B's out. And then we're gonna now talk about dollar amounts for Prop A and Prop C. I like what's there. I think it's based on, you know, some level of research. Are you good with 5.3 and 2.5, Councilwoman Brown?
Yes.
Alec?
Yes.
Roxanne?
I mean, I can do the 5.3. I think we can also do the 4.7. So if we just did the high priority projects.
Oh, I see. Okay, so, yes, but also 4.7. Phil?
Yes.
I
Are you
didn't
gonna-
know there was a 4.7
Okay.
option, so I like that.
So, yes, 4.7.
It's actually the high priority project that costs.
You're like, wait a minute.
4.268, I'm sorry, it's 4.268
Okay.
if we just did the high priority.
You had him at lower option.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
5.3.
the low priority projects does include the abandonment, that's a low priority, the abandonment of the backyard lines. And I think that's something that our public works can probably continue,
With their new scope.
continue to work towards. But they're considered low priority items, so I'm to try to keep the costs down at this point.
Okay,
I'd be in favor of the 4.3.
okay, got it. Phil? 5.3, 4.3.
Does the 4.3 get us, that doesn't get us the meters at the front of the properties, or does it?
I've got it handy.
Those are also not firm costs,
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
and we
That's
don't,
true.
we don't know that that's
That's
how much
true.
it's really gonna cost.
Yeah.
And we don't have to borrow it if we don't need it, but it
Yes.
gives us the ability to issue up to that.
That's a
Sure.
great
The
point.
total amount.
This is,
That is a great point.
That's,
Yeah.
that's where I came out
it's kind of like,
different than my prior.
yeah, it's
thought
kind of
on it.
like posting the higher tax rate. You don't have to go there, but
Right.
you can't go back. So.
Well, and safe drinking water is pretty important.
Yes.
I will say too, I will say this. I suspect that the water lines are gonna be a little bit like remodeling a house. These particular water lines,
You're not
because,
gonna know what you have until you
I mean,
dig
just
them
what
up,
you
know?
can see for yourself over at Rollingwood and Riley. I mean, I drove by, I'm like, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, you can't, you couldn't put a shovel in the ground and not hit it. I mean, it was this far under the dirt. And so, who knows what we're gonna get into. And so,
Right.
Well, when I'm looking at high versus low, I think I could see us striking the abandonment projects. I mean, just leaving the lines out there if we still get the meters to the front, but we leave the lines and we just leave them alone and abandon them. That cuts $500,000 off. I mean, I can see easily doing that.
They're
I
not,
can
they're
see-
not digging them up.
Right.
Abandoning,
Okay.
you
Just
can't,
capping
you
'em.
can't, yeah. Abandoning them is
Just
capping them off from the rest of the system.
And that's
So
gonna
if they're
cost
not-
$500,000.
That's what they've approved. But if you don't cap them off and one of those lines springs a leak,
Sure.
you have to be able to get back there in order to be able to fix it.
Okay.
On the low priority cul-de-sacs, what I understood when they gave their report was that those are already meeting fire flow requirements and would be improved by the upsizing of lines in the adjacent area. Like on Brett Cove, there's gonna be a bigger line all the way down Park Hills, so that would
That ups the
increase.
fire flow
They
on it.
have
Okay.
they have a larger pipe than the ones at the coves at the top, cul-de-sacs at the top have 2-inch lines.
Right.
Brett Cove already has 4 or 6 or something like that.
Okay.
But that's an example, that's why they pulled those out.
Yeah, then, given that, I'm still unclear on what abandonment projects, why that's $500,000 if it's just capping off, but assuming that is accurate and is designated as a low priority, I would rather go with 4.2 because I think it's easier.
4.3.
4.3.
I'm just trying to keep the numbers.
Okay, 4.3. Because I do think that, again, that demonstrates a higher degree of rigor and hopefully easier for us to get over that hurdle.
All right, it's 4.3. You still at 5.3? You got 5.3.
How many of our current bonds are for water projects?
There's water and sewer. There's,
Do you have that?
and then the 2 million debt is drainage.
Okay, we're looking at that.
We keep doing water projects in pieces.
I know.
That's what I finally came to. That's another thought on the, going with the 5.3. If we
Because
don't spend
we
it,
had-
that's okay.
We had a big water project before Barry was even mayor. So when was that? 2011? Whatever, we were trying to do, it seems like it was about $5 million at that time. And it got blown up and we didn't go out for the bond and had to look at it all over again, and so that's been 10 years that we've been trying to get all the water projects done, and
I'm fine
we
with
keep
going
not-
with the 5.3. I
keep
mean,
not getting them
I
done.
like the idea of having some cushion.
Okay.
Yeah, I can be talked into it too.
Okay, so we're at 5-3 on the end for sure. Roxanne's definitely,
That's fine.
you're at now at 5-3. Brooke, where were you?
I can do 5-3.
All right, I got 3 at 5-3. Okay. All right, we're moving on to Prop C, 2.5. Everybody good with that? And again, we may not have to go to 2.5. That'll let us take something decent to the Emergency Service District and see what kind of horse trading we can do. Everybody good? 2.5? All right. Okay. Bond counsel, can you take the mic? I think the questions I have are for you. If not, we can switch over to Mr. Gilly. What is the least amount that I can give you in terms of a motion this evening to move forward with a Prop A at 5.3 and a Prop C at 2.5 and no Prop B?
So, Ben Morsidoric, we're your bond counsel. In my view, really the material parts of this ordinance are you're contracting with the county. They're going to provide election services. That's already baked in. We're not making any changes there. The propositions, really the purposes and the amounts. And I guess a third item would be the order. So assuming you want to keep them as A and no longer C, it's going to have to be A and B. But you'll need to kind of specify the amounts, the purposes, and what you want to letter those.
Okay.
So I think it would be those 3 items.
Okay, so got it. Okay, so letter, amount, purpose. Yeah, that's preferred.
Is the purpose, is everybody comfortable with the purpose as written in A and C? Everyone's cool with that?
I'm gonna appeal to council on C because it reads combined city hall and public safety building and related infrastructure. Well, I guess public safety could be emergency.
Yes. Yes.
I
Yeah.
agree.
You good
Yes.
with that? That's
I
what
mean, I
oughta-
said yes, but I'm going to also say.
There is one thing that I noticed though, and I think this happened when we changed from police building to public safety, and there's a 4 missing between bonds and A. Should be 4A combined.
Okay.
City hall and public safety.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to get a motion that
that's-
gives us some ability to work with you on the final format, which is why I just needed to know. So the main thing you need from this council would be how you want it lettered on the ballot, what the amount is, and what the agreed to purpose is.
And
Agreed,
everybody
yes.
agrees that we're good with the purposes as written, and so the motion could be motion to approve the ordinances as drafted, deleting Prop B and substituting Prop C to be Prop B.
I like it.
And add the 4.
Agreed
I
with that
think-
too.
With
I
appropriate
think, I don't
grammatical
know that he
corrections.
can do that. I think they have to approve the final language. I don't think, I have to ask him, I don't know the answer to that question. Can he tweak can they give him permission to tweak the final ordinance after they've approved it?
That's so. There are pieces of the ordinance that actually do have to change. The 2 big things are the polling places, which we've already seen are not final, and those there's a difference between bond elections and your council elections, and that we have to go through the Attorney General's office. So some of this is not so much what the law is, but what the AG says the law is for us. And one of the things that they say is we need to have all the polling places in the ordinance. So one of the
And
things
the law actually says that, and I said sure because I didn't want to. Because it doesn't have to go through the AG. So yes, I fully agree with that.
But this is the practice we use with all of our entities, and except for in some small counties where they already have the same 3 polling places they use every single time. It's not the case here. So we have language that basically authorizes the authorized representatives, so
Okay.
mayor
All right.
and Ms. Wayman, to help to basically allow us to incorporate what the county provides us when the polling places are finalized.
Got it.
And
Okay.
so
That does not need to be a part of the motion, or does it?
it's already in the
It's okay. Got
ordinance.
it.
It says
Okay.
that, so I
Okay.
think
So it
that
does
that's-
not have to be a part of the motion.
Right.
But that means that the motion is approving this ordinance.
Yes.
Not just this motion that we just talked about.
No, that's right. It is. I said
And-
approving the ordinance as drafted, except to omit B and substitute C to be B.
And my original question, and the only thing that I'm concerned about, is once council disbands tonight, and then we get past the deadline in a few days, and we're like, oh no, there's a typo.
Typos I'm not worried about.
Or-
That's easy to fix. Yeah, I'm totally cool.
You're cool.
And he said the other stuff is already baked into the ordinance.
Agreed. But as far as actual changes to the language of the ballot or the propositions themselves, that is, I think, a material change. So if you wanted to say, we want to change this back to police building after
Right.
you've
Yeah.
approved
Right, that
public
would be
safety,
different.
That would be
that sort of thing, I think
No, that's
would
fine.
really need to come back to council. And you could call a special meeting for Monday if you wanted to go through this, or the
Don't wanna
weekend
do
if
that.
you want to do that. That's your deadline. But yeah, I would say the ballot language and the propositions, the purposes and the amounts, those should really be decided upon today, and we shouldn't be making any other changes.
And
Okay.
my understanding is everybody agrees with the numbers and the purpose in both A and C, so that's perfect, so they can approve that as is, and take out B and substitute C for B.
Totally agree, and I
Okay.
understand what changes would need to be made, and so that's sufficient motion from my.
Okay, I'm just gonna read A and C one more time for the record. The issuance of bonds in the amount, this is Proposition A, the issuance of bonds in the amount of 5.3 million and the imposition of taxes sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds for waterworks system facilities and improvements, including fire flow improvements, and acquiring lands and right-of-ways for such purposes, and all matters incident or necessary thereto. Pretty straightforward. And then Proposition C, which will now be B, the issuance of bonds in the amount of 2.5 million and the imposition of taxes sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds, a combined city hall,
For a.
for a
Yeah.
combined city hall and public safety building and related infrastructure. And we've all agreed that public safety building would include emergency services, and fire, correct?
Agreed.
All right. Everybody good? All right. Be on hand for anyone wanting to make the motion that Counselor has told us about.
I move that we adopt ordinance 2022-08-17-15 as drafted, with the exception of deleting the paragraph City of Rollingwood, Texas Proposition B, and renumbering the paragraph City of Rollingwood, Texas Proposition C as City of Rollingwood, Texas Proposition B.
Better than I said.
It was better than you said. You have a motion,
Second.
members, and you have a second with Councilwoman. You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown, a second Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion on this topic?
I guess there's nothing that we need to do on the ballot language. Do we need to make, does that need to be in the motion too? Because there's probably something in the ballot language. Isn't there? In the-
On page,
Yeah.
I think the grammatical fix was the only thing we missed, but I think that's.
Well, I meant that.
There's a restatement of the Prop B in the official ballot
That's what I was
language.
saying.
Seems to me that motion would cover that.
Right.
Okay.
I agree. So,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
really, so the proposition is the full question, and then the ballot is what the voters see to approve or, reject that full question. So I think that's kind of covered the same territory there. We're all on the same page now.
Okay, good. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. And one last question for you. What now?
Okay, so I think the first step, we had to give kind of preliminary ballot language to Travis County, just to kind of keep on their calendar. It's not a legal deadline, but kind of an internal deadline. So we'll revise that with them tomorrow. From there, we need to give notice to the county of the election. They already know about it, but this is a formal notice. It's required by the election code. That's the deadline for that is September 9th. So we'll be working on that. We'll also be translating that. From there, it's various notices. We'll work with likely with Ashley on sending you a detailed instruction letter of all the different postings and publications that need to be done. And we also get involved in reviewing those and making sure that they're all kind of in appropriate form. And then from there, it is really just the early voting process and election day. Travis County has other internal requirements that we usually help with, proofing the ballot. So we send them the ballot language. Sometimes it gets lost in translation. So we always go and both view it and then you listen to it and make sure everything's all correct. So we help with all those various steps. And we also, I think you mentioned messaging. There are definitely restrictions on what you can and cannot say. Nobody should be using any city resources to now that to campaign basically for or against the propositions. But giving information to the voters is something that's a governmental purpose and is appropriate. So we help review those materials. If you have anything you want to put on your website that's, this is what we're doing, why we're doing it, that sort of thing. The why we're doing it is usually where you can have some tough questions about whether you're advocating. But and then the next, you will have another action. So after the election is after election day, we'll have to come back to you to canvass the vote, just like you do with your council elections. Same canvassing period, and then if the voters approve, we'll come back to you for a bond issue and go through the bond
All right.
issue.
And so all that's in the letter that you're going to send us?
Yes.
All right. What do you do?
How we're gonna pay for it.
All right. Then we kick him out, and then you go sell the bonds.
We'll assist him a little bit with the voter information form, those kind of things, but that's,
Okay.
it's his show for now.
All right. Got it. Ball's not in our court right now for anything.
That's right. There are signature pages for the
that
ordinance
stuff.
that we'll need. Oh, it's not a huge rush on those, but we'll need them just for our bond transcript if and when we go to issue bonds out of the election.
Okay. Got it. Rock and roll. Thanks. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, with respect to US CAP advisors, don't we need them to give us a model or two on how they want to structure this, and so we know what it'd be fine tuning the numbers for this amount, and with further consideration of what kind of debt structure you want to do,
Yeah,
and
James.
20 or 30 years.
That was your answer right there, man.
That was my answer.
Yes.
I think that,
Or does that come?
Why don't you
well,
step up?
do we-
Step up. I think we're good on legal. Let's talk about financial for a minute.
Do we need, Mayor?
Yes,
do
ma'am.
we- where I'm going with that is, if we're gonna have some kind of piece that says this is the estimated impact,
Yeah.
then we need that work done.
Agreed. And that's sort of where I was, yeah, that was where my head was as well, but I wanted to make sure we had the I's dotted and T's crossed on the getting on the ballot first. But yeah, I think we moved pretty quickly to the piece you're talking about. So yes, I agree. Like take, well, I can socialize. So if you would start put pen to paper with, and you've already done a lot of it, with these amounts, different options, or what it would look like, I guess. Not different options at this point.
Have we decided on term?
That was
Yeah.
what I was about to ask. Is the term in this?
The maximum term is in,
So we-
the legal maximum, it's not.
Got it. So yes, so there is then some work. So we can go up to the max. And I mean, I'm not going to ask council to make a decision on that tonight, but I think
Sounds kind of like
I think we
it needs
ask
to
our
have
bond
to
advisor
pass.
to advise us.
Yeah, we're gonna
And
have
if
to
that makes a
know.
difference in the interest rate.
That's what people are asking
Yeah.
too.
so put pen to paper on the best
What,
deal
how long?
with
Mhm.
these numbers. Advise us. Agree.
Yeah, how long are we funding this for?
certainly,
Telling
By
people basically
forecasting
the
what
life
the rate's gonna
expectancy
be.
of the underlying asset.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
I think that, don't
Or
wanna
you
speak
tell
for-
us what you need.
Well, I don't want to speak for Ben, but I think that it sounds like the first step is getting everything, all the documents in line for the election, because that's the closest deadline. And for that purpose, there are some estimated, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but there are some estimated, some estimated information that you will publish in there, but it's my understanding, it doesn't have to be exact.
Yeah, so there's a voter information document, the form of that's attached to the ordinance. And we'll use that to complete some information that's basically required to be provided. Those are estimates is, I think where you're going with that, which is we will make assumptions based on what USDA is recommending to you as far as the amortization of the debt. So if you go with 25-year amortization schedule.
But when do you have to fill that out?
So that's something that will, it'll be a notice that needs to be provided 3 weeks before the election. But we'll work with, I think we'll have that completed in the next week or so. That'll be all finalized.
All right, let's get it in the next week because, yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. Okay, we'll figure that out. We'll circle back, socialize it with council, and then, but we'll base it on US Cap advisors and then this document. But let's try to get the document sooner rather than later.
Sure.
News travels fast around here, so it's better to
Yeah,
be
it's-
on the front end of accurate information than on the back end.
Right, so all of the decision you made about the amounts, that has to be used to calculate, that and the term, and then the other assumptions that are made have to be used to make all those calculations. And really, the principal amounts that you decided on tonight is the big thing that I think USDA needed to really run those kind of assumptions.
What amortization do you usually use on a water system? 20 or 30?
And again, that's not something that I'm necessarily qualified, not an engineer to say, but my understanding is that the water lines are expected to have a useful life of at least 30 years, and longer. That may be reasonable. And again, it's kind of council's decision. Do you think that if you built a city hall, is it appropriate to finance it for 20 years?
Oh, I think it's going to be the last one we ever build, so 50.
Yeah, this one's 45 years old.
We get about 45 years out of it.
47. 47.
This was 76.
Oh, I thought it was 75.
I guess that's a way of saying I'm not necessarily qualified to say this is how long you should finance it, but I'm certainly happy to say to give you the pros and at least the economic side of financing it for this term versus a longer term, and the impact on the tax rate and the interest rates you might receive.
Alec.
Yeah, but the point I think is that we have to put something on this information sheet, so what are we gonna put on it?
Right.
And when do we decide that?
I'm
But
gonna
we do have a
get-
little bit of time for that. Is that right?
I'm telling you, not much.
I think you're confusing what legally has to be accomplished.
With what?
And what they'd like to see accomplished for purposes of getting information out to the public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
Right.
Um,
They may,
Good word.
I see the confusion.
Yes.
thank you, Charlie.
All right, we'll get back to you in short order. All right, guys, thank you, and thanks for sticking with us for the duration. Anything else, council?
Nope.
All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 16.
Thank you.
Discussion and possible action on a resolution approving a project of the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation for a mobility, connectivity, and safety plan. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Wayman to tell us about it, and just for everybody's information, we should be moving. It's my goal to move pretty quick the rest of the way through here. So, Ms. Wayman.
Of course. At the last RCDC meeting, they are beginning their budgeting process, and they have been working on some ideas for projects to bring forward for the coming year. They have brought this and the following 2 projects. So the next 3 items are all RCDC projects brought forth to the City Council for approval. The City Council does have to have final approval on any expenditure of the RCDC. This item 16, is a mobility, connectivity, and safety plan. They have kind of laid out their thoughts in this project request form, and then there is a resolution attached where the City Council will approve an RCDC resolution. They did approve a resolution their last meeting, and if this is passed here, it will be incorporated into their budget and brought back to you all for approval in September.
What prompted this?
They have formed a few subcommittees on different things, and I guess actually the 3 things here, or more, that they have been interested in their projects. And this mobility, connectivity, and safety is mainly between our commercial corridor. When the comp plan came about, they're interested in mobility, connectivity, pedestrian safety, bike safety, and then Phil, actually, if you want to speak to any of that as well as the liaison, I'm happy to.
Yeah, also, a lot of this came out of some of the work from Retail Coach, for instance, but mainly I think a lot of this is addressing the Edge Grove issue. One of the things driving this is the fact that RCDC has been collecting funds. They have quite a war chest built up, and they're looking to start to deploy some of those funds, and these are the first 3 priorities that have been identified by RCDC as warranting consideration. And I'm in agreement, and I would back all 3 of them up as far as I think they're worthwhile, especially given the dollar amounts that are being allocated to each of these. So,
And be thinking if you'd like to make a motion, that you would entertain it, Ms. Brown.
Also, the number 16 and number 18 are recommendations from the comprehensive plan.
right.
Yes. And I'd just say, too, an approved project like this might look like drainage, but I would say it's very important during a flood to be able to get across to Trader Joe's, so I can see.
Or get home.
Yeah, or get home, so, from the store, from the commercial. So, anyway, any other questions? Any other
Alec,
motions?
you had a hand up?
I was gonna say, I moved to approve resolution
That's wow.
22-817-16, approving RCDC mobility and safety plan. I'm not gonna read the rest of those numbers.
You have a motion. You have a motion. You have a motion by Councilman Robinson and a second by Roxanne. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action on a resolution approving a project of the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation for Rollingwood Park amenities and promotion. Ms. Wayman.
This is for some sort of promotion of events such as farmers markets, artist markets. They've earmarked up to $5,000 for the rental of tents or other kind of equipment for these kind of events that may, be kind of a temporary weekend a thing in our park. Up to $5,000 to subsidize the event, and then up to $1,000 for advertising. Same process here. They've approved it in the form of a resolution. If approved tonight, it will come back on their budget for your final approval.
Has this gone to Park Commission?
This has not gone to the Park Commission. I will say, I think the City Council approved a farmer's market not too long ago, and I don't think it ever.
It was a year ago, but.
Right.
Sounds like, yeah.
Alec?
I don't
Yeah,
remember
I just- I mean,
$11,000 when we approved
I
that.
have really good friendships with the RCDC, as everyone does. When it comes to RCDC in the park, I have no issue with the concept of doing all this. I did want to point out a couple things though, and I think the first thing was what Councilmember Hudson just mentioned. I don't expect this to be an issue with anyone like the park, but we have a park commission, and I just think we should give them a chance and an opportunity to comment on the matter. That's their purpose, is to advise the council on park matters. So I would say that this is a park matter, that they should get a chance to make some comments. I don't think there will be an issue though. And then the other thing is, I know that we're all aware that the council can approve events in the park, special events, and I kind of consider these as special events. One of the other things that was, the way this was written, is it seems like RCDC just has the control of the park whenever they want to do an event, is basically how it's written to me, and I don't know if we want to do that or not. There's no indication of like how many events, like how big are the events, where's the parking for the events. There's no discussion about that. I don't mind like approving a budget to do some of this stuff, but it'd be good to have like some parameters of like, just know a little bit more, because the way I see it is like, okay, well, we could do it every week. Listen, I'm sure this isn't going on, but my mind is like, just from last year, just being like, I kind of go there. That's like my first reaction. I'll just admit that. But I'm like, the way it's written is that it could be like every weekend we're going to spend $100 promoting something, and then you could have 10 weeks of this. They're like, there is no, I don't know how these things end, these resolutions. Like, when do they end? Like, so, the Edge Grove thing made more sense to me, because it was like, here's a project, it's $50,000, we're gonna hire some engineering firms, they're gonna do some studies and show us, and there's gonna be something out of the end of it. This, I know that there's gonna be something out of the end of it, but it could be like 100 events, it could be one event, it could be like some food trucks, and that brings up another point. Like, the food truck thing is fine. They did the food truck at one of the Little League events. I don't know what other sporting events we have other than Little League. So I'm assuming that when they say sporting events, they mean food trucks for Little League. Little League did this like one time this past spring. Seems like we would know if it was viable or not. I think some of the feedback from one of the trucks was like, I'm never coming here again. I don't know why. Either was he, maybe it wasn't financially viable. So I would be cautious about like spending our city money to subsidize like a food truck for Little League. Maybe that's not what's going on, but I'm just telling you, these are just some of the questions or things that I had in my head. So I'll just put that out there. If I were going to make a motion on any of this, the motion would be to have Park Commission to and maybe I will just make that motion. I move to refer this matter to Park Commission to let them have a chance to comment on it and bring it back to the next council meeting.
Second.
You have a motion by Councilman Robinson and a second by Councilwoman Hudson. There is further discussion.
Because of the other two items that related to the comprehensive plan, I attended the meeting. And what I might suggest is that we approve the resolution with these caveats or these terms. Not more than X events a year, or that we, for funding of tents and whatever else it was, for such events as might be approved by the park and Park Commission and the city. So that I think RCDC just gives the funds, basically.
Right.
That's their function, is to provide the funds. And it would be appropriate to have the event designation by the Park Commission and the city.
Yeah, and
Council.
I think, so let's back
They're
up.
just providing the funds because it's something, that's their function.
Yeah, so let's back up briefly. I agree with that. I understand Mr. Robinson's point.
Yes, I do too.
But I think we may be a little bit cart before the horse here. But I need Ms. Wayman or Charlie to weigh in too. I really think this is probably, so this is, we occasionally get into this situation with the RCDC, and it's just kind of a chicken and the egg thing. They don't want to spend a lot of time planning something or thinking about something or suggesting funding of something or coordinating with Parks Commission on something if at the end of the day they're going to go through all of those hurdles, and then this council, who has to approve all projects, says, nope, not going to do that for whatever reason. I feel like that's kind of where we are. Is that fair?
I would agree, and I think they are clear about, you know, consent of either they say the mayor to sign one-day contracts. I think we could put those parameters around it.
My next question is, so if council were to approve this, wouldn't they also get a second bite at the apple on the actual event? It's on all of it?
I mean, I think we can put those in place. I think they, you know.
I think this approves the expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's an approval of their overall budget, so it's kind of back in that budget.
Right.
And I mean, every other special event in the park generally comes to city
It has to come
council
through, right,
for
like you couldn't-
approval, so
right.
I think we could do that.
Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, what I want to highlight here is there was also a little piece of information in this. Let me see, there was, and we're in 17, right? Agenda item 17. There's 3 documents. The document, the middle link, the second link, that says park amenities and promotion PDF. The reason that I started thinking this way is because like under the description of benefits from purchase, there's the last sentence in there says the project would authorize the RCDC with the consent of the mayor to sign one-day weekend contracts for the events. That's what kind of got me thinking, is this about letting them take over the park and run events when they want to run events?
Let me be clear, this is the first moment I've read that. It was not a power play by me. Okay.
And if it said one event, or we had like some parameter about, it's going to be this event and on this date, and it's going to start at this time and end. I mean, that's one thing, but it's written so that it seems just we could wake up every weekend and have something if we sign it like this or vote on this.
It seems like we need to have a better overall plan for how our park gets used for fundraising things.
I wasn't at the meeting, so I may not be the best person to talk to this, but I don't read this as giving the RCDC the authority to create the events, to start the events. I read this as a funding mechanism. They're authorizing, they're setting aside specific authorization for $11,000 for these types of events. And that way, when someone comes and says, we would like to do this event, the RCDC has the money allocated for its use. And then the mayor could then sign a one-day contract for something that say the parks wanted to do. That's how I read this. I don't read it as giving the RCD
Right.
any of that, any authority to have events or do events. This is purely, that's how I read it, but I wasn't there, so.
But you could also make that motion too.
But the way this is worded, it says the project would authorize the RCDC, and then skip the clause, would authorize the RCDC to sign one-day or weekend contracts for the event.
Well, that's the agenda sheet, but the resolution doesn't say, like, the actual adopted resolution doesn't say that, does it?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't know it does say
But
the
then-
mayor, but it just got me thinking, what am I missing in this? Like,
Yeah.
because it sounds like, it sounds like maybe a purpose that it really wanted kind of got put in the description. I don't know. I'm still like, I still have my motion. I guess Sarah seconded it, and it's still there.
Yeah, no, we can dispose of the motion.
Yeah, what concerns me is that this seems to be in conflict with the park commission, because the park commission has been trying to do things and may not be what we want either, but the park commission has been trying to do things to raise more money and are in fact chasing off some of the people that are currently renting
Yes, not real clear.
the space because they jacked up the rates so high. And then this is funding things to see if maybe it would break in money.
Yeah.
So it just, they don't seem to be consistent, and it seems
Well,
like we need to have the park commission look at the overall.
My
How we're
understanding
using
of
this.
this is not meant to generate money and funding. It's not meant to start creating a revenue stream for the parks or anything like that. This is to provide subsidize an event to see whether or not there's any viability to create an event, to have an event, or anything like
To
that.
do stuff in the park.
Right.
Basically, just do stuff in the park.
Right. Just to enliven, have something in the park, but
So what if you, because I think the problem is if you don't approve it tonight, will it miss their budget cycle? Or miss their budget approval?
Potentially.
So what if you approved the expenditure conditionally on park, or you could either do it on park commission or park and council or council. So they could go ahead and put it in their budget for final approval.
yeah.
But you would know that you still have a final bite of the apple to say no to anything.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, can't we amend the budget?
What budget?
I mean, I just feel like, okay, we're at the approved, I mean, I don't know, I mean, this is the way I feel now, and until Parks looks at it, I don't really have anything else to add, and I don't feel.
Well, and that's what Mayor Massingdale is proposing, is that we amend it to allow Parks Commission to review it, and then we can also say, with the approval of any amendments by Park Commission and council, and then we get to have a say as well.
Yeah.
But that earmarks the money as a possibility, not necessarily a done deal from RCDC.
Yeah.
All right, we do have a motion on the table and a second. Let's dispose of that. My concern with passing this motion is that if you send this to Park Commission, they're not going to know what to do with it. So, but we'll dispose of the motion if it's not withdrawn. So, is there further discussion?
Well, the wording in the motion, it says that after their hearing, they considered an approved expenditure of funds for the project for improvements that will enhance the recreational and community facilities, including athletic facilities, in various locations within Rollingwood Park. That doesn't talk about renting tents or bringing in food trucks or doing what, I mean, it's just like,
The motion in front of you is to send this to Parks.
right, and that's why I'm.
I'm with you.
So you want me
Because
to
this-
withdraw?
No, I think this,
It's
this is so vague to me.
Yeah.
That I have a problem.
Yeah, I think it needs
Send
work.
it back to RCDC.
It needs work.
Yeah.
Explain your option.
I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry. It's
The set it aside.
like, yeah, you could not approve this. They could approve their budget with this as a set aside within their budget as part of a fund to be approved, you know, to be brought back later. So I don't think it would be a huge harm to their budgetary process if this wasn't approved tonight. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, that was fine. And if you choose to not approve it, I actually think it would be better just to not approve it than to send it to Parks, because I do think it's going to be confusing to Parks if they get it and they're not going to know what to do with it. But I'll let y'all handle that however you want.
Or move to send it back
Okay.
to the RCDC
Right. For
further consideration about
Clarity.
clarity as to who would, you know,
Yeah, that would be.
as to who would determine the nature of the events and frequency and
Okay.
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
And then the liaison could tell them
Yep.
that they could feel free to set it aside and bring it back in their, and, you know, send it with their budget if they want, and then we'll take another crack at it.
And for review by Parks Commission.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll withdraw my motion.
All right, the motion's withdrawn, and we have a new motion.
Yeah, the new motion is to send this back to RCDC for further clarification on frequency of events and
Type of event.
Other parameters.
And
Other
approval,
parameters.
and necessary approvals for planning of the events.
and necessary approvals of planning of the events.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion, Council Robinson, a second by Mr. Duffy. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 18, sorry. Discussion and possible action on the first reading of a resolution approving a project of the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation for commercial zoning code updates as identified in the city's comprehensive plan. Ms. Wayman.
This comes per request from council for RCDC to fund this item. This one is slightly different than the other two in that it requires 2 readings at the city council level. So tonight would be the first reading, and if it goes smoothly, a second reading would come back at the next meeting, and then their budget would be approved with this amount. This includes the funding of commercial area related updates to our code based on the comprehensive plan recommendations.
It's a no-brainer, council. I'll accept the motion.
I move approval of item 20,
Resolution.
19, no? Which one?
18.
18.
Right.
We have a triple motion. I'll take all of that. All right, you have a motion for adoption of agenda item number 18 as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion?
Somebody mentioned to me that there were some conditions that RCDC put on the funding.
They retracted it.
Okay,
They retracted it.
okay. Because I didn't see anything about conditions in here, and I wanted to make sure that those were not hiding someplace that we were approving them, but we didn't see them, so. Okay.
All right. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That will call up agenda number 19, discussion, possible action on amending the city's code of ordinances regarding information to be included on plats. I appreciate Council or Mayor Pro Tem Hudson bringing this to us this evening. It's pretty straightforward. We've experienced a little bit of legal confusion on our end when trying to implement our code related to plats. It's very common, well, it is uncommon practice to put zoning issues on a plat. So I appreciate Councilwoman working with us on this. Happy to entertain a motion.
I think Brooke had pointed out another section of the.
It's been added.
Has it? Okay. Okay. We just wanted to make sure that we covered all of the sections of the ordinance that needed to be updated.
Great.
So-
And we, there may still be some other things in this code. This is the low-hanging fruit. We may circle back with you with some other issues that are proving difficult, but this one was the easy one, and we'll be in touch on the others especially as Nikki kind of gets her feet under her. She's started a list of things that what she considers head scratchers. So
How long is that list?
it's growing. It grows every day, apparently. All right. You have any emotion?
We don't yet. You wanna make a motion?
I can. Where am I? I move approval of ordinance 2022-0817-19 to amend the ordinances related to the requirements that setback lines be placed on plats.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Hudson and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Chair hears none. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 20, discussion and possible action in regard to designation of code compliance officer. Recognize Councilwoman Brown to open us up, and I do have an update for you once we start.
All right. I have brought this back. It was on the agenda for last month. This would allow us to designate one of the police officers as a code compliance officer, and outlines the duties that designated officer would have to enforce building permit requirements, zoning requirements, nuisance ordinances, barking dogs, trash, tall weeds, that kind of thing. Other public health and safety matters, and which could be the other things in the code that like abandoned vehicles, things like that. And as I went through, I looked through several other city policies on code compliance officers, and thought that, and it gave me ideas on that, not only for the problems we've had with building permits, but also these other issues. And one of the advantages I've listed in the third paragraph of the agenda item, the advantages: orderly and regular inspection of properties by someone, would have someone with that duty to orderly and regularly do it. It would allow that officer to develop expertise with respect to the requirements and expectations. It would allow that officer to build relationships within the community and with the contractors performing work within the community, and therefore develop uniform and consistent expectations and enforcement of city ordinances. Then the resolution lists the particular duties to be a biweekly patrol of active building sites biweekly to ensure compliance. Patrol of the city is necessary with regard to other nuisances, barking dogs, overgrown lots, trash, noise. Secure voluntary compliance as a first step, to hold the proper licenses and have the training to present evidence and other administrative activities as needed to support citation if it were to come to that. You have police officers are trained. If they've stopped a car and issued a ticket, they're trained to be able to present the evidence associated with how to prove up that violation in court. And so I think it also makes sense to have one of our police officers do this function, because they are regularly appearing in court. They know how to write a citation. They know what evidence is and what isn't evidence, and would be able, in the odd case that they had to write a citation, to take that to court. And so I'm recommending that we designate one of our officers to this position, let the chief of police and the city administrator determine who that would be, and I urge approval.
Alec?
Some comments. I think that I'm all for the building permit stuff, all the construction and new development that we have going on, having someone go around and kind of check on things and inspect the sites and so forth. The enforcement officer, in that sense, it makes a lot of sense to me having that. But like, I'm like, again, my mind kind of goes like thinking about what if. I mean, the number 2, like the part is what kind of like, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's no big deal. But part B, like section 2, part B. But I just kind of wonder what happens if the building dies down, like we don't have as much stuff. And so now, like, I just, like, sure, like the nuisance stuff, I mean, I guess, but can't we already do that? I'm just wondering, like, is this person's job going to be like measured by like how many citations and I just don't want them, like, I wouldn't really want someone driving around like inspecting everybody's property, because I'm sure that if you looked at something on my property, there's something that's out of the ordinance. I mean, I've learned a lot reading through our code of ordinances over the time, and I'm like, there's some crazy stuff in that. I'm like, are you kidding? That's in here? But I didn't had any clue that that's in there. So I'm sure that there's something. There's probably like a type of plant that I'm not supposed to have or something on my property. No, well, no. That was a bad. That was a bad.
Late at night, the truth comes out.
I'm in a shrub or something.
Where's the cop when you need him?
So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure everything's fine, and I'm just being paranoid. But I just think that like, I wonder if that could happen.
That is
like,
paranoid.
What kind of plans are you, bro?
That is not the intent. It's kind of to focus the responsibility for whatever periodic inspection is needed, not inspection, patrol is needed, and to consolidate that function with one officer. What happens today is, you know, somebody calls so-and-so and they might be on duty that day, but then somebody else calls so-and-so, somebody else, and we don't ever get it kind of consolidated where one person knows, yeah, that dog's been barking for the past 6 months, you know, or yeah, that needs to happen. It's a big enough problem to happen. It's a way of funneling those kinds of complaints to a person who will develop the kind of relationship and expertise and all of that to deal with it properly, resolve it.
Yeah, and I would just comment on both of your comments, in that I understand the intent, and I think I can make that happen. I understand the concern, and I think I can make that not happen. And so,
and our police chief ought to be able to manage
right.
that.
You know, just for the record, I can read this and have a knee-jerk reaction, or I can read this and think, I can interpret that to be a reasonable, you know, a reasonable enforcement mechanism, and that's the way I would read it and intend to interpret it. There would be some things that aren't explicitly said that we would do, which is Nikki and the city engineer would be the interpreters of the code. Like, they're the ones that are going to interpret the code and explain the code to the code enforcement officer. I'll tell you, we've already essentially done this, and it's going to be Officer Arispe to be kind of taking charge and ownership and accountability in this space, assuming that I can convince you guys to do some things in agenda item 24 here in a minute. But that's part of, you know, that discussion we had earlier with about the about making room at the top and being able to move some people up so they have some time and they're not on the beat that they've been on for a long, long time. I mean, that's part of those puzzle pieces that I was referring to earlier. So I think that there are some ways to not get, to not have, you know, police officers looking over your back fence, but at the same time still driving around with a little bit different set of eyes, set of criteria that they're kind of have their eyes out for when they're, you know, going around. To your point, Councilman Robinson, I share your concern if there was, and I've said it in this dais, I've said it in that room in executive session. I would be concerned if we had one person who runs out of code compliance stuff to do in 2 weeks and then starts trying to justify their existence.
Yeah.
I think we can solve that with this type of structure, because Dan's going to have plenty of other things to do between, you know, maintaining our evidence room and our record management system and a whole host of other things. And so I would see these items that are outlined here as additions to law enforcement duties, not items in lieu of law enforcement duties.
Right. And I certainly don't see this as a full-time position.
Correct. And I think that's what, in my mind, that's what makes
Yeah.
this okay and what makes this work.
Yeah.
That we can set up some systems in place where the designated person is making the rounds and knows which places to go to. I mean, when I'm here on Saturdays now, I try to do a drive around, and it takes you like two or three times to figure out kind of where everything is, and, you know, make sure the fences are locked and the thing is clean and there's not stuff out in the street. And I mean, it's not that hard and it's not that time consuming, and I think Dan will be really good at it. In fact, he's already started some of this. We have a pretty good little system in place. We've got some of our first, I mean, I'm not excited that we had complaints, but I am excited that somebody used the email address that they had at their disposal. I think went well. I think it kind of is working the way it was supposed to. Nikki had the discussion, looked at the code, had the discussion with Dan. They're working through it. So anyway,
One short comment.
yes, and I have one question or comment or a request for you in section 3 where it says the designated officer shall be identified on the city website. I'd love to be able to change that to the code complaint process shall be identified on the city website, and here's why. If the designated person is in fact Officer Arespe, which that is the plan, full disclosure, there are lots of people around. He's been here a long time, and there are lots of people in this community that have a cell phone and that have they could just call him. Hey Dan, will you come over and take a look at it? You know, they're going to short circuit the system that we've designed, and that is counter to what we're trying to accomplish here. Because if you just use the email, it goes in one email inbox. If you're here at certain times in the day, you'll hear Michaela's phone go off, because when her phone alarm goes off, she knows that she needs to go check the mailbox at that time. So she checks the mailbox and sends it to Nikki. So we have that set up, and if people start trying to go around that because they know, well, it's Dan, I'm just going to text him.
I think that misses an important part of what I'm trying to do here, and that is to have people know that if they've got something they've got to get resolved, they can talk to Dan. That diffuses it so that, you know, all of us know if you need to file a complaint with Amazon, you send an email and you get a form response and nothing happens, or I'd rather have a more hands-on.
Yeah, I did not think I would ever change your mind, but I thought
I'm
I'd
sorry.
make
More hands-on relational position here. That doesn't mean, you know, on Tuesdays and Thursdays when that officer's off, he's gonna be able to answer the phone or respond. Or the officer can say, could you send me an email on that? And that way I'll have something to respond to. I can look at this and I will respond. And that is the part that I think right now we're missing because we haven't had this function and people, you know, you call in and you say there's this problem and you don't hear back. And so I'd like to have that identified. And on the flip side, you know, our contractors too, we want them to have a relationship with this person.
That's fine.
You
I mean,
know, they'll know Nikki, and Nikki's doing permits, but this is, you know, I've got a truck that's coming and it's school's letting out and there's gonna be school buses and how do we manage this? You know, I've thought about that too. That kind of problem that needs hands-on attention and adjustment between two contractors on two sides of the street and school bus can't get through. You know, that kind of thing as well. I really do want this to be a relationship person.
And that's why I think Dan will be great at it. He is a relationship guy. He's going to be really good at it. I will disagree with you. I mean, when Dan's on vacation and somebody says, well, I emailed Dan, and I say, well, did you email the code complaint email? No, I just emailed Dan. Okay, well.
Well, that means we need to do more. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
I've said my part.
That means we need to do more about saying this is the process that you need to follow.
If we're all on that page, then.
And I have a recommendation there too.
Okay.
I saw a cool website, I think it's Beaumont or Bay City. Their form is not a complaint form. It is titled Fix It form.
Sounds like the
Which
Golden Triangle.
Yes, I can send, you know, it's just a user-friendly, it's more user-friendly and more, let's resolve the problem approach. Complaint.
I forgot you were still here.
I'm still here.
Come on up to the mic. I didn't say anything bad about you.
No, I wanted to speak towards this. I think it's a great idea that we have somebody kind of patrolling around and checking things. However, these codes that these officers are going to be looking at are our code of ordinances for building and zoning and all of that. They're not, so it's a complaint that's going to go to them, but it's got to go to me. And then I've got to refer my interpretation to the code.
This, if you, and I'm happy to explain this, this is not zoning. This is the fence is down, the
So it's not code
trash
enforcement.
It is, if you look at the requirements of code sections 101, 245 through 254, permit posting, construction fences, trash, placement of building materials outside, that should be on the site, outside the tree drip lines and not in the street, location of a job trailer, dumpsters, porta potties, hours of construction. These are not setbacks and that sort of thing.
Right, and a code
observable from the street.
Right, a code enforcement officer is not allowed to go on property. It's, everything is visual from a right of way.
A code enforcement?
So it would be
I'm sorry.
It would be somebody who is going out to make sure that the grass is cut or that trash is not put out on the right day or the wrong day, that the fence is down or silt fencing's not up, those kinds of things. It's a combination, typically. I think what you're referring to is just a list of items that you would like checked.
Well, that's the number one issue. You had said it's zoning, but I'm not really thinking they're gonna, this is the managing the cleanliness and orderliness at the site, not setbacks or heights or.
Right, and no, like a
Okay.
code enforcement officer wouldn't do that. That's
Right.
that's the building official.
Right.
But I guess I'm not quite understanding where you're going with enforcement or compliance of code.
Well, here, you know, here's, we've had the situation, we've worked to clean it up, but we had if you look back to, city councils, 2 council meetings ago, I had presented a memo, this kind of stuff, you know, the fencing, the drip line, the trash, stuff on the street. There were like 18 different properties that had a problem. That can be fixed if someone's, doesn't have to come to city council. If we have someone who knows what needs to be enforced and is driving the community, and part of their job is look for this stuff once or twice a week. This is not a full-time job.
Right, and
These are the kinds of things that need somebody that's out on the street.
so
to know
are
that
these
it's
specific
happening.
items listed in the code?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so they are items that a contractor should know.
If you look at our code, there's a section, I've quoted it here, it's section 101-245, 101-254. If you look at those, that's the permit posting, construction fencing, trash, placement of building materials, don't put it in the street, that, I've listed those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's that, and then, you know, this is the person that will also handle your problem with the barking dog next door and that sort of stuff.
So noise
Yes.
ordinance, okay.
Noise and any
Nuisance.
nuisance ordinance.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not your job or enforcement, well, you know.
Well, I'm just gonna say, like, we got a complaint yesterday. And, yeah, it was yesterday. And Dan and I were going back and forth because I had to find the portion of the code where this complaint came from that verified that, yes, this is a problem. Because you can't just tell somebody, hey, I don't like this, because
Well,
I
and-
don't like it.
If we regularize that with one person, then that.
Right, and then, I mean,
then
those
that will-
officers
that
aren't
history,
gonna.
that knowledge will come about.
Right, and I mean, it's still, I mean, I've 15 years into all this and still have to refer to codes just to make sure that I've got it right. And am I interpreting right based on the circumstance? It's, nothing is black and white in code. It's not like the penal code where it's X, Y, and Z. It's open for interpretation. It really is.
Well,
So
but some of it is very clear.
some of it really is, yes. But
If they're out there.
for instance, the
Banging
complaint,
and sawing at 8
Right.
o'clock on a Saturday morning.
right, that's simple. But like the complaint that we had received, I had to go search the code for it. And Dan was looking in the code for it. And we were trying to find it, going back and forth. And so it's just, there are a lot of items, yes, the checklist items that we could be looking for. However, the code compliance complaints that we do get are not gonna be simply just for that officer.
Right.
That it's gonna take a team.
Right, sometimes it would.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, in those cases where it's weird, it'd be great to like just keep a record of like, okay, we got this complaint come in and this is the section
Right,
of the
and
code.
Dan and
we
I have
can
worked
build
on
up
that, kind of just like a complaint that you would get in PD. You're gonna have the time, the response, who, what, when, why,
Well, I just
where,
meant, like,
what.
Yeah, I just meant
you know.
like if you're having to look up stuff, like it might be helpful to have like just to go back. Oh, we got this complaint. Someone said that this, and I found it in this section of the code. And so next
Yeah.
time it's faster or whatever, you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
Or if someone else comes along and isn't familiar, and yeah. Anyway, just a thought.
Okay.
Well, and the one of the concerns that I've had too is, and this was a situation where a hill, construction on both sides, both houses with lots of trucks, both houses putting stuff in the street, and it's a blind hill, and people going up can't see the people coming down, and they're both in the middle of the street. You know, that is something a police officer ought to be able to sort it out.
Right.
And maybe you talk to the contractors, but say, this is a safety problem, we need to stop it right now.
Well, then that would be a safety
Right.
enforcement officer or the police officer anyways.
But he's
to-
gotta know that this, he can observe the street, but he doesn't necessarily know, can you put your gravel in there? Can you put your gravel in the street?
Right.
But with time, you know, those things, those standards, those requirements, expectations will
All right, yeah, I'm
get
just.
identified.
I'm thinking there should be more of a structure
Structure.
of, here's the items that this enforcement
And
officer will
I'll-
be looking at.
I'll be happy to give y'all a draft and you go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
That'll work.
That would,
I just want to add one more thing.
Yes, ma'am?
Crystal used to be
Yes.
one of our code, when I was on the council back in the day, and, or before that or after, anyway, she might be very knowledgeable.
She is, and
Yeah.
we've actually had that.
Oh, you have?
We've
Okay.
had that discussion,
All right. Okay,
and
cool.
she said the same thing when. So yeah, good
Okay.
good comment, good historical. All right, anything else on agenda item number 20?
I move approval of a resolution designating a code compliance officer and specifying the duties of the position.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion?
Has this been through official Charlie check on the,
Yes.
on the format and everything?
Charlie
Okay.
check.
I read it.
Oh, and Ashley, we need to change the attestation to Desiree.
We'll do that, of course.
Right. Okay, further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I apologize to Nikki because I did forget she's sitting back behind me, and I will pull up agenda item 23 so she can go home here in a moment, and would appeal to council to keep it somewhat brief. But discussion and possible action in regard to residential zoning ordinances, including building height ordinances and minimum required depth and width of yards. I suspect this is a continuation of the discussion that we had earlier, but is there more that we need to do on it?
Mr. Mayor, this is, again, one of my agenda items. I brought it back at last month's meeting. The council approved a motion to refer these issues to the Planning and Zoning Commission for action. Yes. There's been discussion whether that hadn't happened. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how you get an agenda or request that they meet.
It was all teed up, and we just couldn't get. They were all gone, so that we couldn't get a quorum out of them.
Okay, so there's some concern that, you know, if we don't take some action here, that we've gone another month or 6 weeks and another set of permits have been issued and we have the same outstanding vagaries. So the reason I brought this back was to see whether or not the council feels they're in a position to do an amendment to the zoning code that would eliminate or modify or put a restriction on how far a projection can project into the setback. Modify the definition of yard as used in defining the setbacks for residential properties such that there is some limitation on how far a wall or permitted projection or cornice or eave or porch or landscaping can extend into the setback. And I have a recommendation.
Does changes to our zoning code have to go to P and Z and have
Public notice.
public hearing, right?
Yes.
Public notice.
Does it go as a proposed zoning change, or do they generate the proposal? The proposal be can we send them a recommended ordinance change?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Then I would recommend we send them a recommended ordinance change that would, put a limit on how far a permitted projection can extend into the setback. And with respect to the recommendation on what that ought to be, there's some ordinances from other cities. We might ask our building official if she has a recommendation or a suggestion. But it looks like they're anywhere from 2 to 5 feet. I did look at Westlake, and their ordinance is drafted like this. It says, except as otherwise provided in this section, a required yard, that being the plane, must be open and unobstructed from finished grade to the sky, period. And then there's a separate provision that has an exception for a windowsill, a belt course, whatever that is, a cornice, flue, chimney, eave, window box, cantilevered bay window of up to 2 feet into a required yard. And that would be my recommendation, that we send that with, we send to the planning and zoning a recommendation to adopt an amendment to the zoning code that would place a limit on projections into side yards of 2 feet.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion?
I like the fact that we are saying yard so that we keep consistency with our yard stuff, and so this is well worded, sounds like.
Further discussion?
So
All
this,
right.
well, sorry, so this will just go there, they'll give their.
This
whether they
goes
like
there
it,
in that
they don't
form.
like
They'll
it.
take comment?
Yeah, we'd
Yeah.
probably draft it up.
They,
I mean, I have a question. I guess I have a question. So would you, it's always more helpful for them to have something in writing.
Yes, I can do it.
Oh, okay.
Send it to
That's
Charlie, have him send it over, review with you.
even better than, I was gonna give us work, but yeah, do that. I like your suggestion a lot better. Okay.
So would it be appropriate to add, because I noticed when I was looking at the building plans that we had on the agenda tonight, that there are AC units and pool equipment and other stuff that is built into the setbacks also.
I'm the wrong person to look at. You know I disagree with all of this. So y'all talk amongst yourselves and do what you wanna do.
My thought on that is that that's a bigger discussion. And to get this projection issue
Okay.
done, and to open up the discussion with planning and zoning about other residential issues, using this as a opener.
Okay.
Okay. Further discussion? So this will go to planning and zoning. They will post it, and publicize it, and then it'll be back at some point. Alec?
well, they could modify it too, or just.
Oh, yeah,
if they
yeah.
don't like it.
No, I just meant,
Modify it?
Yeah, no,
they will,
this is just
they will do their
sending them
notification
something.
so that people will, theoretically, people will come and give comment, and then they will change it, not send, they could deny it, they could not send it back, whatever.
Okay.
But you just have, it has to go through this process first.
And as I understand it, under Texas law, this ordinance would apply only to permit applications filed from and after the date of its adoption, once it comes back to the city. So,
Correct.
you know, this is like a higher priority than some of the other stuff, and can easier fix. It does require debate, but we could get the ball rolling.
Okay. All right, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, Nikki. Sorry, Nikki. So you gotta sit out here so I can see you, and then I'll let you go earlier next time.
That's my first one.
It was. And thank you. Yeah, go big.
We keep thinking they'll be quicker. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll call up agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action to approve the City of Austin Health and Human Services interlocal agreement for public health services, and recognize Ms. Wayman to explain the motion or the issue.
We are actually going to request that this be tabled to the next meeting. We were not provided the table that is noted as an enclosure for this document, and we have requested it and have not yet received it from Austin Public Health. So we will be bringing this back. We're trying to get it to them ahead of the September renewal, but we still have time to do that. So I'll request a postpone that item to the next meeting.
Postpone, would entertain a motion to postpone to a time specific the next council meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Duffy, a second by Roxanne. Further discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Calling up agenda item number 22, discussion and possible action to review applications and make appointments to the Park Commission. Recognize Ms. Wayman to talk to us about this agenda item.
Currently we have one opening on the Park Commission. Jennifer Meyer submitted her resignation, which was approved in the consent agenda. We have 2 applicants for the Park Commission slot. I reached out to both of them. I did hear back from Diana Wallace. I have not heard back just regarding whether the application was still standing and the intent to serve was still there. But we have one from Victoria Johnson that came in just a little bit earlier in February, and then Diana Wallace. I will also note that we show the vacancy on the Board of Adjustment, and we did have some other applications come in since Friday, and so we'll update that next month. But it wasn't in time for this agenda. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I
happy,
think.
happy to move on, or happy
Yeah,
to take a motion?
Well, I think they'd both be good. Victoria, since she was in there first, I guess I'll make a motion to appoint Victoria Johnson to the Park Commission.
You have a motion to appoint Ms. Johnson to the Park Commission. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there further discussion?
I agree. I think they would both do a great job, but under the circumstances,
We
pick
typically give.
the one first, right?
Right.
That is our very high-tech, typical approach.
First to 5.
Yeah. But certainly we'll keep her in the mix for other items if appropriate, or this one. Okay, any other discussion? Per the motion, no other discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And last but not least, the one we've been looking for, I will call back up from earlier discussion and possible action to approve a cost-saving measure related to the early payout of accrued sick leave and comp time to qualified employees. Okay. We posted this very specifically so that we could kind of kill 2 birds in one stone. And we've already discussed kind of at length the very specific case of Dana Rispe. But I want to have a broader discussion with you. Earlier in the year, during my State of the City discussion with you all, I told you that I wanted to really focus on a number of things, personnel being one, which this relates to personnel, but also a deep dive on our systems. And, I had grand plans of, I envisioned me sitting around the table and having each department head tell me about their departments, and we were going to make lists, and we were going to prioritize the list, and that's how we were going to determine the deep dives that we were going to do. We have tossed all of that out the window and not done any of it. Instead, we are putting out fires, and we are doing deep dives as we uncover them in a triage, and we're putting tourniquets on the wound as we go. Here's the latest one. it's our personnel handbook. And I do remember, I know that Roxanne remembers this, I know that Sarah remembers this. I remembered it, but I couldn't remember the details. But back in 2017, we took a stab at this, and it did, for whatever reason, we are gonna have to push the reset button on it, because it was before Ashley came along. It was with our old city secretary, who we all love dearly, but we can't piece together what happened with the handbook. And the specific thing I'm talking about is our accrual and payout options for our vacation and our sick leave and our comp time. And we have some policies in place that allow our staff, and here's the issue that we're faced with. So we have Abel, Dana Rispe, and Crystal at the top of the seniority pyramid, right? They've been here a long time. How long? I'm sorry.
17 is
Yeah.
the most,
Seven-
and then
17
up to
down
10,
to what,
yeah.
10? 10 or 11?
yeah.
And then next year, Officer Duarte will also be in this boat. So we've got those four who are way up here on the seniority scale and have built up a lot of vacation and sick leave. A lot. And the way our code is written, or not our code, our handbook is written, when they leave, they're entitled to all of it.
Right, the sick leave payout, namely if they've been here for 10 years and they're eligible to retire with our retirement system, our policy allows the payout of sick leave, which can, and we don't currently have a cap on sick leave, so it's, yeah.
Now, Sarah and Roxanne will remember that when Chief Pryor left, we paid out about 70 grand. And we took a stab at fixing this at that time. That's what we can't seem to reconstruct, because we see where it was in the agenda, we see some actions that were taken, but we don't see it ultimately reflected correctly in the handbook, and we can't figure out what transpired to make that not happen correctly. So we're going to put our heads together and bring back some options to you to try to fix this once and for all. And to, I want to be fair to Abel. Here's the issue: because we have we've had so much turn. We're going to make a positive out of the fact that we've had so much turnover. We have so many new people. The good news is we're not upsetting anyone too deeply by making this change now. Now I want to treat Abel and Dan and Greg and Crystal fairly, right? And so I'm going to probably bring back some grandfathering language that lets them either continue on the path that they're on, or I think what I would really prefer to do is maybe freeze them where they are and start buying them down, and that gets to the brunt of this discussion. Officer Rispe, we have him, we've lassoed him, and we're not letting him leave, and we don't want him to leave. We don't want to lose his institutional knowledge. Part of the thing that he would like us to consider to help entice him to stay is a payout of a portion of his accrued time. Here's the thing. It's always cheaper so first of all, if we did this for everybody at all times, that would be a terrible idea. and so the only time I think it makes sense is when they become vested and eligible for their to leave with full payout.
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years, correct.
And in 10.
Right. And so at that point, it always makes sense to pay them out sooner, because if they stay every year they're staying, it's more accrual, it's more seniority, it's more everything, right? So it's always more expensive the longer it goes. So it would save us money if we go ahead and agree to pay him out and buy him down. Now, I haven't worked out the details on what this would be with him, but he is interested in trying to take some sort of payout of that time and as sort of an incentive to go ahead and stay on.
A retention bonus
Basically, yeah.
of something that he will already be due.
Right, yeah.
Correct. Oh, because that's the rest of this story. I'm sorry, again, with the things in my head that I'm not telling you. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, okay, let's say we're like, oh, damn, we just can't do it. And he's like, all right, well, I gotta go.
Then we pay all of it, right?
We pay all of it, which is what, 60?
It's 47 in compensation, but when you add in retirement and other items, it comes out to about 62,000.
And so that would be a problem, and it would be a problem too if you think about this too. Like I never want Abel to leave. He's great, but that's not going to be. If at some point Abel's going to leave, and he's been here since '05. So, you know, if we were to now, we've been budgeting for the last 3 cycles. We've been putting decent amount of dollars back. What we have 60 in the
About 66.
we have about 66 saved up for these payouts. I'll be honest with you all. I know that we've been budgeting for this because I've been putting it in the budget and talking to this council about it for 3 cycles. But what I thought was that we fixed the handbook. I thought we fixed the problem and we were budgeting for when they leave, which is good that we were budgeting for when they leave, but we never fixed the problem. And so it's continued to get worse over time. So,
And if I may.
yes, jump in.
Because I had wanted to do away with this provision. As far as I know, nobody else does this.
Correct.
I'm not aware of any other cities, nor was I back then, that have payout of sick leave. You know, you encourage people to come to work when they're sick, and they try to log as much sick leave as they can, so you use up all the vacation and so forth. But I thought, you know, we should grandfather in employees and then do away with the provision. And I would still advocate for that.
Right.
But I don't recall any action having been taken because at that time I did not get the support to do that. So.
Yeah, I apologize because I was asleep at the wheel, and now that I'm in your old shoes.
There,
$70,000 is a lot of money.
Do away with sick leave? Or
No, you do
No, the
away with
payout.
the
Payout.
people logging of amassing their sick leave
Okay,
hours.
you have a cutoff, you use it or lose it.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
just like with vacation.
Yeah, because right now we have, instead of a use it or lose it, we have a use it or bank it.
Yeah. Exactly.
And bank it and bank it and bank it and bank it for 20 years. And
Yeah.
and so
Come in
now.
sick.
And come in sick and get everybody else sick, so I guess you're banking for sick.
And I think, you know, this is obviously this can be a difficult conversation to have with staff, especially long-standing staff. I think now is not a bad time to have that discussion as we're talking about, you know, new opportunities for folks, and so we have a positive discussion on that front, and then everybody else is so far behind because they're new employees, right? And so they're not harmed by any of this. So I think now's if there ever was an opportune time to try to fix it, it's probably now. And maybe it's some sort of hybrid too. Maybe it's instead of just springing it on all of our longtime staff, we say, hey, you know, we're going to do this maybe through the end of this fiscal year, but we're starting, you know, we're going to freeze you at the next fiscal year, and we're going to offer you, once you're eligible, which would be Abel, Dan, next year Greg, and Crystal, we're going to offer you a payout. Like, we're going to offer to buy this down. Like, my thought is, and I haven't fully thought through this. In fact, we were just talking about it yesterday. I think what I'm going to suggest and bring back to you all for consideration is some sort of delayed start, so it's not just a total surprise. We've got a few months to think about it, and then I think it's probably a freeze, and then an opportunity annually for us to give them some sort of payout to start buying them down to the appropriate max that they're supposed to be at. And then after that, once we get them bought down, because then you're bringing something to the table of like, oh, I don't have to wait to retire to get some of that payout. Oh, that's a good deal. I think Abel would appreciate. I think they all would, right? I can take that. I can either, hopefully they'll do something responsible, like go put it to work, and for an investment.
So, yeah, you just have to negotiate what that is. It might not be dollar for dollar. Maybe they would take a little less or something like that. Is it? Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So, that's the big picture. I'll bring something back to you for consideration. I would ask that we try to fix this now. And I think, and I've done all the talking. Have I missed it? Ashley's been very supportive of this. I think she sees the wisdom in it, but jump in if you have any.
No, I think you covered it all.
Okay, and then specifically for Officer Arispe, I would ask for a motion from you to authorize me to okay, so it would be, he's not asking for the full amount. I think
40 to 50% is what we had talked about, which puts us in a $20,000 to $25,000 range.
20,
which is
25, 30. So I would ask for maybe for permission from you to spend up to 30 to negotiate some sort of negotiated payout of accrued vacation time. Just vacation?
No, just sick.
Sick.
Well,
I'm sorry.
sick, potentially comp. I think, vacation, not so much. That's kind of a
accrued sick time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
To Officer Arispe. And again, it's in our best interest to do something. Otherwise, I don't have to ask you for permission. You're just going to have to pay it out.
So it seems like, so at my company, we have a limit on your sick leave accrual.
Mm-hmm.
So it maxes out at 520 hours, which is 13 weeks, which is when long-term disability kicks in. But you don't get paid for it when you leave.
Right.
So I think it is a good idea to have a limit on how much you can accrue. But on the payout, as long as somebody is still employed here, they need to have some sick leave still in the bank, if you will.
Sure.
In case they get sick.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because otherwise you pay it off and then they get sick and then they don't get a paycheck because they don't have any sick leave to take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my thought would be, well, first of all, too, I also, like, if we do this for Dan, I don't want Abel and Crystal, and then next year Greg, I don't want them to feel like, well,
Why do you get it?
they did a special thing for Dan, and so I want to say on the record, and I want, if you were to make a motion and approve it, I would want you to be voting with the understanding that we would also offer this same sort of treatment, and it might not, might not be at the same level, but probably would. We would offer this same type of treatment, though, to Abel and Greg and Crystal in whatever form the final negotiation. If I'm able to reach a deal with Dan, I'll try to reach some sort of favorable deal that's a win-win, and then we would kind of apply that model to these other 3 individuals who are in that same boat, and then we fix the overall underlying problem.
Do we have the budget to apply that same model to the other 3?
Yes, we would have 30 left over out of this money that we've budgeted. And then obviously we have the unexpended balance that we could make something work. I don't think it would be, in my mind, it's like we would offer, like let's say we're in 2023, we would offer Crystal, so there would only be, if we did the deal with Dan, he would be done, and then it would just be Abel, Crystal that immediately are eligible now, and then Greg next year. So let's say we do 2025 for Dan. If we offer that same deal to the other three, that's 75. If we had to do that out of unexpended balance, GR unexpended balance, we could do that. It wouldn't kill us. So I think we could conceivably make something like that work. Alan?
Yeah, so two things. First, is there any indication that these employees would take an offer like this? I mean, have you even floated the idea?
We have not. I wanted to have well, so first of all, Dan's the one that floated it to us.
Oh, okay.
He said, yes, and I asked him permission to kind of have these discussions on the record tonight, and he was very kind about it and said that was fine. So we went to him and said, hey, please, and we know that you're interviewing and you're maybe kind of have one foot out the door. Don't do that yet. Let us make a offer to you, like, would love you to stay. He said, I want to stay. I just can't continue, on the shift and on the doing what I'm doing right now. It's not an option. So through those discussions, part of the thing that he came back, because again, once you get one foot out the door, I speak from personal experience. You start thinking through how things are going to line up and what you need to do and what puzzle pieces or chess pieces you need to move. So I assume that part of that equation in his mind was knowing that this payout was coming, right? And so that led, I think, ultimately to a discussion with us. Yeah, I'm willing to stick around for you guys, but I've kind of already thought, I don't know what he's thinking, but I can see certainly how we got to this discussion pretty quickly. So he's the one that brought it up to us. And then when Ashley and I started looking into, okay, well, let's refresh ourselves on how this would work. Mm-hmm. That's when she's like, hey, this is a little different than anything I've ever seen. And then I said, well, I thought we fixed that. That's when I then said, well, no, we fixed that in 2017. And that's when we tried to recreate it, and it all didn't work out. So, have I left anything? I'm rambling now.
No,
have I left anything out?
I think that's fair. I just think we looked at it as an opportunity to even out our, liabilities over the next, however many years, as opposed to being surprised by, oh, by the way, your entire retirement payout reserve that you've been building for the last 3 years is now gone, and there's still 3 people who could conceivably retire in the next, few years. And so I just think this is smart. I haven't seen it at other cities before. I do want to take care of those who have been here, under the promise of the policy that we have. And I do think this is a good time. I think looking at it, I think I might be next in line on been here the longest, which is kind of crazy. So, I mean, I fully support this policy update.
The other thing is, and I don't think this would happen, I alluded to it a minute ago, but like if and I don't want to belabor the point on the chief of police, but if we were to make the wrong moves here, quote unquote, the wrong moves, and upset the apple cart to the point that all 4 of these individuals decided to leave overnight,
it's a win.
It's a problemo on the budget. An instant problem.
Yeah, I've come across
And then not
this.
just the budget, but
Yeah,
yes.
but not just. Yeah, no, I'm just.
Many problems.
There would be more problems, but I'm just from a very clinical.
Church.
From a very academic standpoint, it would be a
And you have
budgetary
the
problem.
whammy of getting somebody else online, replacing that
Right.
individual and all the cost of that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that would happen, but it's conceivable. I mean, 3 of the top 4 are in the PD, right?
No.
And so
It makes sense to
exactly.
keep your
Hope for
people.
the best, plan for the worst. Here's one last thing I will mention to you. Where is this?
13 point something. We passed it.
Most places I work, you're able to carry over your sick leave from 1 year.
Okay.
1 year's worth. And
This is, I love this
you know,
one.
things-
Okay, so vacation carryover.
Same thing with that.
Where's the sick carry? No, is it?
I think it's the next page. Keep sick leave at the bottom of that page is where it starts.
Does it have that same provision or not?
Which provision?
The sick.
Well, there's
The same as this one?
no, because there's no cap, so there's no need to have it.
Oh, I see. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, this is classic. Okay, so the vacation carryover reads, an individual may carry over all vacation accrued from the previous year. An employee may not carry over or hold over more than the sum of the employee's present year's vacation accrual plus the previous year's vacation accrual unless approved by the mayor. I'm happy to be y'all's mayor. That is a terrible provision, because that allows, you're the appropriators, I'm the one executing on it. That provision gives me the authority to make all kinds of decisions, which, by the way, have just become the way of the land around here. There technically is a vacation cap, but because of this ability of the mayor to always approve it, it's just become what happens and nobody asks, and it just gets added. And if you need to take that ability away from me, because I can bust the budget and never have to, I can bust your budget that you appropriated without ever having to ask you, because you've given me the authority to just arbitrarily say, yeah, vacation for everyone.
So what kind of tracking, I mean, I remember there was an issue with the former police chief when he left, of that it was never really tracked. So he said he had this much, but we didn't really have good records for
I
how
think
much
we're
we
doing
had.
better.
It's definitely tracked. Yes, it through our payroll company, and Abel confirms this every payroll. And believe me, if they take extra, the employees there are ready to tell you that no, this is what it should have been. So everyone is watching it. It is being tracked, but this is still being applied.
But tracked how? I mean, does the staff have to turn in a timesheet? Is there some kind of
Timekeeping, of course. So yes, all hourly employees do turn in timesheets. They are approved by their supervisor. Those who are salaried do not. Obviously, they are salary pay either way. I approve everyone who reports to me, and then they approve. So I do feel like we're doing a lot better job of tracking. I have heard in the past there were issues, but from what I've seen, they're approved multiple times by their supervisor. Abel has to go through them with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that overtime was applied correctly and things like that. And so I do think they're tracked very well at this point.
And there's not, and it's formulaic too, so it's not, with the exception of the hourly folks, everybody else, it's formula based. So.
What do you mean it's formula based?
So 0 to 5 years, you get 3.077 vacation hours per paycheck period.
Not worrying so much about the accrual, I'm worried about the taking it.
The time.
Oh, I'm seeing. I gotcha.
Because I know, and I'm not questioning your integrity at all. I'm just saying, with previous city administrator, we said something about, well, who's tracking your vacation time? And it was like, I was quite incensed that somebody would even ask about it, and I went, everybody's time should be tracked of when you're taking it, so that you know, here's how much you accrued, but here's how much you took.
Right.
Right?
No, that's
on sick leave and vacation time and all of that.
Now that's a great point, and I think would be included in the deep dive. So we need to do a deep dive on this whole thing. I will say, I did mention to Ashley, I said, well, you have a whole bunch. And she's like, yeah, I've never taken a vacation. So, and that's
There's
true.
that possibility too.
So.
Right. And I think that's why, that's at least the justification that I've heard for that policy is if you're not able to take your vacation because we don't have backups, we don't have things like that, it was kind of understood that we're going to, keep racking it up past the line. But I feel like if we have a stated policy that there's a cap, we should stick to it.
We also need to make sure that people are allowed and encouraged to take vacation time because otherwise they burn out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so we have to make sure we implement backups and opportunities for people to be able to use their time off because you can't work all the time.
Right. And a cap definitely helps with that too, because if you're looking at next month, I'm going to lose 6 hours if I don't go. You bet they're going to take a vacation that month. So it does help for that. And I think we're doing a lot better with the backups and things like that now, where we are building in some redundancy and making sure that people are able to do that. But of course it is difficult if one or two people are gone. I mean, the office is kind of skeleton crew and it just kind of, that's the nature of it. But I think we've gotten better at handling that. So.
How many years have you been with us now?
Almost 3. Just close to 3.
All right, that's it. So I would love to have a motion to negotiate a payout of accrued sick leave and comp time to Dan Arispe not to exceed $30,000. If somebody would be willing to make it.
I so move.
You have a motion by Councilwoman McKee. Is there a second? Got a second by Councilwoman Brown. Further discussion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sarah,
I didn't hear Brooklyn, maybe.
Wow. I was watching her. I was hearing something else, but I'm happy to.
It's the same time I raised my
All
hand.
right. I'm booting you. Well, I have a second by Councilwoman Hudson.
Okay, I didn't hear Brooke say anything, so
Yeah, I was watching there. I
I
didn't.
just raised my hand.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a further discussion?
Do a good job negotiating.
I will. I will try to. I will serve you well, or try to. All right. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. And then on the remainder of this agenda item, we will bring back to you. Well, hopefully, I negotiate something that works. I will try to keep the larger picture in mind while I do it, while we do it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll try to bring back whatever that framework looks like for the next discussion of.
And we need to start, for whatever benefit we have like this as a payout, we need to start accruing it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And, it sounds like we've begun to accrue some, but we need to
Yeah.
do a regular, have
Yeah, for
people
sure.
tell us
Yeah.
monthly how much we have to accrue for it.
Yes, it'd be nice to know the liability that's in there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
If you actually had
Yeah.
well, some companies are required to accrue to your, obligated by law to accrue.
That's it, unless you guys would just want to stick together and hang out. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
You have a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.